It had a screen protector, like,
Oh, was it like the Defender?
Yeah, you know the one, right? Like, massive, has like two parts to it. It breaks in half with the plastic piece.
Yes.
You'd put it together, and then there'd be a rubber casing.
Actually indestructible.
I'm not kidding. Blade's dog fucking chewed the shit out of my phone.
Oh,
and just shredded it to pieces, right? And the phone was completely fine. Because of the OtterBox. There were scratches. The like, everything was chewed to shit.
Chewed to shit.
And I opened it up, and it was perfectly fine. No, it wasn't even cracked.
Wow, dude.
Dude, the iPhone fucking 4, I felt like. Do you remember? It was glass on the back and glass on the front.
Yeah, the first
and it had
one.
a metal on the outside.
Yeah.
But if it just got, like, the metal would dent.
Yes, dude, it was like aluminum.
Crack, the whole thing would just crack.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get it started.
Piece of shit.
All
right, let's do it.
We're just talking. We could do that on the cast.
We definitely can do that on the cast. So, let's begin, shall we? A little count off. Ready?
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. What's good, my friends? Welcome back to the Flash Brothers podcast.
Welcome back, every single person.
Yes, sir. Every single person. Thank you for
person.
joining us today. Thank you for joining me. Josh,
Hey,
how you doing, bro?
Dude, I'm doing amazing.
Amazing?
In fact, I'm doing incredible.
I'm so happy to hear that, bro. Seriously, because I haven't seen you at all, pretty much, since our last episode.
Literally, it feels like probably a week, right? Because you were gone in the weekend.
We recorded Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah, we hung out that night, and I literally did not see you until I got back.
Yeah.
Like the next day after.
You're so right.
Yeah,
Holy
like
shit,
Tuesday.
it's been a week.
Yeah.
I was just thinking this morning, I'm like, why does it feel like there's so much I want to talk about on the podcast?
Yeah, bro.
It's because I haven't seen you in an entire week.
Literally.
So,
yeah, I know. I always feel like
crazy.
like when I'm filling out the catch up, I'm like cutting stuff out.
Yeah.
Because there's so much I gotta catch you up on. Yeah, it's like the whole week and everything that's happening. I feel like this is gonna kind of be the vibe, to be honest, for this season for myself with work and maybe for you too. You know,
Sure. Yeah. I've been working every single day.
Okay.
I worked every single day this week except even Monday. I worked Monday night. I just came in later, but I normally don't work on Mondays because I'm in therapy. The only day I have off now is Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, right?
I appreciate that, by the way.
Of course,
yeah, like right off rip.
I'll get other days off, too.
Yeah.
But it's like that's the only designated.
Designated, yeah.
So, like, Friday, I have off.
Okay.
Which is kind of lit.
My flex, like if they absolutely need me, they'll schedule me on Tuesdays too. But I get Wednesdays my one day. Monday's automatic because the restaurant's closed.
Yes.
So I'll take full advantage of that. You know what I mean? But
I do.
Let me do a little plug real quick. My friends, I wanted to inform you today marks season 2, episode 23 of the Flash Bros podcast. We're only climbing, bro.
I was gonna say, you know what's exciting about today?
What's that?
The podcast, if we're gonna put it in years, because we said the 21st. So me and the podcast are the same age now, 23.
You're right.
If we're putting it in
years. My gosh, man.
Really,
yeah.
Not really.
She's been drinking for a little bit.
A couple years
She's kind of tamed down a little bit, right? Because you know what it was like right when you turned 21.
Exactly. I know
Oh my gosh. It's
I'm not going to lie. I think I was drinking more before, when I was like 20.
You think so?
Nah, probably not.
There's something about it, though. There's this novelty of like, now I'm not condoning any underage drinking whatsoever.
No. Absolutely
but
not.
That being said, you already know that people are going to do it, right?
People are going to do it. Absolutely.
And no judgment there, right?
No.
Like, you got to do you, enjoy life. And the reality is, like, most people that your parents and people who are judging you, they all did it too.
No, absolutely. And that's so funny because my mom told me a story when she was younger about how, like, her and her best friend, who's kind of like my aunt, Miss Cindy, they walked around Baton Rouge, just like a neighborhood, her neighborhood.
Okay.
Because her mom gave her like a bottle of like vodka or something.
Okay.
This is not even me saying that like that's how you should do it.
No.
But that's how people do it. That's how, like, our parents did it. That's, like, how it gets done.
Yes,
as long as you're safe, just do what you gotta do. No judgment here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the podcast is a little tamed down now. Thank God. But Four Loko is definitely probably a part of that permanent refrigerator.
That might just be there forever.
Yeah.
That might just be in there forever.
From season 1.
That's
what I mean? We gotta have like one can sitting in the back that kind of like freezes over.
Can I have a sip of your Four Loko, by the way? What is that?
Please. It's a cherry slush Alani. Alani, there's nothing
that's
like
really good.
There might be like some cool stuff about it that's like
zero sugar
or whatever, but I'm not kidding. The flavor of these Alanis is unreal.
Holy shit.
My favorite is called Hawaiian Shaved Ice.
Wow, that sounds good.
Sounds good, right?
That's good. That's so good. I can't believe how good
that is. I'm not a huge cherry guy.
200 milligrams?
Yeah.
Wow.
So same as a Ghost.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Damn, that's kind of a lot, no?
Well, not like, remember like Bang, right? Remember like the Bang Rain like era? Like I feel like we've tapered off that, and those are 3.
Right. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of 3 then.
Yeah,
because I remember seeing 3 and thinking,
a lot. It's weird because I literally remember being back in that mindset when they came out, thinking, "Wow, like I can have 2 of these a day."
Right.
You know, like 600 milligrams. That's kind of like what I want to keep it in.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And now looking back, I'm like, dude, why?
Have you cut down more than now?
It's hard to say, right? Like because I definitely feel like I use these drugs, these things, like these substances, as a tool, right? So if I don't feel like Monday, for example, that was like a big, I need to fucking relax and recover day for me.
Yeah.
So because of that, same thing with Addy. Like I took one Addy to kind of like get my brain going and being functional.
Yeah.
But I woke up with a coffee, not an energy drink, and then I had one drink, maybe like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, just as like a midday pick me up.
Yeah.
Because like my body clock, I can feel it, right? Like I feel that when it hits 4 o'clock, which is normally like when work is going.
Right.
That's when my brain is like fully turning on, revving up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
which it makes sense. Sure. You know, just from like that sense of routine. But no, I'm not trying to like, I don't know, abuse it. You know what I mean?
No,
I definitely
of course.
like whenever I can, I want to like taper off, even if it's just a day, catch up on sleep, whatnot. But my normal, I do really consciously try to keep it under 600 milligrams
in a day.
Yeah, and I would classify those as like my busiest days.
Sure.
An errands day where I'm busy, I'm not doing that. Like I'm talking like work where I need my brain on. You know, sometimes on cast, like because I will. Especially with this schedule I'm on right now, like I'm really crunching all of the podcast work into Tuesday. Yeah. So yesterday, for example, I started probably working on the podcast at like 10 a.m. For 2 hours. Took a break. We were in, me and Kendall ran a bunch of errands, right? And got a bunch of like stuff we've needed to get done for a while. We both got stuff done. It was an amazing day. Nice. Yeah. Got back. It was probably 2:30. I worked on that podcast with a couple of breaks till 3 a.m., 3:30 last night, you know? Wow. Feels good, you know, genuinely. Like, I'm like, okay, like, it's great work, but...
Did you work yesterday, too?
No. Okay. Yeah, just all on the podcast, but even then, I didn't do 600 milligrams of caffeine, right? I took both my Addies to, which is my dosage is 2 a day, and to, like, really just, like, get the most of the work, but... podcast days, like I really treat it like a job, like work. I want my brain for our conversations, for this content to
the highest of quality, right?
The highest of
That's
quality.
all we would ask.
And I can't be doing that falling asleep.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely not.
So
absolutely not. We shall not.
Why don't I add real quick here, Joshy? We're recording Wednesday, January 24th. This episode will go live on the 26th on Friday, as per our usual schedule. And my name is Sam. We're like 10 minutes in. I haven't even mentioned that.
No, who are you, man? Who are you?
It's me. It's Sam. I am joined, as always, by my beautiful co-host, best friend, roommate, Joshimation.
Joshimation. What's up,
Joshimation.
How you doing, Sammy?
Good.
Doing okay?
Really good, bro. Honestly, I think if you'd asked me a couple days ago, it was kind of rough.
You would have said bad.
Not bad.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of rare that I'm like down bad. I don't really let myself get there.
It's hard to if you are doing things with kind of a, like, every day you have kind of a purpose, you know? At least, like, even just like, you have work, take care of this, boom, boom, boom. Check that shit off the list, then you're good.
Yes, man. And
you know what I mean?
There's something that, for me, like being busy.
Yeah.
It's like, it's always a double-edged sword of like, damn, like, obviously I feel guilty with not being able to like see like some people or like get certain things done, but there is this amazing sense of purpose in being extremely busy.
Yeah, like you have something going on every single second of the I think that some of the best days are the days where I have things that I have to take care of and I take care of them. Not even just work. You know what I mean? Like not even, I mean everything is kind of technically work. But like
not like a designated salary or 9 to 5 job.
Yeah, exactly. Like a job. Yeah. You know?
Yeah.
But like something where like you need to get this done, so you go over here and while you're out, you do this, you take care of business, and the whole time you're kind of maybe listening to music or you're kind of putting your own personal spin to it.
Yeah.
That I think kind of is like truly living life. You know, you always have something that you have to take care of, but it's about the way that you like handle it and the way that you just kind of do your own thing. I guess if that makes sense. I know that sounds so basic, but I feel like that's like an essential to just living a consistently happy life.
And I think you have to make it basic because I think it's very personal.
Oh, absolutely.
Like we all like have certain. I could look at something you're doing that you're being super fulfilled in.
Yes.
And I would be like, that's not. I couldn't do that.
Do it.
That won't fulfill me.
That won't.
You know that to me seems like a waste of time. Not in like a disrespectful sense. Just like I would rather put my time and effort into something else, something that is going to give me that purpose.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's just different for every person.
It is, man. It is. Yeah, and you got to find that. You know, nobody can really truly tell you or guide you. They can kind of guide you, but you have to find that for yourself.
That's right.
Know? So, Josh, I want to ask, what's been going on?
What's been going down?
Because you've been, you said off-cast, you said a little bit. Like, just you have so much you want to catch me up on.
There is a lot. There's a lot of good stuff. I told you a little bit the other night when I ran into you for the first time in like a week.
Like 2 nights ago.
2 nights ago.
Yeah, so did you have a good weekend?
So, weekend was wonderful.
Good.
There was a couple things that I really wanted to do, like video game wise, and just take care of some certain
biz.
Some video game biz.
Some biz. Okay.
And one of the biggest ones was I said this last week too. I really wanted to start Kid Icarus Uprising.
Yes,
which
bro.
is a 3DS
You're right.
game.
I actually completely forgot about this, but that was like the first thing we talked about.
Yes, and it is also. I mentioned it last week, but to those who don't know, it's a 3DS game, so that's the last generation of the handheld Nintendo devices.
Yes.
And those are, I mean, when it comes to kind of picking up a game that's a generation old or even like multiple generations old, if it hasn't had a remaster or like you have to literally pick up an old console, there's something really novel about it and something really fun, but I think it also takes a certain mindset of like, okay, I'm ready to get into this, if you know what I'm saying.
I do.
Like I'm ready to jump in and I'm ready to do this. I think it's easier for a handheld console than plugging in an old console, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
But there is something really enjoyable about that. So
wait, let me interject real quick.
Please interject.
As we love to do on this cast with the Fluid Conversations. For me, does your mind do this?
Yes.
Because for me, I feel like I can kind of put it into some words here. Like
talk to me.
Like going to something retro, right?
Yes.
Because it's not this modernized experience that it bleeds into everything. We have a modernized experience on our phones, on our computers, at work, like whatever it is, right? But specifically like in gaming and stuff, it's like, dude, you play a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake, Spider-Man 2, like
absolutely.
you're playing that and you were like wowed by the modern level of gaming now, and all the things that it brings, like fast loading, graphics, whatever. And so you go back to something like the 3DS, where the resolution on the 3DS is terrible.
It's really bad,
it's like something by like 200 pixels, right? And so you can tell immediately. Even if it's made for the resolution of the 3DS, it's pretty jagged. Yeah. You turn the 3D on, and now it's a little blurry. Yeah. And it just like it feels instantly. The feeling within you is like, okay, this is an older thing. This is a retro experience. Yeah. And so to play it, I feel you have to fully focus in a way that's like unlike a modern experience. Yes. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. And so when you focus in. After literally playing maybe one level, maybe playing for 10 minutes, all of those things that were maybe like a blockade for you, like about the modern experience, you, like graphics, right? Like I'll look at like Xenoblade, for example. When we're playing that in a modern era, so like it holds up and we can look at it, but booting it up, Xenoblade 1, you're like, it's a little rough. Yeah. Or especially when I was trying to play the 3D one, right? Yes. Like I'm like, ooh, this looks really rough. Oh yeah. But you start playing it, now you don't care. No,
those things you're totally right. Those things really do like disappear and kind of become almost like not even like an afterthought. Just kind of, it's like, I think that, to a degree, and it's funny because I explain this to a lot of people, because the truth is I don't play games at all for the graphics. I play the games for the quality in which the experiences. Yeah. And graphics are a part of the experience. I know, crazy, right? A Nintendo gamer doesn't care about graphics. What a crazy idea.
Crazy concept, bro.
Crazy concept. Never heard of it. No, but the truth is, it's like the idea with Scarlet and Violet. It truly does look like shit. It does. But there's an element of almost like kind of, I don't want to say your imagination, but there's almost an element of like it sparks something in you that's a little bit more than just these graphics are this good, or these graphics or the frame rate is this good, right? Yeah. And so those kind of things, even with a modern game like Scarlet and Violet, and you can make your points on it being a modern game, and that those elements of using your imagination or getting over the graphical errors should be gone on a new generational console that's $60. That's an argument you can make, for sure. But it's also something I'm able to get over. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so coming back to Kid Icarus Uprising, this game is, in what I believe, my opinion, like a timeless classic. Probably, I'm going to be completely honest, probably the best 3DS game.
I was going to ask.
It is.
If I remember right, this is like at the top of charts.
Everyone's who's played this game, it is the best 3DS game. And one of the reasons is it uses every bit of tech that is kind of in this. Right. And the novelty of the 3DS, and even just the dual screen in general, which started with the DS. Right. So well that it's almost like I tried to picture how they would make a port. And at this point, I don't think they could.
Dude, they couldn't.
Even Sakurai has come out and said, we can't make a port of this game. So he made a joke. He's like, grab your 3DS and, blow off the dust and enjoy it.
Hell yeah.
Like there's there's so much to it. The bottom screen, the dialogue of the characters, the text pulls up, but also even during cutscenes, they have fully animated 3D cutscenes with full voice acting, and the characters have like almost like Fire Emblem-esque like reactions every time they talk, and it's fully voice acted, and every like actor is like putting in their best. It's not like a dub. It's not like a dub of an anime. Yeah. It's like a voice acted experience. These characters have like,
it's crazy because it is a dub.
It is a dub.
But the quality is so good. The quality
is crazy. Yes. These guys are like the way that they're talking, they have like comedic timing. It sounds like they're riffing off each other. It sounds like they like recorded it in the same room, sort of. Wow. And so I'm like the entire time.
Those are my favorite. Yeah.
It just feels alive. Yeah. To be honest. Hell so the acting feels alive, and all the character interactions are so fucking enjoyable. But truthfully, like the gameplay in general, like it feels beyond what should be on a 3DS, if that makes sense. Totally. The game is broken into each level, which is a chapter, which it does not feel like levels. It feels like a chapter, like a part of this like big old journey that's going on.
Yeah.
It's not really, so far, it doesn't feel like the story is the most important part of it. It's kind of the game and how it's played and how you play it.
How it should be, baby.
How it should be, to be completely honest. And so I've been enjoying. Anyway, the chapters are broken into two sections. There's a flying section, which is like the power of flight, where you're flying around.
Yeah.
And
I think that's all I've played too.
Yeah.
So what's the other section?
That's the first half of the level, or not even the first half, the beginning of the level.
Okay.
And then the other section is ground gameplay. So you run around. You have a full control of your camera using the 3DS state. I've never seen like a game on the 3DS like you're able to move while also moving the. It feels like a shooter.
Third person is.
Yes.
Ish? Yeah.
It's third person, but you're controlling the camera
that
completely.
Sounds crazy.
And there's like chests to find. There's like depending on the level, there's different doorways you can go through. It doesn't feel like just a hallway. There's some open sections. A lot of the time, it is, and the controls are a little bit like. I'll talk about that in a second.
Sure, yeah.
But the whole way that the levels are set up are so interesting, and it feels like it's pushing the hardware of the 3DS to its limit. It doesn't feel like that Absolutely. In the way of like dipping frame rates or anything like that, but it's running the best it possibly could. And the 3D also looks incredible, to be honest. I keep it on, I'll get into it in a second. You kind of have to, because there's this kind of distance thing that goes on with the each enemy. But also, it looks better in 3D.
Yeah.
For some reason, and I can't really describe why, the model of Pit and everything around it just looks better.
Yeah.
It just looks really good.
I feel like that's often the case in these like first party.
For sure.
I only really played first party games on 3DS, but I feel like a lot of games it would almost look blurry when you didn't have the 3D on, and it would look significantly
and the pixels
sharper.
Were very noticeable.
Yes,
sharper.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
With the 3D on, it feels
yes,
sharper.
I felt that with Ocarina of Time.
Yes.
Same thing.
That's why I played that whole game in 3D.
Yes.
And that's why those are better Majora's Mask. Same exact
I'm not sure the tech there. I'm not sure if it's
because
how it works in my mind when I was playing it, I guess, forever ago.
Right.
I mean, you were really young when you were playing 3DS, right?
Yeah.
At first.
I mean, yeah. When did it come out?
2011.
The easiest way to tell how old I was just check the age.
Oh,
I was born
'cause you're 2000.
Yeah.
So you're 11. 11
I was
or
11 or 12. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And I just graduated, and I remember looking at it and being so fascinated by. On the base 3DS, right? And moving the slider and watching the screens. So I almost had this theory, whether it's right or not, of it's two screens like this.
Yes.
And it moves apart and your eyes follow it. But because now your eyes can independently focus on each screen, it's sharper instead of being too overlaid.
I think
you
know
what
right.
I mean?
Yeah, I don't know the tech. But I think I've noticed the exact same thing, and this is a great example of how it is.
Okay.
So just all the good things really quick. It's so much fun, so addicting to play. I don't want to put it down. I genuinely don't want to stop playing the story.
Yeah.
I don't want to stop. And I'm trying to kind of pace myself so I can appreciate everything around it. And other games that I have to play. But so much fun.
I mean,
it literally,
dope, bro.
Sakurai has me in his grasps like he always does. I'm always hooked on these Kirby games. I'm always hooked on these fucking... I always 100% Kirby. I always 100% Smash Bros.
And this is
no question. This is one of those games I would.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's funny because, I just... I would wish that there was some kind of port to the Switch and show this series some love, because one of the coolest things he even did was revitalizing fucking Kid Icarus,
the franchise,
from to be completely honest, a shitty 2D side scroller that wasn't even that interesting. He made the series
You're so right, by
feel
the way.
like it was always there. It feels like the evolution of the way a Mario series would go.
Yes.
Enemies feel classic. The villains feel classic. Everything feels classic. The way that you collect hearts, the designs of the characters, everything feels like the series has been around the entire time and has never left. But that's
so
all
hype.
Sakurai's direction.
Yes, dude.
He just revitalized this entire series. And the thing is, I wish at least there'd be like a sequel on the Switch or something.
Yeah, I hope they continue the franchise.
I really hope they do, and I hope they don't stop it because of the technology and the way that things have gone.
Yeah.
Or if they just view it as some kind of handheld experience. I don't think it is. People would play this on a massive console.
I could imagine it. I could definitely imagine it in the same vein. Obviously not with like all the, it's using the 3DS's tech, which doesn't exist now.
No.
Right? In the form of the Switch. But the Switch is way more powerful.
Right.
And it's a console experience. So I feel like you could design it around a console experience with the Pro Controller.
Absolutely.
And it would be great.
And to be honest, even like relying on AR, like detection, is not a bad route when it comes to modern games. Splatoon does it so perfectly.
I'm sorry, AR?
The motion control.
Motion control.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Relying on motion control, slight, finely tuned motion control is, I feel like with the Switch, is modernized in a way where it doesn't feel as wonky. It feels easy to implement. I played a lot of Splatoon 2, and that game is so hard to play without motion control, right?
Yes.
And there's other games like Tears of the Kingdom. It's essential, I believe, when it comes to playing this. But no one's complaining about it. No one's saying that it's like it feels like a novelty or some kind of little tiny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I absolutely think a sequel would fucking thrive on that on the Switch. Sakurai's come out and said that it's possible that it might never happen because the amount of money that they'd have to put into that series. And to be honest, it sold really well. I think it sold I couldn't tell you. You could look it up right now.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
But one of the worst parts is it sold lower than some other 3DS games. It sold lower than Yoshi's New Island.
Yeah, fuck that.
Fuck that. That's so fucking lame. That's lame. Something like that happens. But let me get into it a little bit more. Just in the realm of what I haven't been appreciating.
Can I ask you?
Please ask me.
I don't know if you were about to say this, but you mentioned the controls.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to go into. So there are some downsides to it. And to be honest, it sounds like all sunshine and rainbows. But to be honest, getting it started and getting into it was not. It was not. It was not sunshine. No rainbows either.
So learning curve.
The biggest difficulty was finding out how I was going to comfortably control this game. So a couple things. First off, the way that you control it, you use the stylus or the touchpad. You can use your finger if you want, but to be honest, the stylus is way better because it's not a touch screen. It's a point. What are those called? The point screens, like the It's not touch.
I don't know the name for it, but I think it's there's multi-touch display, right? Which is modernized with iPhones and whatnot.
Yes.
Which the 3DS does not have. You're absolutely right. It's a pressure. Yes. I think it's called capacitive touch.
Capacitive touch is exactly what it is. So I tried playing with my finger for a little bit, and it just wasn't working because I didn't want to hold a stylus, to be honest. I get enough cramps drawing.
No,
you know what I mean?
Get it. And that stylus is so tiny.
It's tiny.
You
on the
barely
screen.
Put enough pressure in the wrong place. It goes flying. You know what I mean?
Flying everywhere. So the way I'm picturing is visualize for the people out there the stick. The circle pad.
Yes.
The circle pad is really close to where you're supposed to press the fire button, and so your hand is going to be in a little tiny claw, right, for those times, and then your other hand is going to be in a stylus. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. See, that hand, that's going to be the way you hold it, right?
This is it.
That's how you hold it.
Yeah.
And so I kind of wrap my pinky around it. At first, really difficult to complete. To be honest, also, I have some issues with my 3DS XL. Momo spilt some water on it years ago when we first
I didn't know this?
Yeah, I didn't even mention it because it runs completely fine, except the back triggers don't really work, or you have to press them at a certain angle.
Are they kind of spongy? You don't really feel
no, they feel fine. I think it's just some hardware thing. They just got a little drowned out. However, I have the new Nintendo 3DS, which means they have other shoulder buttons. They have a ZL and a ZR, and both of them work perfectly. So normally,
thank God.
I know, seriously, normally you would have to use this, the circle pad, and then L. No. Yeah, L, right?
L.
And then, but instead I use ZL. So I was able to fix
You're working
those things.
around.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's also a little better, too, because it's like it's further in, right?
I agree.
So you're not like clawing it so much.
And I'm able to hold the 3DS better, if that makes sense, because my fingers wrapped around it instead of being on the edge of the 3DS.
Yeah, bro.
So it's wrapped around pressing the button. I recommend that for anyone who has a 3DS XL. Just use that button. That's way better because I feel like the holding is simpler.
Yeah. Well, can you not use the... I thought you could use the nub.
It's complicated. So the way that works is the nub has been turned into, for left-hand users, this was actually a big bit of controversy, was if you are left-handed, how the fuck are you supposed to play the game? Sakurai tried to implement a lot of things. You could use the buttons to move. The buttons were up like a D-pad, right?
Right, like the Switch.
Yes, exactly. And then use the other hand. They also literally invented the Circle Pad Pro, which was made for this game,
right,
because left-handed people wouldn't be able to play, or they'd have to play with the hand that they're non-dominant with, which you need to be quick with some of those things, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And so the circle pad, that nub, you can't use to control. It's if you move it, if I use it, it'll make Pit move. He'll like run forward and behind.
Why did I think that the Circle Pad Pro and the nub was like making it almost like FPS controls? That's never been a part of it.
It feels like it should be. Yes, it feels like it should be, and it isn't. It's not implemented in any way. The way that I have my controls set up, I switched it around a lot because there are some times when my hand starts cramping and I literally just need to like hold the 3DS like normal.
Yeah.
Which that is already alone. If you are dealing with that in a video game, you need to really like think, is this game worth playing? To be honest.
No.
And I've already thought that multiple times. If my hand is physically in pain and I have to do things to rest it, I've already thought, is this worth it? And I've come to the conclusion it absolutely is. It is so much fun, and it is such an incredibly made game. I'm sorry I'm talking about it so much.
No, dude,
but I've been playing it so much, and I even told the podcast before, I've been looking forward to talking about this entire time.
I'm so glad you brought it up, bro.
It's an incredible experience so far. I'm only on chapter 12 or 13.
Okay.
And I looked it up. There's 25. And I gotta say, even the reason I started this whole thing before I knew it was a Sakurai game was because of Dark Pit. Because for those who don't know, my main in Smash Bros. And has been for years now since Smash 4.
Yes, sir.
Is
when
Dark
I first
Pit.
met Joshi.
Yes, is Dark Pit. That's who I play. And I just gotta say, I love him more.
Good.
The whole thing with him, and I'll explain it a little bit because he's my favorite character, is that he was created the way that the Underworld Army is able to create so many villains that you fight is using this mirror that like is able to duplicate all of them and create different versions of them. And I
think I see where this is going.
Yes, they work for the Underworld Army. So Pit he's what's it called? He's ordered to destroy it, right?
Okay.
And while he destroys it, this duplicate copy of him comes out. And because Pit is the way he is, follows orders, believes in Palutena, all these things, Dark Pit is the exact opposite. And so right off the gate, Pandora is like the person who creates it is like, all right, now you're gonna do my bidding, and he literally just no effort kills her in like one hit. Yeah. And he's like, I'm not listening to a single thing anyone, like, I'm not listening to you. What are you talking about? And then he starts fighting with you and then fighting against you. And he's just like such a wild card because Pit is he is the exact opposite of Pit. He's this mirror version of Pit, where Pit, the entire time you're listening to everything Lady Palutena says, everything, you take all that, invert it, and you become Dark Pit. And that's what Dark Pit is.
That's crazy. And isn't Pit like really old too?
I mean, yeah, he's like an angel.
Yeah,
so like he's
so
like
they're like
he's like
much
older.
Like yeah. So Dark Pit's like he's also like there was some factoid of like how young he is.
Well,
right?
he was just born.
Yeah.
In the creation, like he was created, and through his creation, he's like, yeah, I don't like Pit, I don't like Palutena, I don't like like the underworld. I don't like anything. I'm going to do my own thing. And I just love it. He shows up in and out of the story in ways that are like so interesting. And I just, and also his voice acting is so good and he's edgy. Yeah, and it's just, love it. I love it so much. I love it. So I have a love for Dark Pit more than when I started.
Yeah, hell yeah. I probably will too because like.
Are you planning on playing it?
I honestly no. It's on my permanent backlog. You know what I mean?
Good.
But I feel like I have so many other games I need to play. No, I don't know if I'll ever get there. But I want to hear like from you your firsthand experience and everything I already know from Smash and all like those quotes that are ingrained in my head. Yes. And doesn't he have some like winning quote too where like it's like something making fun of like it's not like I was born yesterday or something like that or
it's not a winning quote but
or he's got a quote in game then?
I don't really know what you're talking about.
I thought he had like some quote.
Could be from Smash 4.
I don't even know how to read.
That's Pit.
That's Pit.
So I haven't even gotten to it yet, but Pit doesn't know how to read. And so Sakurai there's so many little references that are put in. And it makes me want to do all of Palutena's guidance. Because they got the same voice actors. And they're doing all the witty remarks that they do in the game in Smash 4. And they brought it to Ultimate. So it's every character who was in Smash 4. Yeah. They have an entire conversation around. It's just like Snake's
Wait, how do you access this? I don't know what you're talking about.
You have to play as, I think, Pit. Yeah. And you like press a certain thing. Or maybe it's Pit on Palutena's temple. I'm going to have to find out how on Palutena's temple. Tell me. Yeah. If you're Pit versus the other person, you can press a certain button that will call upon Palutena's guidance. And so if it's a new character from Smash Ultimate or a character who was in Melee or you know whatever who was in Brawl who got cut, right? Yeah. She won't have anything to say about it. So she'll literally say something like I don't really recognize this fighter. But they decided instead of bringing the voice actors back or like cutting it because it would be too expensive, he brought it back and then limited to the things that were in Smash 4. Wow. But because it was made around that time, Sakurai wanted to give as much representation into the series as he could. For sure. And I love it.
Wow,
I just think it's so good. Yeah. I'll wrap it up now though because that was
to be continued.
That it is literally I was just playing it yesterday, so I'm gonna
I'm gonna be done soon, and I'll keep you posted. I pulled up while you were talking about it too, like the series, and the Metacritic score. The Metascore of Icarus specifically,
the original,
88.
Okay.
Yeah, Uprising. Sorry, not the original. Uprising, okay. The 3DS one. No. The original, it had like a 40 something. Yes. Yeah, it was pretty low. So you're absolutely right. No, 88 on Metacritic, which is really good. No, that is good. That's official score, not the user score too. Yeah. And I think the user score was in the 90s too. If I already pulled
to be honest, the only reason this game would ever like lose points is because of the controls. For sure. I think that it is one of the most fun games out there. It's just so hard to access.
For sure.
Know what I mean?
Yeah. No, but I feel like if you're like in that, because I can't remember. I mean, I played like the first or 2 levels from that game, and I remember having that mindset of like, okay, if I'm playing this game, I got to be in the zone because of how. Like, this isn't like a casual 3DS game. This is like I need to sit down.
Some people set it on their desk and have like a setup.
Dude, maybe I literally did that. You might have. Because it cramped my hands so much.
They sold that thing that platform you could put your 3DS.
My
remember that?
Gosh, I do. Yeah. I do. And you could charge, right?
Yes, you could charge with it. It had the charger that would... Wait, where was the charger back then? Oh, it was on the corner? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It sat right here so you could have it on your desk and play it, and you wouldn't have to hold it.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So, crazy, bro.
Crazy stuff.
But the series, it started in Japan in 1986.
Yes.
On the original Famicom. Yeah. So, then apparently there was a Game Boy Advance title, but that only came out in Japan. Ah. And that was in 2004.
I never knew about this. With
I didn't
and
either.
Everything?
So it just says for the releases, it just had the NES and the Famicom, the Game Boy Advance, and the 3DS. And that's all the series is gone.
I got you. I also wanted to say something. It's a little bit like...
it was actually... I'm sorry to interject.
You're good.
The Game Boy Advance re-release was one of those You know how like they did like the Super Mario World?
Oh, it was like a remake.
It was one of those.
Yeah.
And it was only released in Japan, and it was a part of the Famicom mini disc system selection.
Yeah.
So it was kind of their own like version of it.
Gotcha.
It looks like even the Virtual Console in Japan. So there you go. So ultimately, though, like you're 100% right. Like, so it started in like '86, and then the next game.
Yeah.
Did Sakurai do the original?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't, but he absolutely took this over. I did want to mention though, last thing, it's kind of a little meta, and I really love it because they'll mention things where they're like not a lot, but just like kind of space in there. It's really funny too. I forgot to mention that. It's hilarious. It's probably one of the funniest Nintendo games.
Well, you mentioned is a lot of banter and
a lot
it's like,
of just
anime-esque.
Funny. I think it's funnier than anime because it just feels like a comedy. It feels like they're constantly like making jokes on something, like modern jokes, and even just like making jokes like Palutena like said, oh no, we don't do that in this game. Like little stuff like that.
Yeah, very meta.
Very meta. And then there'll be parts where like they'll show on the bottom screen, they'll show what the old version of the enemy looked like on the NES version. And I remember when you saw Medusa for the first time, it was like it showed Medusa, and he was like, wow, she looks a lot less pixelated than I remember. And so like they treat it like it's just such a funny little thing. So that's what I gotta say on Kid Icarus Uprising. I want to say a couple more things to catch you up.
Yeah, catch me up.
But I'll try and keep it as brief as possible.
Do what you gotta do, bro.
That's facts.
Yeah, it has been early today, so I'm feeling good.
It has been a whole week.
It has been a whole week. Me and the audience need to know.
That's right. Maybe I'll just go into it. How about that?
Go into it.
So I've been really digging into Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Shit.
So I finished all 4 movies. I have there is a lot to them, and it is like some of the visuals in the final movie and like in the final parts. It's so funny because I remember watching it and I was like, am I like did I inhale something?
Yeah.
Because it's crazy. Like I don't want to say too much because I genuinely want you to watch it, but there's just some visuals where I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? I will say it's Neon Genesis, the original, because I feel like the original really touched me in a way that I can't really explain in a I don't know, in a strange way, where I kind of saw the flaws of these characters and I really related to a lot of them, and some of their like kind of like deep down like loneliness that they feel in their heart. I really understood it. Not even loneliness of like there aren't people around, but in the sense of like there are things that you need to handle in your own self, and if you don't, you are slowly self-destructing yourself by not focusing on those things, if that makes sense.
It does. No, definitely. So, letting go. We've talked about that.
Letting
Offcast
go.
a lot. Like,
Absolutely.
If you don't, this whole idea of like everything is within, like there's nothing actually anxiety you have or like these deep tormenting things that stick with you for years.
Right.
It's not present anymore. It literally doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Only in your mind.
Absolutely.
Right. And so
Absolutely.
like letting go of that power over you, that stuff just hits me so deep. So
I think you will have a very good experience watching it. It might hurt a lot, to be honest, because focusing on those things. Another huge part is, and what I feel like a huge theme is instead of running away from those things, really dealing with them, even painful things like the idea of feeling abandoned from maybe a past relationship or your childhood or something like that. Feeling of abandonment, trying to consistently run away, even in more mental ideas by being hard on yourself or hard on others, like running away from this sense of happiness or even self-loathing to a sense where you are consistently miserable and you're avoiding all the reasons to focus on it because it does hurt. And so there's some interesting quotes that stick in my brain with Shinji saying, and he's like, he said something like, what's wrong with like running away from something that hurts me? Like, what's wrong with that? And just everything that like connects. It's just really heavy stuff. And so I was really, really like, once it ended, I wanted more, and I really wanted there to be something that kind of, supplemented what I was feeling at the time. And those movies, I think, are essential to the story. Yeah. Because I think that it goes a lot more in another direction, and it feels a lot more modern mecha than the original 90s show does. But to be honest, I believe that's for a reason, and I believe that the creator is saying something about the story. And that's all you can really ask for when it comes to stories, is that the creator is doing something to your mind, even subconsciously, making you feel ways or making you believe that something's going a certain direction. Yes. And I loved it. I thought it was so incredible.
Oh my gosh.
I would say the ending is definitely one that you need to watch a breakdown on YouTube to become. And just finished the movies last night, and I watched a couple hour-long YouTube videos on it, and there's a lot to it, but I think I understand the purpose of it. So yeah, and
that's amazing.
As of this morning, I just restarted Neon Genesis Evangelion. I don't know if I'll watch a lot of it. But I just rewatched the first episode, and I just love it.
Yeah, you're in.
I just love it. I just think it's incredible.
Do you see parallels with like Xenoblade 1 and 2 in there?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I would
just
say
because like that was something like I heard of Neon Genesis.
Yes.
I keep wanting to call it Evangelion as the name of the anime for some reason instead of Neon Genesis, but
it's called Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Right. I just have it like backwards in my mind. I'm like, Evangelion's the name. Anyways, Neon Genesis, that is like the biggest comparison I've always seen on community forums or Reddit or YouTube comments comparing Xenoblade to something, and telling this like this grander, deeper level story, much like I can't remember the guy's name, but AOT, right?
Yes.
And being able to tell this without telling you, but telling you and making you feel what they want to convey. It's and if they can do it in like this right way, dude.
It also becomes, you're right, when it does that, it also becomes infinitely replayable and infinitely like more complex to it too. You know?
Dude,
so,
you're getting me amped up. I'm not lying.
I'm just saying it's our cup of tea. I'll say it. It's the kind of stuff that we have loved about AOT, and considering also it is the grandfather to all of these ideas. And so I think
honestly, I don't think Xenoblade would exist.
It absolutely wouldn't, especially the plot points with like a huge one for me that sticks out that I think would be okay if you keep in mind is the idea of Klaus and what he represents as a human tampering with this
like God power,
and ability, which to a degree we don't know if it is truly divine, if it's alien, if it's like extremely powerful, like source of like the multiverse, or we don't know.
It's all
what
implied.
it is. But the idea is that man should not tamper with that, or that idea of what would become from a man who tampers with the abilities of God. And that whole theme is heavy on a Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's so good. And also you can call it Evangelion. That's what Evangelion. That's what a lot of people call it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, okay. It's just the original series because I like to distinct it, because the Rebuild series is the 4 movies. And then the first movie. So the Rebuild is called Evangelion. All the crazy titles that it has. The first one's called Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Oh,
so that was just
the second series. It's not called Neon Genesis. It's not called Neon Genesis,
and you won't find that out until the end of the last movie on why it's not called that.
They even explain it? Crazy. Oh my gosh!
It's crazy. Like everything that like is insane. Like every like little plot point of like. And this is one of the reasons why I almost now am excited, because I feel like Final Fantasy is doing what Neon Genesis has already done. The way they did the remake series, I think they're doing it the way that Neon Genesis did it back in like 2007.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which excites me because then I'm like, I might be more interested in the Final Fantasy games than I thought, because that Rebuild series is just set up so interesting.
Bro.
The first movie is set up like a remake. It's set up like a remake.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that.
But it just changes.
And I think last time we talked that you only saw the first movie. Or
and I think I started the second.
Yeah,
I started it, and and I was like, there's already.
I genuinely, dude, I'm so happy you divulged into this and you feel the way you do about it, because I specifically before diving into Xenoblade 3.
Yes.
Because I think you will not even, like, just kind of knowing the little bit I do.
Yeah.
I feel like you will appreciate Xenoblade 3 and the entirety of the Xenoblade Chronicles story so much more now. Yeah. Knowing you might even be tempted to just restart Xenoblade 1 and 2, but definitely play 3 before you do that. I was
going to say, I already want to so bad.
I know.
And I don't even know.
I knew it.
It seriously is. It feels like the grandfather to a lot of. It is the grandfather to the original even tropes of anime of, like, I forget what they're called, but what's the girl who's like mean to the main character.
Sure, the trope.
Yeah, that trope.
I don't know. And like, if there's a name for
the
it.
Quiet
in my head, but
side character girl who like. All those
the edgy side character is cooler than the main character.
All of those tropes are created by Neon Genesis Evangelion, and it's really funny because those characters are much more complex. They are infinitely complex in Neon Genesis, and it feels like they've taken the surface level version of what they present themselves to be without the depth on why they are that way, because of it being this grandfather to so much media. I believe it to truly be the grandfather to, like, a lot of the things we're loving right now. This whole idea of the Final Fantasy remake, this whole idea of Xenoblade that we love, and even AOT, and the way that even all these other mechs have, like, tried to make something like this.
Yes.
It is Neon, like, that's it. That's at the start of it. So,
I even, Code Geass, it gives me some vibes from that, too.
Yeah, I bet you when I watch that, everything that I've heard about, like, even the last episode being super important, it being a mech, but not really, like, that being the main focus completely, sounds like
and you don't know who's the real enemy. AOT in there, too.
Absolutely
even, like, just the awe factor for me, not to get really deep on it, but, like, Code Geass is, like, literally last 5 minutes. Like, it's just one of those experiences where your mind will go from it'll do a complete flip on its head 5 minutes before those credits roll. Then the credits roll, you'll probably be crying and be like, what the fuck just happened?
Absolutely.
You know?
No,
like one of those, like what you're saying, where you immediately, now you want to rewatch the entire thing. Straight away.
No, so, I'm totally with
Joshy, was there anything else you wanted to touch on? Anything else, like life going good? Work's going
life's good. Work's good. I kind of have plans. I want to start maybe trade school soon.
Really?
Focus on like a career of something, or just go to straight up community college. Like I especially like working the job I'm at. It's really good, but I don't want to be in even just the service industry forever, or in some kind of like food industry. Even if it is good money, I think I would want a more stable job in my future, I suppose. And I don't know what that looks like yet,
man.
But I'm thinking about that. And then, so I'm
that's
thinking
hype.
about that. I know, it's really good.
This is the first time hearing of it, bro. For everyone out there, that's amazing, man.
Fuck, I just remembered one more thing.
Tell me.
Really quick.
Real quick. Yeah, meme of our podcast.
I know.
Real quick.
So true. I started Pal World.
My gosh. You know what? Actually, let's save Pal World, because it made news headlines. We'll just say
you got a news article? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
We'll dive into Pal World.
Good.
Is that cool?
Perfect.
When we get there?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I just don't want to not talk about it.
We have to talk about Pal World, because it's blowing the fuck up, bro.
It's already blowing
in fact,
the fuck up.
I literally got an email this morning when I woke up. I have I don't know if you've ever seen this. It's like a newsletter from a news publication, kind of like Time Magazine.
Oh, yeah.
But they just send it to your inbox.
Oh,
So it's called Morning Brew. Okay. So I just always look at the Morning Brew. It covers everything. It's like the biggest news, world news, stocks, whatever. The headline of the Morning Brew this morning was Pokemon with guns.
Yeah.
I literally I'm like, oh my gosh, it's made it.
Right. It absolutely is.
Because it launched less than a week ago?
Mm-hmm.
Or about a week ago now?
Yeah. Maybe a little less, to be honest.
I think last week was when we announced it launched. So it's right around that. Yeah, possibly, right. Yeah. About less than a week. Crazy, man.
Crazy stuff.
Joshie, I wanted to catch you up real quick because I did have some things go down.
Please.
Yeah. Over my weekend. So work's been nuts. It slowed down a little bit this last weekend because of the rain. It's been kind of shitty weather.
It's been raining
off and on.
so much.
Yeah, bro. I didn't even work at all on Sunday because
it's raining right now.
Yeah, it rained all day.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not raining tomorrow. Which I mean, to be honest, as much as I enjoy and love taking a day off work, I am broke. I need to
that's
work,
both of us,
and
brother.
this is the season, so I don't want to waste any time.
I'm with you.
Mean? So hopefully weather's looking good. I mean, next week weather's looking really good.
What's the weather looking
70s.
Like? Okay.
Yeah, bro.
I'll take
that.
Yeah,
yeah. Especially Thursday and Saturday. Those are the days
I'm loving that.
Working outside. So over the weekend though, it was Kendall's dad's 50th birthday.
Okay.
So we had
oh my god, wait, I knew that.
Big celebration. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, you guys caught up and you guys were talking about it.
She did,
right?
but also I think she posted on social media.
She did. Yeah. She did. Yeah, so absolutely. Yeah. So it was really cool because we knew when we went up to Washington for Christmas, we talked with her dad's name's Chris, right? And so Chris's mom, Chris's sister, and they were all coming here without telling him. It was going to be a surprise.
What?
All he knew was that his sister Karen was coming. So cool. Some other people ended up coming. They came to the bar. Oh, yeah. They all had a good time. Yeah. It was honestly a lot of fun. And then I wanted to share a short story.
Share it.
Kendall had this was a first for me. With everything I've been through in my last relationship which you know, and you were there for that.
I was there for that.
Kendall definitely blacked out at my bar on Thursday night.
Oh yes. My god, how do you know?
And not to totally out her because that
is a total outing.
It is it's so funny in hindsight. But she is rightfully never allowed to do that ever again.
Allowed to black out at your bar?
My bar. Oh my gosh. There's all we talked about it there's all this pressure from me and all these things, but it was kind of crazy. Looking back, I was like, damn, she probably had 12 shots.
So here's the thing. I just want to explain to the audience out there. Yeah. Most people, I think, listening know who Kendall is.
Yes.
But if there's a chance that you don't, this girl really can handle her alcohol.
Yes.
And so
and she doesn't black out.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
If anything, she's the most sober every time we drink.
Oh, yeah.
And she can she's yeah, I just had half a bottle of tequila. And then she's good, and she's putting people to sleep, taking care of everybody.
Total mom mode.
This
is very out of place.
I was gonna say, to my mind, I can't even imagine the amount of alcohol she would have to consume in order to be blackout drunk.
For sure, and
or if she didn't,
I feel genuinely
something.
Her gauge for self-control, for saying no, for where she's at, it's so high.
Absolutely,
but she definitely made exceptions because it was her dad's birthday. That's, and so I couldn't even be upset at all.
It
was very funny, and it's one of the best memories I think I have looking back at my bar.
That's so
for real.
Good.
And it ended up more details later, but like I said, I don't really want to out her, so I'm not going to give much info here. Sure. It was just a really funny incident.
Yeah.
And I ended up taking care of her. She puked in my car.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
yes, bro. And that, oh my gosh, and she was so I'm okay, I'm gonna walk away because I gotta get you a towel, I gotta get you a bucket. Please do not throw up in the car. And she's sitting in it, but she can't hold herself upright, so I'm kind of have her propped.
Right.
In the 1 minute, I ran away and got the rag and came back. The car door is here. Yeah, I'll draw you a little picture.
Was the car door closed?
No, it was open. It was open. And it was here's the door open, here's the car,
These are your famous pictures.
It all just made it right here. Here's the seat, by the way. You know what I mean? So it's all just pooled. I'm sorry. Here's the front of the car.
Yes.
It is a terrible car now.
Oh, so the door's open.
Door's open. This is like she's sitting here. This is where it all ended up, if that makes sense.
Is that on the front seat?
This is like in the front seat, and then like this is the railing, like underneath, like you know how like there's a rail there and stuff.
So what did you do?
We were well, to be honest, like she was in no state to like do anything like at all, and the smell, like I don't care how many times you cleaned up puke, the smell
can't do it.
Never ever, like I can never get used to that. It never gets better. So
how could you get used to that,
dude? That's what I'm saying.
I mean, unless you're like a parent. Oh.
Yeah, and you know it was like the end of like a crazy work day too. Yeah. So ended up like the next. She felt terrible in the morning. She tries to go and take care of it. She's like, I'm gonna get it detailed. I've only done so much. I went in with a like butter knife and I would wrap it in a paper towel. I did this for like 2 hours. I went through a whole roll of paper towels where I like took that knife and it was all sponged and it would go through underneath like the rail to the car where you like can't even fit your finger, and it would just scrape and budge it in every corner I possibly could and got pretty much everything out.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's rough.
It was an experience. That is to be honest. Yeah, it was wild.
I hate cleaning up vomit.
Yeah,
but it's also like it's an essential
for sure.
If you're going to even just drink, you know, you have to be ready to experience that
for sure.
You know what I mean? Which is why a lot of people prefer smoking or prefer other things.
Oh yeah,
and why drinking is kind of like, I don't know if I want to do that, because that comes with the territory.
Definitely, man.
To be completely honest.
and if you're entering that territory, you've probably been on that side.
Oh, you've been on the other side, absolutely.
Right. Yes. And so
absolutely. Yeah.
I really felt like too, like
that's such a funny story.
If I would, thank you, bro. Hilarious. Dude, it was really funny. Like,
it's so funny thinking of it as Kendall because, like, you know, I can't even almost picture that. To be honest, because she's usually taking care of everyone else.
To be honest, I'll tell you some stuff off cast because there's a lot more to the story. Maybe even it might even be some like Patreon exclusive. We'll see.
Oh God, that's horrible. Hey Kendall, we're using your
with her permission, of
drunken
course.
Story for Patreon.
You know what? Maybe I'll just bring her on. I'll have her tell it.
That's
how about that?
Yeah.
But you know, she doesn't remember any of it. This is also a really funny part. You know.
Yeah.
But you know, something that I wanted to tell you is like just from the combos that you and I have had like on cast about stuff about like responsibility and stuff from Vinland Saga. I really felt like within me it was like I've been in this situation before.
Oh, absolutely.
With previous girlfriends, previous friends.
Yeah.
Like, what am I going to do right now? Am I going to like rip her a new one
and be
as
angry?
soon as she's like sober and all these things? Yeah, because you know, like, so the first question I asked her the next day was like, what do you remember? And she didn't remember like so much.
Wait,
pretty much.
You left the car with the vomit in it?
The only other time I left Kendall after I walked away for that.
No.
What do you mean?
After she threw up.
Yes.
Did you guys go home and go to sleep?
Well, kind of, because a lot more happened.
Okay.
It probably took an hour and a half to 2 hours for us to actually leave.
After that?
Yes. I was the only person, like, really working at the bar. The bar was closed, you know? Yeah. So I had to handle it best I could. It was really rough because it was my job. I was curious on the
timeline. I just didn't know if you, if right after that happened, you drove home, got out, went to bed, woke up in the morning, then cleaned it. I was
basically what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, like cleaned up like the stuff I really obviously could.
Yeah.
You know, like sludge, whatever.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Sludge.
You know,
oh my
sludge.
God,
yeah, without getting too graphic. But no, like,
you guys are eating
know,
right
like,
now. I hope
so,
no one's eating.
Like, I just really was like, you know, like, I've been in this situation before.
Yeah, of course.
What do I want here? What's my goal? My goal is, like, in this relationship as a man is to take care of my woman, no matter what.
Right.
So how can I do that?
Right.
And like, really, the way I wanted to like go about it was like not making her feel guilty, not literally. You know, we talked about like the holding on to things, Neon Genesis.
Absolutely.
Literally within myself that night. Letting it go.
Yeah.
So then the next day, like, it's already good.
Absolutely.
It's already been forgiven. You know, like, we're already...
I think that's a great way to do it.
And most of the best, funniest stories come from shitty situations or a circumstance that was wild, right?
Absolutely.
And I want to look back on her dad's 50th birthday as a fat, like, funny weekend.
Yeah,
you know what
absolutely.
I mean? A meme.
I think that is the responsibility of any person, is to take care of, I mean, especially a man, to be honest, because that's what I am. You know, I can't really speak for the female experience as well. Right. But at least for me, I feel like I've been put in a lot of situations before where, you know, you are frustrated. You know, in that situation, you were frustrated, but what is the important takeaway from that situation, and what is your responsibility too? Is it your role to be angry and to be upset? Is that who you want to be? Probably not. No. You know what I mean? Yeah. So why let that be the way that you handle that situation? So I always, even if I am like upset, you know, I'll make sure that it is not like shown or even directed towards the other person. You know, because I had something similar with, I'm actually not going to say our friend's name, but I Ubered home with one of our friends, and she threw up. I think I told you this story. Did I tell you about this? She threw up outside the window of the Uber car in the back seat. And so I had to get out when we got here. We got home, and I had to get out and clean like the whole thing, like detailed it as best I could. Was apologizing to the Uber. Like,
were they pissed?
No, he was actually really cool about it.
Really?
Yeah, he was. Wow. He was really cool about it. If he was angry, I don't know how I would have handled it. I think I would have been a little bit more like stressed. You know what I mean? Definitely. But he was so cool about it. But yeah, that it's those. And in that situation, it was like, I am a little frustrated, but is that the important thing right now?
Right.
And no, it's not.
Yeah. Right. So, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could say a lot more about it too, because there's something to say too about like, if a situation happens once and the intention was not purposeful or malicious, then there shouldn't be a problem in those situations because it never happened before. Right. So why would you take? I've made the mistake before of taking an approach of like, this can't happen again, like almost like coming down like no boundary, but it's never happened before, so you don't really need to approach it that way.
Absolutely. You know? I completely agree.
Yeah. Completely agree. So anyways, let's move on here. I wanted to tell you that I was really excited with work. It was the first time like really like I invested like just around like $200 into stuff for the back bar, like my own gear and kind of like things, personalizing it, right? Yeah. So I bought like LED strips on here. I'll give you another little drawing. So this is my outside bar right here.
These drawings shall be sold to the Patreon sponsors if they would like.
Absolutely. I'll have a little pictograph going. So this is like my outside bar, okay? Yes. It's pretty freaking long, okay? It's one big slab.
It's as long as a car.
Yeah. Yes, it is, baby. It's longer than a car.
Is it actually?
This is probably like me. Like, for scale, there's my head. So I can probably fit like, there's like 12 bar stools there and stuff. And then I have a gap. And so the way that we've had the bar started to be set up as of like 2 months ago, beginning this season, is making a well, because you know how a lot of like bar wells, they'll either be like a whole area with mats, and then sometimes there's like built-in rails, right? Yes. There's none of that. It's very like, my boss wants it to be like casual looking bar. So I put up where like a rail would be, I put up these LED strips, right? That go straight down it. Then I put up a sign right above it with Lene. I did this all with Lene, by the way, right? Like, this is definitely a dual effort. Right. And she's so dope because she's like able to like get anything.
Shout out Lene.
Shout out Lene, love lady, baby. But yeah, she'll make it happen. She so we have like order here signs like hanging up. I just have this I like the last thing that I didn't even get by the time I like brought all this last week was this rainbow LED bar, kind of like what we have at our parties. Oh, that just is flashing like a constant stream of rainbow. Oh, that's cool. Because people like don't see it. You know, it's like I've been trying to like enforce it, and I'm like, all right, we need to up the visibility
of what
immensely of like the order well.
The sign?
Because if how things went before this year and without people following a structured system, it's fucking chaos.
Just chaotic.
It's like, here's all the bar seats, and then as the night just starts like flooding, you know, I mean, just for reference, we had like $4,000 in sales in the back bar just like in the evening time that day. Right. So with that happening, it's not just like the bar patrons. There's also a massive line/crowd that's just chaotic out, and back behind that, there's all these tables out here, bro. You know, so there's a whole like kind of like
there's a car
patio and a car. Let's move the car out of here, okay? It's driving away. The vomit. Goodbye. Wow. So people would just come here, start stacking in the most chaotic, random order, and everyone's just loud or be like, I just need a beer, bro. Unmanageable chaos. Okay. So I'm like, I'm going to heavily enforce a structured system with an organized line, order in one spot. Hey, you want to pick up food? You want to bypass the order line? That's okay. You can stand right at the end of the bar where normally I don't want anyone standing, but you can stand right there if you're just picking up food.
You're just getting food.
Yeah.
Is there a sign there that says
there is. It says pick up here, like right above.
Wow.
So
did you implement all of this, or was this an idea that your manager had that you built?
This was all implemented by me.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah, and backed up by Lene, which like feels amazing, you know, and then backed up by my manager after, like her basically being like, sure, I don't care, it's your area, set it up how you want.
Yeah.
So I just feel like I was really excited going into the weekend. There was this really funny feeling. I remember feeling it and literally being like, I want to talk to Josh about this on the podcast. And then I'll kind of wrap up our intro section here. It's getting lengthy, but
that's true.
The thought I had was like, I came in with all this stuff in boxes.
Yes.
And there's a lot more stuff too. There's like, we have a huge fat fucking ice machine. A huge ice machine.
Yeah.
Like, remember like that Vista size ice machine?
Oh my
God. It's also tall and it's old as tits, right? So the top of it is like a big kind of metal thing that covers the guts on the inside. That has not been up. Like the cover of it has been off for years.
What?
So it's disgusting. It's an eyesore, bro. It's like all these like tubing and like all this stuff, and like I just get like customers asking me about it on a daily basis.
Really?
Like, why is it like that? Like, I don't fucking know, bro. It just is. So I bought a tarp, a massive tarp that hangs right over the top of it, so you can't see it anymore.
It looks better.
So much better.
No one asked you
Oh
anymore?
my gosh. Well, I only tried it for over the weekend for a couple of days, so so far so good. Yeah, people have been like, oh, now people are like, really nice.
Why is there a tarp right there?
Yeah, bro. But as I'm putting up like the LEDs and all this stuff, I'm going into the weekend. So excited. Thursday I start my weekend, right? Or my work week.
Yes.
And I wasn't able to get anything set up because we were floored. I was feeling just a little off my game.
Yeah.
Like for whatever reason. And then come into Friday and I still couldn't because we were still busy.
Yeah.
So I ended up like staying all night Friday till like 2 a.m. setting up. I like finally getting like the LED strips in, like all this stuff.
Yeah.
And got it all set up like as much as I possibly could. I even bought like new pour spouts for all the bottles in the back.
Wow.
Like just kind of got everything rehashed, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like myself at work until Saturday after the stuff had already been set up. And I kind of was like a little down about it and kind of had this like internal thought while I was at work of, was I like so excited to get this set up that I almost felt like I couldn't get in my zone until I got it set up? Do you know what I mean?
I do.
I just had that thought.
Like, was it kind of controlling a lot of what you were like your the way that you were kind of acting and feeling?
Yeah, like I felt like any time I had downtime, like on like Thursday or Friday, I like couldn't think about anything else other than trying to sneak in some more setup. Yeah. And trying to like get it going.
Sure.
You know?
No, I do.
Yeah.
So you weren't really completely yourself, you know?
It was strange because something that, you know, like was meant to be like so positive. I was so excited about it. But because it was almost like I built up like an expectation.
Yes.
And because I couldn't execute that in the time that I selfishly wanted to.
Right.
I was like a little disappointed.
Yeah.
So I wasn't like fully myself.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it makes complete sense.
I feel a lot better though. And like knowing that now, I'm like, all right, I'm going to definitely never plan to do that again.
Like set up something like that?
Yeah. Or like come in and be like, I'm going to do this like at work at this time and set myself up for like, you know, disappointment. So, anyways, I'll move on. I just wanted to say the last thing here is The Pokewalker, right?
Oh,
I don't know if we talked about this on cast. Did I talk about modding the Pokewalker at all last week?
We didn't talk about that, any of that at all. I haven't heard anything
Sweet. This is real quick, to be honest.
Yes.
The Pokewalker. Real quick. Yeah. The Pokewalker is the biggest issue I have with it after having it for like about a month now.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. I love it for like this like very big reason of like I feel like I'm playing Pokemon Go all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't actually have to play Pokemon Go all the time, and I don't want to play Pokemon Go all the time.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like sucked into a never.
Or on your screen all the time.
All day. No. No. So, the device is amazing, especially if you're going on those walks and it's just catching for me.
Yes.
However, the vibration inside that Pokewalker is insane. It's like the loudest, like basically like, you know, it goes through like a whole catch thing. So, like, while it's in my pocket or my bag, even in my bag, right? It's like off to the side. Pokemon appears. It's like, and then tries to catch it. It like vibrates 4 times after you catch it, right? So it has all this happening, and after like 2 days of it, Kendall's like, I'm not gonna lie, that thing is driving me insane, you know? And I'm like, no, me too.
Believe it.
Me too. Like it's obnoxiously loud.
Yeah.
This is such a Nintendo thing. This is unreal. First of all, you can't connect the Pokewalker via, like, I can't, like, turn it on right now, turn on Bluetooth mode, and just connect it to a Bluetooth device like my iPad or your phone. It only connects via Bluetooth within Pokemon Go or Pokemon Sleep.
Oh, my goodness.
Through, like, their own in-app Connect Now.
Yeah.
And it works flawlessly. Like, if I pull up Pokemon Go, it's a little, like, Pokeball icon. If I press that, it'll connect almost instantly. It's kind of awesome.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Dude,
I didn't have a device that would only exclusively connect to an app and not like Bluetooth.
Yes.
I guess that's a thing, right?
So,
because
right? Like, but I'd never seen it implemented quite in this way. I've seen Apple stuff, right? Where it's like, okay, that only works in this way with Apple. Yeah. I get it. But what I mean by like Nintendo thing is like, or a Pokemon thing, something I've just never seen before that makes it with really weird stipulations for control.
Yes.
So go into the settings here. Okay, if I look at my Bluetooth, you can see that the Pokewalker is like not connected, right? Right. So go into the game. You can see it's grayed out, right? It's gonna like connect real quick here. Yeah. So as soon as that wheel's done spinning, I can press connect. Connecting. Boom. Connected. Now if I go to my Bluetooth settings.
Where's the Pokewalker though?
It shows up.
Oh, what?
But unlike any other Bluetooth device I've ever seen, you can't click on the little like information eye where you can see like the device type or anything, or you can forget it. You can't do any of that. It's like locked. That's wild. Within the software. Wow. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is.
The second.
Where's the Pokewalker?
Oh, it's chilling right here in my bag.
Can I hold it?
Yeah, please. It feels really nice to hold.
That's real nice to hold.
The second thing is that there is a built-in silent mode into this Pokewalker. Oh. So to do it, you would hold the top button.
What is that, like the power button?
If you press it, it's actually not. You can't turn the device off.
So how does it sleep?
Sleep?
Yeah.
It like when it disconnects from like the app, it like goes into low power mode.
So you have to hold this?
You would hold this, and then you would press this button, and you hear a little ding.
Yeah.
That means silent mode's off now.
Wait, do it again.
Press it. Here.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Now it's on?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
Except the silent mode, it turns off the vibration and the sound. It only does that for Pokemon Sleep. For Pokemon Go, you cannot turn off the volume, lights, or vibration at all.
So what have you been doing?
So I opened her up yesterday.
Yeah.
As careful as I possibly could. You definitely cannot tell I opened that up.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah. So I opened it up, found the vibration motor, clipped it.
You cut it off?
Cut it. So the motor's still in there, but it has no vibration now.
So it still works though?
100%. In fact, it'll actually have a better battery life because it's not transmitting anything to a...
What about the sound?
Rumble motor. Sound still works. You heard it, right?
I guess I did,
yeah. Do it. Hear it? Here, put it to the mic. Do a little sound.
Yeah. Little sound check.
Hear that?
Hear that, guys?
So,
that's cool.
I used it for my alarm clock this morning with Pokemon Sleep, so it still works, just no vibration.
And but does it make sound when it catches Pokemon, or no?
No, it doesn't. It's so only the light flickering. I can turn on Pikachu's voice. You did surgery on
this thing, man.
Dude, I did. And you know what? I'm so glad I did.
I mean, I think that's like a sad downside, you know?
Yes.
It's like,
right.
Vibrations already annoy me so much.
Yes, bro.
I get a phone call.
Yes.
I'm like, I need to open that as quickly as I
possibly.
Dude. I think it's because we've been conditioned by our alarm clocks, which are vibrating. You know what I mean?
Probably.
I think vibrations like that come from a device are naturally, to the modern day human, like a natural enemy. You know what I mean?
Completely agree.
Because it wakes you from your sleep. It's made to alarm you. It's literally made to alarm you. Or it's made in some way to get your attention in a way that...
It just instantly gives you anxiety. You hear it in a movie ever, or a show.
Oh, absolutely.
And you hear the vibration. You can't feel it.
Like,
and you instantly kind of get like...
Don't like it.
Oh.
I think it has to do with the modern human and the way our sleep goes.
I think you're right.
Because I don't think vibrations really... like disturbed man when they had alarm clocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I highly doubt that it would be as irritating, at least I think.
I think you're
so
right.
The less vibration, the better.
Yeah.
Like.
No, to be honest.
Hey.
That's it, Joshy. Let's
Yay!
You want to dive into this episode, brother?
Let's
actually,
get
do you
the
mind if I
episode
take a little leaky?
I actually do mind, so no.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, let's get it.
We'll be right back.
Really?
All right, we are back. Joshy, let's get plugged in, brother.
Let's plug
real quick. Let's dive into this comprehensive and informative gaming podcast.
Whoa.
A little bit of anime.
That is a little bit.
Hell yeah.
A decent amount.
I would say.
Is it a gaming podcast, you think?
I'd say it's a really good divide between a gaming anime and passion podcast.
Yeah.
Disagree?
No, I agree.
Yeah?
I'm with it.
Yeah, okay.
I think one day we should branch off and do like an episode on Breaking Bad or something like that.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like something super like, or The Boys would be another really good one.
The Marvel MCU.
MCU would be cool, but it'd probably be a more negative video as of now. If we did one, we could rewatch the Infinity Saga and then we'll talk about how good it is.
Yes.
And then we'll watch the modern ones and talk about how dog shit.
Yeah.
Always something we could do.
Definitely.
So it's as of now more of like a gaming podcast, but the potential for anything.
Yes.
What do you think of that idea?
I love it. Yeah, with the potential. I'll restart. Let's dive into this comprehensive and informative gaming podcast where we talk about everything.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
That's right,
Composed of casual discussions, current events, and highlights our collective and creative interests.
That's right.
And our focus is on positive vibes and building a vibrant, engaging community.
That's right, baby.
Right, Joshy? Episodes drop every Friday at 5 a.m. approximately.
5 a.m.?
5 a.m., baby. That's when they go live. Yeah. And 5's good because I kind of consider like the start of the day, if you will, to be 4 a.m. You know what I mean?
4 a.m.?
Yeah, like not midnight. Like, like midnight technically be the next day.
Yeah, I
but
don't think of it.
I'm still on that night train, right? So like,
1 a.m. still, that's nighttime.
Yeah.
That's not the next day, I don't think.
Yeah.
2, same thing.
Yep.
3's
pushing
to be honest,
but it's just late.
The way I think of it, I think 5 is the starter of the day. I would say 4 a.m. is the nighttime morning.
Cusp.
Yes, the nighttime morning of the next day.
Yeah.
But right when it's 5, no question, it's the next day.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
So it might go into the cusp for some because, like when there's like daylight savings time, like back in like Pacific Standard Time where I used to be from.
Yeah.
It's either matched with us at 5 a.m. or I think right now currently it's an hour back. So for them it's dropping at 4 a.m. Which still fits. You know what I mean?
It does.
And it is available everywhere. You can find audio, podcast, and RSS feeds.
That's right.
We mainly have our podcast linked and kind of shared through Spotify and YouTube, which YouTube as of now supports RSS feeds. So the last episode that dropped was the first official RSS YouTube episode. And honestly, you probably can't really tell a difference. The only thing I noticed was that in the formatting, I have the same formatting in every episode we've dropped after kind of establishing an outline, right? Where it's 2 sentences of a little description of the episode, has the chapters of the episode, and then it has a little ending like 2 links. I have like the Patreon link and the Discord link for the server. But when it posted from the feed, and that posts like properly to Spotify, Apple, and everywhere. But when it posted to YouTube, it like double spaced everything. So it literally was like sentence, space, sentences, yeah. And then it had like a double indent for first chapter, double indent second. So the whole description, you'd have to scroll through it. So I went through and I fixed it.
That's the way we should do it.
And you're right. Be different. No, but all the chapter markers worked and everything, and the audio's good. So
sweet,
I'm loving it.
To anyone who,
like I said, a lot less work.
Oh yeah,
a lot less. Yeah.
To anyone out there who uses, maybe if they do listen to us exclusively on YouTube, I don't know how many people are, but just let us know if you hear a difference or if there's any difference at all.
Absolutely.
If not, then keep it to yourself.
Joshy, let's get plugged in here so you guys can get involved in the show. We do have our Discord, which is currently public, as I mentioned earlier, and you can check that out. The link for that is at the bottom of our latest episode, as well as on our Patreon website, which you can find. That website is patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, where you can access a free membership if you'd like to get plugged in, and you'll get updates and access to the Discord.
That's right.
Otherwise, submit your questions, comments, corrections, and discussions directly to us. We have what's it called? A segment at the end of the episode after the main topic. We call it Party Chat.
That's right.
We want to get you guys involved. That's all about our communication discussions.
Oh, yeah.
Coined by you, the audience.
The people.
So get plugged in, my friends.
Making it happen.
The people making it happen, Joshy.
Right,
and then we have on our Patreon our public gold tier sponsors. Woo! So these are the people that receive the following benefits: recognition during each episode, access to exclusive content and posts. Just posted something this morning,
I was going to say, something new's coming up
Something new, baby. Yeah, we'll hit that with the patch notes. We got, you can send submissions directly through Patreon DMs, including the Patreon app.
Yeah.
You also have exclusive channel access within Discord just for the subscribers, as well as a membership price lock-in, which means you get to pay one price forever for all the content.
For infinity.
If you don't want to get plugged in that way, but still want to participate in the show, that is completely okay. We would love that. So please just send us an email with your questions, comments, concerns, and whatever to flashbrospodcast@gmail.com. Whatever. And please respond to our Spotify Q&As. Those are at the, I think, like at the top of every episode. Yes. You can go back and access that and get involved that way.
And I think you don't even have to listen to the episode, right?
No. You can just straight up respond.
Yeah, if you listen on YouTube, you can literally just hop in and we will read everything that you say on the next episode. Absolutely. After that, so it's always worth checking out.
Yes,
always worth checking out.
Thank you, Joshy.
No, you're so
your support means growth for the podcast and community, and we appreciate and love every last one of you. With that being said, Joshy, I have our list of Patreon sponsors here. These are current patrons as of right now.
As of now.
Yeah. And Austin is still on that list. Yes. But we have him on hold until he is catching up, but he is not canceled, and he is on
That means he's still one of the OGs.
He is the OG.
He is the OG.
Yes, absolutely. So right. And he will be forevermore.
Forever and ever.
With that being said, Joshy, I got our list here. I got 7 sponsors today. Our first up here is Annette Anderson.
Annette,
welcome as always. Yes. Shout out, love you.
Wonderful.
I don't think she really listens to the show.
No,
but it's totally cool. And on the off chance she ever does pop in,
I was gonna say,
her shout out's waiting for her.
Her shout out is in every episode.
So in every episode,
everyone since the first one, right?
And you know it's after Annette, right?
Oh, it's Kendall Sutherland.
Kendall Sutherland. Right. Hell yeah,
who
baby.
Right now is on a sandwich run for the whole house.
She is. Yeah, she went to go pick up Jersey Mike's.
So sweet
of
her.
Love her.
Even though we just ran her name through the mud.
Yep.
The beginning of this episode. She deserves the world, the sludge. Oh!
She honestly
can't wait for those sandwiches.
The world. Absolutely. Really Thank you, Josh. Next up on here is Donald Duck himself.
Baby.
Donald Duck's actually right above Kendall.
Oh, really?
So he was the third person to sign up for the podcast. So shout out to you, Donald Duck. Yes, sir.
Yeah, shout out Donald Duck.
Would love to hear from you soon, buddy.
Yeah,
for real.
Yeah,
let me know.
So I got it wrong. So it was Donald Duck before Kendall.
It was. Yes,
Fuck.
Absolutely. It's all right. It's all right.
But you're right. They're
Quiz
both
coming later.
as valid.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know who's after Kendall?
Let
me guess.
Is it Adriel?
There's 4 left. It is a
It is. I think I could name all the ones that are left.
So we got Adrell.
Well, first off, Adrell.
Yes.
Sweet A on Twitch. If you guys want to check him out. It's at Sweet AYEEE. That's how he does it. 3 E's.
Yes, sir.
I think he's trying to stream every week.
Yeah.
But I think he's been taking a little bit of time off.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So just keep tuning in because he is one of the funniest dudes I know.
Absolutely. Okay, so it's still got content on there.
He absolutely does. You can check out all the content.
Definitely worth a watch.
So much fun. Literally so much fun. And he does Smash too.
He does.
Did you know that?
Yeah. For like online Smash and like
online
Smash. Ones he does.
Oh my god,
people,
so much fun.
Dude.
Okay, so we got Adrell Williams.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna say Johnny's next.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yep, John Rao the Fourth. Shout out Johnny, dude, the legend himself.
We see this guy almost every Wednesday.
Yeah,
I love it so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him up.
We record the podcast and then we go and see him.
Yeah, it's great, man.
Or he comes and sees us, I guess
technically you are right. Yeah, but he's coming hot.
Yeah, what a real one.
Yeah, and he's the most caught up person that I know of on the podcast.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like, if I'm dropping it at 5 a.m., this guy gets up for work and does construction, right?
Yeah.
Super early. He probably has the episodes done before noon.
That's fucking incredible.
Yes, man.
What a real one.
Yeah, what a real one.
What a real
shout out. You know, I also want to do, like, just a random shout out right now to Azarel. Azzy.
Oh, my God. Hell yeah.
I sometimes, like... I love you, Azzy. I sometimes forget because I'm so like into like the sponsors, the names that are right in front of us.
Right.
But Azzy also, as you've said many times, and I had a really good talk with him when I saw him very briefly over Christmas.
Oh yeah.
But that dude is also an avid listener.
Oh, absolutely.
And sending us endless support from Seattle. So shout outs to Azzy.
Such a real one. Azzy, love him. My older brother.
Love him, man.
Love him so
Remember the last two?
Yes, it's I think it's Lene Lovelady next.
It sure is.
Shout out Lene.
Herself.
Absolutely, most incredible name of any person that has ever graced this beautiful earth. No dog on anyone else, but that name is just so god tier. You cannot shit on it in any way. Which is crazy because she said she was bullied for that name.
Right.
That is one of the craziest facts I ever heard. I was just thinking about it the other day. I was like that. I think that's the case of like if that was a modern name. I think if she was born like in modern times, I think she wouldn't have been bullied.
I think you're right.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I think that's just the case of like people just bullied each other.
Either way, it's never happening again.
Oh, it never will.
No.
You are literally a superhero. And then the last one is Mikey.
Absolutely.
Michael Sandoval.
Yes,
the
sir.
Sandoval 7.
Yes,
That's
sir.
Right, baby.
Good job, Joshy.
That's right.
You fucking nailed it.
I know it seems stupid because I'm the co-host and I should know these things, but I actually do not ever read from the iPad that Sam uses, which is basically the computer we have set up. So that's all from memory.
That's credit to Josh. Yeah, he's 100% right.
No, like I just don't want to sound like an idiot. I'm like, don't you read it every day?
Yeah, no. It's like when we were going through and I was quizzing you on the podcast, right? And it was the sections.
I got a majority of those.
You got a majority right.
But I never look at the only section
listening. Right. And I don't always say everything either.
No,
You know, like, to your credit, Joshy, you pay attention pretty damn well.
Thank you, man.
And then lastly, we have our special shout out to Shadow Buddy, otherwise known as Brad.
That's the man himself.
One of my childhood friends.
That's right.
Shout out to this guy who his Instagram handle where you can see like all of his music and productions on there. Shadow Buddy Music. You can also check him out. I think it's just Shadow Buddy on SoundCloud and YouTube and
too,
Spotify.
Yeah.
So shout outs to him. He does all of the music for the podcast, and we are extremely grateful.
So he did season 1's opening.
Yes,
and
sir.
He also did this one. I think it is incredible music.
I think so
it literally
too.
sounds so good.
Yeah, dude. Actually, I want to see if we can. He sent me like a whole like library of music that he made.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's probably like over 20 songs on
No
there.
way.
Yeah, dude. So I want to see.
Soundtrack.
I want to see what you think and see like if anything's brewing for either an intro or like an intro for like a special episode for paid content or during like the trivia section or something.
Special intros would be fun. The idea of like everything like Hash Bros or even we could do different soundtracks for different segments. So like trivia could have a small theme playing in the background or something, or a theme that plays before, and it like a little trivia song. While we're saying something, I don't know, just an idea.
No, it's perfect.
Just a
and
stupid
that's kind of what I thought for trivia too, because there's a lot of like. I do cut out a lot of silence.
But there is a lot of sound.
Trivia. But it is there, and so like having kind of like a background like
might be nice
song. Yeah, I think it would fit the vibe well because I feel like the vibe fits really well for the Shonen Sentiments in the old Iroh section.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Which I have the same music playing during that, by the way.
Oh, during Shonen Sentiments?
Yeah, I just feel like it fits so well. And it all started with Iroh anyway.
I love it.
Have to, man.
Gotcha.
Joshy, why don't we hop into our first section here,
Let's
brother?
hop into
Are you
it,
down?
man. Oh, I'm so down.
Oh, yeah,
I am
baby.
so down. I might as well be up because I've gone so down.
Oh, you heard
I'm
him here
up.
first,
You
baby.
heard it, baby.
He's up.
I'm up now.
He's up and on the rise. I didn't even realize
right.
Huck was under the table.
Huck is right
Oh my
here.
goodness.
This is our third dog we've had during a podcast. 3 different dogs have been present.
You're right. I was
Yeah.
like, who?
We had
Roxy.
Roxy.
Yes.
And Lily.
Yes.
And now Huck.
And Huck.
Yeah. I think Momo's been here many times. So,
Many. Yeah.
But
He's
that's,
almost invisible
that's
sometimes.
4
but-
different animals.
Yeah, dude.
Different animals.
Yeah, do we count Dory as an animal?
Yeah, he's like an animal.
Yeah, okay. 5 different
5
animals.
different animals.
Shit, man. Joshy, do you know what our first section is called here, brother?
Of course I do.
It is Retro
Recap.
Yes, sir, baby. It's a curated list of gaming history this week.
Do you remember that, like, it was like 3 weeks in a row? We're like, oh my god, it's Retro Recap. We said it like at the exact same time.
We did, yeah. Now now it's like with the count off. It just kind of happens.
It just
so
happens.
now it's just tradition. You
That's
just have
right.
to, bro. Joshy, this list stems this week spanning January 22nd to the 28th. I also have included Metacritic scores.
Oh, really?
If they have them. Yeah.
Fun.
'Cause I thought it'd be kind of fun. Yeah.
How many do we have?
We actually have 6 this week, but
What?
one of them, I don't think we're going to really talk about it
Okay.
because it's on this list for a very specific reason.
okay.
And then I got a couple shout outs for anniversaries.
Okay.
So to start this list,
Yes.
my brother,
Yes, brother.
by the way, these are going to be North American release dates unless otherwise stated here. You know what? We actually only
Do you know why that is?
we only have 5 because one
so
of those
why-
I accidentally was supposed to. I was going to put it in the anniversaries. We're
Ah.
going to move it real quick.
Okay.
Ooh, why? What is? I'm sorry.
Do you know why it's North America releases? Do you know why that's why we do that on this podcast?
Because we're English speakers.
Because we live
And
in
we live in
North America.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right, man.
That was just my thought process.
No, thank you, Joshy. I needed that.
And I thought that if for anyone out there who was confused, because we have a big listening base across seas, massive in fact.
Massive.
Yeah, the Sandoval 7 all live in Australia. So
Yeah, they do.
that's why they call the Sandoval 7, mate.
Mikey, have you?
Mikey,
You
I still
haven't
haven't
met Mikey,
met
right?
Mikey.
Oh
No,
my god!
I have not
I gotta
met-
get this
I
guy
know.
over here.
There's people that I feel like I know that I also still haven't met. So like Lene. By the way, Lene, I just want to say I hope you're listening. I show that
She
card.
also is an avid listener.
She's an avid listener.
She's usually like an episode or two
So
behind
real.
the week, but she is always
So
listening.
real.
But I'm sorry, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say that I show that card to like everybody. We had a party recently, and there were a bunch of people who it was Sophie's friends, so she met them all through modeling, and they all did really cool things, and one of them had a podcast, and I was like, oh, I have a podcast too.
I remember.
And I
It's
showed
Maggie
them.
May?
Yeah. Yeah, how'd you remember
The
that?
Wonderful Life? Or
Yes.
something like that? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow,
Wow, good memories.
Well,
Sam.
thank you, bro. I had a convo with her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of somebody, I can't remember if it was you, but somebody, when I came home that night when you guys were having
Oh,
the
it was me.
kickback, it was
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
told
it
me
was
that
me.
she had a podcast, so I want to talk to her about it.
Yeah.
I actually listened to it
It's cool,
bit.
yeah. I gave it a little listen too. I thought it was really, really cool. Shout out to her. What's it called exactly so we can give her a real shout
It's
out?
called The Magical Lane by Maggie Jane.
Maggie Jane.
Yeah.
That's a cool...
With Maggie Jane,
with
I'm
Maggie
sorry.
Jane.
Yeah.
The Magical Lane with Maggie Jane. No, it's a lot of really cool stuff. And it's so funny because it's a much different vibe than our podcast.
Yes.
And so...
And she does it alone.
Yeah, it's herself.
Which is
so she's
awesome.
talking all by herself, which is really cool. I've had a friend before, Oliver. You met Oliver
Yes.
before?
Yeah.
He had a podcast that he did solo.
Oh,
He's
I
done
didn't
a
know that.
lot of podcasts, actually. Yeah. It was in high school, so we all made fun of it. We didn't make fun of it, but you know how it is.
Well, the boys do. You
Yeah,
got it.
exactly.
Absolutely.
But it was called True Politics with Oliver Grind. Very different than the show we're running here. But
Very.
it was him talking about like kind of modern things and what's going on, but very political.
Yeah.
Like not even close to our vibe at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I like keeping it where we're at. In our wheelhouse. You know what I mean? In our little box over here.
We're in it for video games, bro.
We are in it for video games. Come on now, baby. Come on, baby. Joshy, our first game on here is Mario and Luigi Paper Jam.
Paper Jam
yes,
on the
sir.
3DS?
On the 3DS, yeah. This came out January 22nd, 2016. It has a Metacritic score of 76.
That's kind of higher than I expected it to be because no one talked about this.
Yes. No, you're right.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Do you remember when this was coming out?
Play it?
Okay, first off, no.
Okay.
I didn't play it, but it's Mario and Luigi.
Yes.
It's one of those series.
I can't remember the studio.
It's shut down though.
It is, yeah. Because the last one they did, wasn't it? It was Paper Jam, and then it was the remake of the first, and then a remake of Bowser's Inside Story.
Yes,
right.
Yes, but that was the last one they made. Was Bowser's Inside Story with new content in it. They kind of did like a side story with Bowser Jr.
Yes, I do remember that.
It came out
Bowser's
after
Minions.
Yeah, right? That's exactly what it was. Yeah.
Yes.
It came out after the Switch was out.
Yes,
and it was like destined to fail because it was a remake, but they put a lot of money into the new content. But it was just a remake, of a
no
DS
3D
game.
either.
Yeah, no 3D, but it was a remake of a DS game that that's already kind of unappealing.
Right.
And then it was put on a console that was already like on its way out, and then the team got bankrupt for it.
Yeah. For real.
And so it's like, well, in my opinion, I'm like, what were they thinking, truthfully? But anyway.
Alpha Dream. I just remembered it. Alpha Dream was the studio.
Nice.
Quantum Dream was
Quantum Dream.
Quantum Dream, bro.
I'm like, yeah, man. They switched a lot when they moved to Nintendo.
And then Xbox bought them out.
Yeah, that's when shit changed.
No, dude.
I never played Paper Jam, but I also was not that excited for it.
Yeah, dude. I actually was. So I've been like a huge Mario and Luigi fan. Like I very much remember. Like I even remember they came out with this limited edition. Mm-hmm. It was Dream Team, right? Mario and Luigi Dream Team, right? Yeah. So I was all on board for the Mario and Luigi series. Bowser's Inside Story, I didn't beat.
That's crazy.
Which is crazy because of everything I've heard about it. But I'm not kidding. I definitely reached a point in the game where it did feel kind of samey. That was kind of my problem with Mario and Luigi.
Yeah.
As the series went on, it was very, very samey.
I completely agree.
Very hand-holdy.
Yeah.
Dude, Dream Team, oh my gosh.
I don't think I ever played Dream Team.
Really?
That was the one on 3DS?
Yes. Yeah, with 3D. Like, it actually really good. But
I never played it.
I never beat that one. And so it kind of like, I started to kind of like, I was a huge Mario and Luigi fan.
Right.
Am a huge Paper Mario fan.
Right.
Which is what this whole series stemmed from.
Right.
And I just kind of like, I don't know, man, like was going through Dream Team and I probably got 30 hours in, still was having tutorials, like mandatory.
That's so crazy.
Like stop what you're doing tutorials, like for a boss fight. Like I'm like, what? Like
what's happening?
It's just weird. It's not respecting my time. Is how it felt, you know.
And that there is a big difference because I think when new elements are introduced, you don't really need to like give that much time to it. Like I feel like Xenoblade is a great example of introducing new mechanics extremely late in the game.
Yes, bro.
And having like a couple screens of explanation if you need it.
Yeah.
But if you're messing around, you will figure it out. Like the biggest one I remember was it Numa or whatever it was where you could the canceling you could do art canceling at the end of 2.
It's you get that ability like when you get, I can't remember the circumstance, but something major happens and it ends up with like Rex being back at the city with Mithra.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Like it was like one of the first kind of turning points of that.
They were at the bottom of the
I remember that screen because that's when the game opened up for me, like combat wise.
But that was deep in the game. It was deep in the game, but it didn't feel like it was like, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. It was like a quick screen, I think, and then it was like, here's how you can cancel arts, whatever.
Yeah, they handle those really well and for then like tutorials, you know?
Yeah, and then you just play the game and you know what you're doing. So there's some games that just, I think, don't know how to do it.
No.
And just are
I think you're right.
Struggle with you know, with how to like treat the player like a human.
Yes.
And how to like treat them like a person who knows what they're doing, which is tough, I think, for Nintendo a lot because, you know, you have a game like Mario, adults and kids alike are going to want to play it.
Yes,
and so how do you make that, you know, so then it's tough.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
I'm with that.
Right. And like, even like I've got my own problems with Pokemon in that sense of like, as the series has evolved, so has the hand-holding nature, and the hand-holding nature, sometimes I confuse it. It'll get in the way of me enjoying the story. Yeah. Because it's so, like, forcing all these things. You know what I mean? So
I do.
I don't know. Like, I'm definitely with you. And so going to Paper Jam, though, I was really hyped for it because this was like, oh, okay. They're including Paper Mario. This is like literally a mashup, right? It really and it was. Like, you literally got Paper Mario as an extra, like, party character. Right. Along with Mario and Luigi doing their thing, right?
So it's Mario, Luigi, and Paper Mario as the main characters.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool, though.
It's pretty cool. And it very much, it felt like a Mario and Luigi game, not a Paper Mario game.
Yeah, it wasn't Paper
I'll say
Mario.
that, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't bad at all. There was even like these like boss fights that were like papercraft battles. Okay. Kind of I think this came out after Sticker Star, so I want to say it was like kind of like Color Splash and kind of like,
I was gonna say,
you know
before,
what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe even the vibes of Sticker
Origami
Star,
King,
right? Yeah, Origami King. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like, you know, you're like fighting these boss fights and they're kind of epic, with tutorials breaking up the fight that are really annoying me. But I remember like liking it. Yeah. Just like really feeling like, man, it just doesn't hit. It's not hitting me like how Paper Mario would hit me. Yeah. Or how like the OG Bowser, or not Bowser's story, like Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga.
Yes.
Like that is my favorite in the whole series.
That's the issue, is that it wasn't a mashup between Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, and the OG, Mario and Luigi series. It was a mashup of the modern games. Yes. Which, to be honest, are pretty lackluster. At least comparatively to the original, games and the way that they're done. Yeah. And it's really funny because I think Nintendo is recognizing that now, because Mario and Luigi is kind of just put to rest. Mario as a 2D side-scroller just had Wonder. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they're remastering Thousand Year Door. Yes. As in a way that we never would have expected. You know what I mean? Like, that's such a different like take on what has been happening recently.
Yes, man. It's exciting.
Yeah, because, it absolutely is.
Like, I do feel like Nintendo, like, even though they make a lot of mistakes in kind of this realm of, like, almost erring on the side of, like, too user-friendly or too kiddish or whatever.
Kid-friendly.
Yeah, whatever, like, or for everyone or whatever you want to call it, right? Like, they do periodically, like, really take steps in the right direction. Yeah,
absolutely.
And I feel like they are doing that with a lot of these series. But honestly, I want to wrap up Mario and Luigi with just kind of rip the series, because
rest in peace.
Like, truly, like, I will forever say it, that first game, Superstar Saga, one of the best. Yeah, writing, I loved the world, the characters, dude. Even like, you never beat it, right? No. You eventually, like, you reach this level where you wash up on a shore and it's sand, and there's sand castles, and it's like a sand world, right? Okay. Very beach vibe.
Sure,
right?
Sure.
Which Mario's done in the past, but like it would just like it felt unique to kind of like that experience in that game and that world. And in that level, in like that like part of the game, you unlock the ability, like, you've had jumping ability and you upgrade it, then you have a hammer that you upgrade, just like Paper Mario. You also get fire, and Luigi gets lightning, and you upgrade those.
That's pretty sick.
Really, really fucking cool, man.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, like, I actually like having, and the whole game, the series itself makes fun of Luigi endlessly. Like, that's a part of like the ongoing humor there. Right. Like, oh, I thought it was just Mario. Who's this guy? Right. And there's always some like meme of Luigi walking away all mopey. Yeah. Joshua, let's move on here, though. We got a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, man.
Our second game on here, which is the one that I just kind of threw on the list. I didn't think we were going to talk about much. But it has officially hit its 1 year, and I found out something about it I didn't know. Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush, baby.
Listen to that.
Yes, sir. So
1 year. Wow.
It came out originally
in January
25th,
and it won
2023.
Game Awards?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's on Switch now, right? Like, and I found that out after like we heard about it and saw it was winning all these awards or being nominated. But it actually originally came to PC and Xbox Series X. I think it was Game Pass exclusive.
Wow.
Do you know who developed this game?
I have no idea.
Because I haven't even looked it up.
Let me hear it.
It's Bethesda.
Wow.
Yeah.
Could have never assumed.
Yeah, bro.
It must be a smaller studio to Bethesda.
Yeah, it's probably like a sub-studio, right? Especially because Bethesda's been working on, Starfield?
Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds.
No, it's
Love
Starfield, yeah.
Yeah, Starfield, and then, the next Elder Scrolls game.
Yeah.
And then there's, like, that Fallout kind of, like, revamping it's doing, too.
Yeah.
Or Fallout 4, I think. But,
yes.
Hi-Fi Rush launched, and, it's an Xbox exclusive is when it launched in PC, right?
Right.
87 on Metacritic. No surprise because of how well it did at the Game Awards.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But it basically, like, all I really wanted to talk about was that I had no idea it was made by Bethesda.
I did not know.
Yeah.
It almost still feels a little crazy.
It does. It's really cool to kind of be in this more modernized era where that doesn't mean it's just coming to Xbox.
Yeah.
It's also, like, it's on Switch.
It's on Switch. That is really cool. I like the modern era like that.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a lot to be appreciated from that ability to kind of play a game on whatever you can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely agree.
I think that's really cool. And I think that's also something that I think Xbox has been kind of embracing is instead of making things really exclusive, which everyone knows my opinion, I think they should, but it's nice that it isn't.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah. It's kind of nice that they're in the wheelhouse to do so.
Yeah.
We mentioned it before, though. Like, it's like...
More competition.
More competition. It's always better. And this could eventually mean, like, Nintendo's not always on top, right?
Yeah.
Or PlayStation's not always on top. So
Absolutely.
then, 10 years from now, very well might be the opposite boat. Where
Absolutely.
Xbox has the power. They're maybe continuing this trend, but Sony is being forced to do the same because they can't afford now to just sit at the top with all their exclusives.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
dude.
So let's move on from that convo, Joshy. The next one on here is for you, brother, because a Kirby game just seems to always find its way into these lists.
I love Kirby.
I think this is the one that you brought up from the Kirby game last week, which I think, if I remember right, was like the Star Allies game on Switch. It was like a prequel.
Oh, we talked about triple deluxe.
Triple Deluxe,
which is a sequel to Superstar Ultra, which is
okay. The game I have today.
Technically, it's a sequel to.
It's a sequel, but it came out first.
Okay. No. It's technically a sequel to Superstar Ultra, which was technically a sequel, but they called it Superstar Ultra and made it a remake because the original one, Kirby Superstar, was the one on the SNES.
Yes, yeah, right.
So they called it Triple Deluxe because it's technically the third game. It's just weird Japanese naming being translated into
Love it. Love
it so much.
Classic stuff. It's always new under the sun. Kirby's Star Stacker.
Kirby's Star Stacker.
Yes, sir.
From
you heard of this one? Oh, yes. Finally. A Kirby game Joshy hasn't played. This is Kirby's Star Stacker. This first came out on the Game Boy, the original. Later, I think a year or 2 years later, came to the Super Famicom. I think is like a port. Okay. January 25th, 1997 in Japan. I don't even know if it got a North American release date, but check that out.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm loving this. Looking kind of like a Puyo Puyo type game. If it isn't...
Oh, it definitely does.
If it isn't a Puyo...
no, that's exactly what it is, man.
I think it's Puyo.
Yeah, it reminds me of like Pokemon Puzzle League. Like
but look at the way... So check this out. This is just what I'm inferring. So there's a battle mode where it looks like those bricks that are put in there.
Oh,
you send to the other person. Look what comes down. It's either a star block mixed with that character. Ooh, I can't remember. I know that guy's Rick and that guy's something else.
Morty.
Probably Morty.
Probably.
Right there, yeah. And then the way that they fall, I'm guessing you can change their trajectory. It's just Puyo.
Yeah.
It looks like it's
straight up.
But also it looks like it's on the Nintendo Online.
Oh shit!
And so did you say it came to North America?
It looks like it did because I pulled up just like an image on here and it definitely shows a KA rating.
Okay.
On Game Boy, so it definitely did come to the United States.
Got you. Well, yeah, you're not wrong. What does KA stand for?
Kids through Adults. Which I don't think is a rating anymore that they use because it's kind of archaic, right? Like it's like
E for everyone.
Right. It's the same thing. Or if you don't want like anyone under 10, okay, what is it, E10?
E10.
Right.
Yeah, E10 plus.
So wait,
that's a cool.
Think about it, right? I'm sorry, like what kids to adults, so you can't play it after you're an adult. Like
no, once you're a senior citizen, you're not allowed to play it.
And so infants and elderly are out.
Yep. So if you're like a toddler too, you can't. What about it's through adults, right?
Kids through adults.
So teens count.
Yeah, teens count. Yeah.
Preteens, everything in that sense.
Yeah.
Young adults, everything. Yeah.
Middle-aged?
Yeah.
Or is that, am I cut off now?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, when do you become old is the real question. When are you an adult? No, because you're an adult. You're an adult. Middle age would be like, nah. A senior citizen is the next level. Okay. Once you're a senior, that's when things are different. Because think about it. Seniors have discounts, and little kids, like toddlers, get discounts.
Yeah.
So in the middle, you get to play Kirby Star Stacker.
Okay.
And then after that, you get the discounts.
Perfect.
So so life is full of a bunch of beautiful moments.
It is.
As a toddler, you get 20% off at a buffet, and then you get to play Kirby Star Stacker until the beautiful age of 60, and then you get 20%
more
off
discounts.
Forever.
At the buffet. Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Beautiful.
Sweet. All right, Joshy, next game on here is Celeste.
Oh, I love Celeste.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, I love it.
So this is a beautiful, beautiful indie game with a 94 on Metacritic. It actually has 3 different scores because it was on all these platforms: Linux, Mac, Switch, PS4, PC, Xbox One, and Stadia.
Wow.
Yeah. Game came out
everything.
January 25th, 2018. Yeah. So, old but not that old, you know?
Yeah.
Like, really, like, this is like, and if you play the game, very, very, like, timeless feeling. It's
absolutely.
It's a classic at launch. You know what I mean?
I'll say it's funny because I think people wouldn't expect me to love this game because of the extreme amount of difficulty. But the reason, in my opinion, that it is fun, unlike Dark Souls, is that it is forgiving. It understands you will make mistakes and doesn't even, track and shove into your face how many times you've died.
No.
You can track it and you can see it. But the point is to die. You make a mistake and you try again and you keep going, and then you can mess up
fast.
Absolutely,
too. Like you die, it literally reloads you instantly.
Absolutely, literally, it's like boom, ding, and then you're back. It's literally as quick as that.
It does not waste your time.
No time wasting.
Like Super
That's
Meat
what
Boy.
I love. Yeah, Super Meat Boy.
So much like that.
Did you play that game?
Yo, yeah.
Dude, I played that back when it was a Flash game, and then when Super Meat Boy came out, I never played it.
Okay.
So I played Meat Boy, and maybe that's why I love Celeste, because Meat Boy is also very
Similar
forgiving.
vibe.
You explode into a thing of meat, and then you're right back.
Right back.
And that's something that, I mean, like, they can have difficult sections in Celeste where it's like it's difficult because it maybe like lasts a while and you have to do like you literally like frame perfect jumps. But the issue is like but the lack of an issue is it's not there to make you upset. It's there for the entertainment of the playing of the game.
Definitely. I feel like
the fun rush that comes with the
feeling with that I had going through Celeste. I never beat Celeste, but I did beat Shovel Knight. Okay?
Oh yeah, me too.
And so same boat. Like I don't know if you agree, but like I really feel like both of those games is like they understood what made the gameplay fun and the balance of difficulty with the platforming, right? Yeah. They just handle platforming in the modern era so much better than most do.
Absolutely.
Like it's so. Sometimes I'll literally look at some of the level designs and be like, "Holy crap, this is genius!" You know?
I completely agree.
But both of those games, like they almost treat it like the things you need to do, like the main quest, if you will.
Right.
It's doable with dedication by anybody.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
But of course, for the hardcore, if you want to go that route, they have all this extra stuff you can do.
So much you can do.
That's frame perfect. That's I saw my buddy Ben when I went back home to Christmas.
Oh yeah.
I saw him for like half an hour. We got to catch up. He had Celeste on. This dude was an avid Celeste day one guy.
Wow.
I'm like, you're still playing this game all these years later? He's like, bro, he's doing like, there's like side B. You seen that?
Yes.
Like after you beat it, and then you have to collect like it. There's like it's like gold cassettes that are like in certain levels, but you can only get them if you don't die from the beginning or something. It's absurd, right?
Yeah,
this guy has been working on Celeste since it came out. He is still not done. He is one of the best platforming dudes I've ever seen.
Wow.
2018.
Yeah.
When it came out.
Wow.
So, yeah, we just passed what? This is the 6th year
still
available.
Running on it.
All I really want to say, too, is on the Metacritic score, because of the 3 different scores, it was like a 92, a 91, and a 94. If that ever happens again, I'm just going to put the highest score that it got from whatever platform.
Sure.
Just to clarify for you and the audience on
I'm feeling clarified.
That score was the Xbox One version, by the way. Oh, okay. So I don't know what made that version better than the Switch.
It was clearly the
2
better
points.
version.
Yeah, clearly bro. But I'm in a Celeste mood. You fucking better believe I'm pulling out my Xbox. I'm dusting that bitch off.
Fuck yeah, we are.
Joshy, the next game I have on here is, and the last one for the wrap, Pokemon Legends Arceus. Yes, sir.
How old is it now?
This is now 2 years old. It came out January 28th, 2022 on the Nintendo Switch. Yes, sir.
Dude, it came out in January?
83 on Metacritic, by the way, which I honestly disagree with that score. I think it deserves a higher. I think it deserves at least a 90.
I was going to say 90 at least.
Dude.
It's not like a 93.
At least.
I thought that game was...
In my humble opinion, my Flash Bros... Sam opinion, okay, is that this is my favorite console Pokemon experience ever.
Yeah.
I
think that's very valid.
Yeah, like, I would even include, like, Game Boy, like, as part of the console. You know what I mean? Like, a mainline, like, Pokemon
You're
experience.
Talking about of all time?
That wasn't a major spin-off that you were not even playing Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not counting Pokemon Puzzle League. I'm not counting, like, Pokemon Trading Card Game. No. For a Pokemon game... This is my favorite ever.
It's also just so revolutionary in the sense that it is not a mainline title. It's a spin-off that introduced new forms, new evolutions, complete new Pokemon, and just an entirely new style and way to play.
Yes.
And to be honest, after playing Scarlet and Violet, they're not using that style as the base of the games, you know? I mean, they've inspired the new way that Pokemon is played, but the dashing mechanics and all the like really important things that make Arceus what it is, it's an Arceus game. Like, it's the Legends Arceus game. That's what we've seen has come from it. You know what I mean?
Yes, man.
So I have a lot of respect and a lot of love for it.
I do too, man.
And I had an incredible experience.
You did too,
dude. Yeah, it was just so much fun because it felt so different, and it felt like the open world was like beckoning to be explored, and the Pokemon needed to be caught, and it just was this. Oh my god!
The Pokemon needed to be caught.
They needed to be. I mean,
it definitely gave a Breath of the Wild feeling for Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
which. They just did it in every way.
That's what I'm saying,
in my opinion.
Yeah.
And you know what I really, really loved, I didn't think I would, is how much they stripped the game. Like, they took away natures. No. Did they? No, natures were in it. They took away abilities, right? They did. So that was something they introduced back on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah,
right.
That's a staple to the series.
And it's still a part of it. But it is for that experience. They took out like HMs. They took out no multiplayer.
You can't battle your friends. Yeah, that's almost un-Pokemon heard of.
Yes.
And it's funny because I was just explaining this
Un-Pokemon heard of
someone, I can't remember. I think it was Gabe, because I had my Pokemon game open.
Oh, yeah.
And I was pissed because I just... By the way, crazy little fact. I'm sorry, little spin-off.
Tell me.
I found a shiny Rhyhorn, and it was so cool. Wild shiny Rhyhorn. I have the shiny charm because I completed the Pokedex.
Yeah.
But in the new DLC, I found it. Shiny Rhyhorn, so cool, right? I was chilling like 2 days later, playing the game, just standing still. A fucking shiny Rhyhorn runs up to me and initiates a battle.
What?
Another one.
Another one?
Another shiny Rhyhorn. Anyway, so the first isn't that crazy enough?
Yeah.
But the thing I was explaining to Gabe was my first shiny Rhyhorn, the first one, which is crazy that I have to even say that. I wasn't even trying.
Yeah.
He came up to me. And the odds are still crazy. It's even if you get the shiny charm, it's like 1 in 10,000. Like, look it up for Scarlet and Violet because it's still a ridiculous number. It cuts it down a lot from the original, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
But it just ran up to me. The same Pokemon. So crazy, right? Do you look up after the shiny charm?
Ooh. Wow. What does
it say?
I thought the odds were a lot better, but the base shiny rate in Scarlet and Violet is 1 in 4,096. So the shiny charm actually triples it to 1 in 1,365. Yeah. So still a fucking lot, especially like Pokemon Go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like Pokemon Go is some of the best shiny odds I've ever seen. Yeah,
with those Pokemon Go ones.
Yes, they are.
So the fact that happened,
that's absurd,
is crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway. I can't evolve it completely because have you seen the shiny what's the final Rhyperior? Yeah. Have you seen it?
Yeah, it's yellow.
So cool. Yeah.
It's so badass.
It's like got the black inside and it's got a yellow like armor on the outside. I can't trade it. I can't evolve it because I don't have any friends right now who have the game I can trade it to.
That's so sad.
And so I think it was Gabe. He was asking me. He was like, why would they make that? And I'm like, it's to push multiplayer. Like Pokemon has always been pushing multiplayer. The fact that you have 2 games, you're made to trade Pokemon.
Yes,
the way that Pokemon has always been.
Yes.
And so to have such a single player based Pokemon spin-off game is really out of the ordinary. It like even some of the spin-off games, they're still made to kind of connect with other people. So Pokemon Stadium, they're made where you can fight others. There's a multiplayer aspect in some ways. So it's just pretty crazy stuff.
Pretty crazy. Yeah. And I also was a big fan of Pokemon Coliseum when that came to GameCube. Yeah. So I would call that like a staple for me when I was growing up.
Oh yeah.
And this still like blows that experience out of the water, man.
Yeah.
And something else, the last thing I really want to say about it is that what I think a big reason I love this game so much and I have the proclamation I do about it is because I wasn't as excited for it as you were. Dude, like I vividly remember when they showed those 2 trailers back to back. It showed Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. I was so on board. By the way, I got it. I don't even know if you knew that. I got it. I started playing Shining Pearl.
Yeah.
I probably got to the 3rd gym and then I just stopped.
Because let me guess.
Because
it was dog shit.
It's just kind of boring.
It is boring.
I mean, it just
the shot-for-shot remake of a DS game
that I've already played twice.
That you've already beaten.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So, I'm bored thinking about it.
But genuinely, Arceus, especially in that first kind of rough footage trailer they showed, it looked rough. It looked very similar to kind of the stuff that was coming out about Scarlet and Violet, right? Yeah. But in playing it, in sitting down, I was so oh my gosh, this is so streamlined, it's crazy.
Absolutely.
I can't believe this is made by the Pokemon team.
No, it is still an incredible feat, and I think that it deserved a better score than that because I think that it was almost on the level of revamping the series like Breath of the Wild.
If you're going to give Legends Arceus a Flash Bros score, what would it be?
What would I give Legends Arceus? I would say... Dang, that's tough. Flash Bros score I got to think about, I think my initial feeling, I don't think I would say 5 out of 5.
Really?
Yeah, to be honest, I think I would say 4 out of 5.
Really?
A really solid 4 out of 5 in the sense that I also never beat the post-game. And I didn't really feel the need to. And usually with Pokemon games, I really want to play the post-game. I struggle with the Pokemon games where you have to catch a ridiculous number of Pokemon. It's one of the reasons why Pokemon Go is not as appealing to me.
Yeah.
Because I've never been the, catch as many as you can. I'm down to catch them all and evolve them, but the way I play Pokemon. I name every single Pokemon I have.
Yeah, bro.
If you went through my Scarlet and Violet
the box?
Yeah, what is it called?
PC?
PC. Yeah,
box?
My
PC
box?
Yeah. Right? Storage?
It's not called a DM? Or a PM?
They might have called it
Pokemon
a new...
machine, right?
Maybe?
PM?
I don't know.
No, maybe I'm wrong.
It could be.
Anyway, no, it's not called that. But if you just check my box, every single Pokemon will be named, right? Some will be evolved, some I will have put time into. I really like the feeling of Like, even if I catch 2 of the same Pokemon, I will name them 2 different things. And that's just the way that I do it.
That's the way it goes.
That's the way I do it.
I literally love that.
So Arceus, there was a disconnect for me, naturally, as the gamer. And this is what I want everyone to know when it comes to rating scores and being a critic, is that you need to know the critic and know why they would feel this way. Because it's possible you could say this is a 5 out of 5.
For me, it is
I was going to ask you, yeah.
5. But we have a combined score on this show.
That is also very true. So me personally, I would definitely say 4 out of 5 because it didn't meet the Pokemon needs that I was wanting. It was hard to kind of create, I felt, real bonds with the Pokemon themselves. And so, yeah, okay. I'm going 4 out of 5. Mr.
Hucky.
You mind if I let him out?
Let's let him out.
Huck is
Goodbye, Huck.
Goodbye, the Huck store.
I wanted to, you just reminded me, too, that for... Pokemon Go, like I've been nicknaming Pokemon as well.
Have you?
Yeah, and I've been kind of like picked that up from you. I did the same thing in Arceus, and like just as I've played Pokemon, like knowing you, it's changed my perspective on it.
Yeah.
There's that new evolution of Primeape that came out.
Oh,
Annihilate, right? Mm-hmm. Is he ghost fighting?
Ghost fighting.
Type? Okay.
Isn't that cool ass typing too?
And he's the typing is insane. He looks crazy.
Such a cool
like what a dope concept. Like still taking these Gen 1 Pokemon and making them amazing.
Do you know why?
No.
He's a ghost type. So in his original, since Primeape was started, in his Pokédex entry, it said that a Primeape will get so angry that it will die. A Primeape will die because it gets so upset it'll just pass out and die. And so an Annihilate is its anger being moved on to the afterlife. And so it got so angry that it's dead and it's still pissed off.
Bro,
isn't
it's
that
like
so
the
sick?
Hulk. It just keeps going.
It's so cool.
That's so cool.
There are some crazy new...
I love whenever you sprinkle that lore on me.
Do you love that shit?
For real.
Oh my god.
But I wanted to tell you that I'm working on 2 of them right now. There's a silly little, like, I don't know how you evolve them in Scarlet and Violet.
Which one?
But Annihilate.
Oh, yeah. He has to use this punch.
A certain punch?
It's a move. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a punch you have to use 10 times during battle.
Okay.
And then it has to be past the level 65, I think.
Oh,
or maybe 70.
Shit.
It's a really yeah. It is. It's
the requirements are much different in Pokemon Go.
Rage Fist.
They'll like Rage Fist.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The requirements is something like with it in your party defeating like 30 or it's like 30 dark or psychic type Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that, right?
Yes.
So I'm working on them. I don't have them yet, but I know what he looks like now, right? So I have one that is it's a extra small size.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You know how there's like sizes in Pokemon Go?
Yeah.
Do they have sizes in Scarlet and Violet?
Not in Scarlet and Violet.
Okay.
I mean, they'll have their weight, and maybe they can fluctuate.
But they won't tell you like extra small
and
or
it doesn't
like that.
affect anything.
Okay, yeah. It doesn't affect anything in the game. It's just visually. But I have an extra small one that ironically is like level 1, and so I'm actually gonna put him into a competitive like cup. There's different like leagues based on their level cap, right? So there's the little cup.
Yeah.
So his name's Mini Ape.
Mini Ape.
Yes, sir.
I love it.
And then for my actual I'm sorry, what? Annihilate. For my actual Annihilate that I want to have for like my raid party.
Yeah.
Azazel.
Azazel? What is that?
Do you know who Azazel is?
No.
Azazel is from X-Men.
Okay.
He's like from X-Men 2. You remember like I can't remember like his is it Night Stalker or Night what's his like hero name?
Oh, are you talking
about
that can teleport? The one who can teleport. It's Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler.
Yeah. His name was Azazel.
He gives like Azazel is his name.
Okay.
And he gives me that vibe. Yeah. Of like kind of like this like
well, he's got the red eyes and he's got the dark like gray skin.
Yeah.
Which anyways, I love so much. By the way, here are the Pokemon entries. So I actually might read them. This is for Primeape. It has been known to become so angry that it dies as a result. Its face looks peaceful in death, however. And then this is the modern Annihilate
like Pokédex entry, yeah.
When its anger rose beyond a critical point, this Pokemon gained the power that is what does that say?
Unfettered
by the limits of its physical body. So it's ascended to a different point of living because
it's literally anime.
I know.
What the hell?
Yeah, look at this anime picture.
I have so much respect now. That's literally crazy.
It's so lit. There's so many cool new Pokemon like that too.
Yes, sir. Joshy, I have our anniversary shout-outs here.
Yes.
Real quick.
Let's run them.
Few on here, and then a bonus one. I have Kingdom Hearts 3 and the all-in-one package. Both came out in Japan January 25th, 2019. Kingdom Hearts 3 holding an 83 on Metacritic, which I think is too high, in my opinion.
Oh my god, you're so right. 83.
83, bro. Yeah, dude. I mean, that's the same as Arceus.
I was going to say, I've heard that game is actual dookie water.
I mean, like, it's really pretty, you know? There's only some things
that is true. That means the game deserves 100.
But man, the all-in-one package though received a 9. It's sitting at a 9 on Metacritic. It doesn't have a Metacritic score because I think that Metacritic only scores like a actual standalone game, and the all-in-one package was encompassing everything in the series. So the user score is a 9.0 on the all-in-one package. Okay. Which for the whole Kingdom Hearts series, I get behind that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Available PS4, Switch, Xbox One, and PC.
It had everything?
Everything.
Like even the DS game?
Yes, but some of those, like I think 358 Days Over 2, that was a DS game. And I think in the all-in-one package, which was also, it was just combining the 1.5, 2.5, and 2.8. That's all in one package. And 3.
Oh, okay.
Like, it has everything, right? But I think that like 358 Days Over 2 and there's like recoded. I think both of those are like summarized into like a 2 to 3 hour like cutscene style thing, right?
Yeah.
Not an actual game that you play.
Right.
Yeah. So they did that with like a couple of the games there.
But they kept it in mind.
Yeah. No, for sure. Even I think they even have like a little tidbit just like that about the mobile game, Unchained.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Because it's all canon.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Anywho, next shout out on here is Dragon Ball Z Battle of Z.
Whoa.
Do you know this game?
I do not.
Okay, yeah.
But it sounds cool.
Came out on PS3, 360, and Vita. January 23rd, 2014 in Japan. It's called
Battle Z?
It's called Battle of Z. So Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Z. Okay. Making it the 10-year anniversary this year. Cool. Currently is a 66 on Metacritic on the Vita score.
Oh, Battle of
Z.
Which
is the highest score, by the way.
Wow. So this was... This must be, it was Xbox 360? My timeline is fucked right now.
Yeah, me too, bro.
Because it has the new, like, Super Saiyan God transformation, and it has Lord Beerus in it, but it's also, like, on the Xbox 360.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Not weird? Yeah, and Vita. Strange. Joshy, the last anniversary shout-out I have on here is not a game at all.
What is it?
It's the Macintosh. The original Macintosh.
The
came
laptop?
out. No, like the
computer Macintosh. Oh my god.
This came out January 24th, 1984.
What?
Making it the 40th anniversary.
That's incredible.
Isn't that nuts?
That is incredible.
Just a little shout out. How far we've come. I mean, back in the day when,
shout out Wozniak
so much before our time, bro.
And, what's his name?
Steve?
Wozniak and Steve Jobs. That's who it is.
Yeah. Wozniak. And Steve Jobs. Yeah, bro. I mean, like, think about it. Like, this was back in a time when their vision was bringing a personal computer to a home, and everyone called them nuts.
Yeah, they called them crazy.
Crazy.
And that's what they innovated the world more than you could ever believe.
More than you can even imagine, bro.
Anyone out there who feels like they're crazy, you know what? Understand that you might be bringing something to the world
absolutely
that will innovate everything that we've ever thought of and will change humanity for the rest of our lives.
Preach.
Yes, sir.
Amen, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Joshy, let's jump into some Pixel Press here, brother. Are you doing okay? Do you need to pee at all or anything?
No, I'm feeling all right.
You chilling? Okay.
I'm chilling.
Sweet. Let's jump in then, brother. Let's begin with some patch notes. As I referenced earlier, so we have new episode right now, as of this morning at 5 a.m. is available on the Patreon exclusive feed on Spotify. So you can check this out on Spotify directly. If you do, you got to make sure you link your Patreon account. You got to be a paid subscriber to access the content. And otherwise, go within the settings of Patreon. You can get an RSS feed that you can plug in anywhere. You can plug into YouTube if you want to. Get the bonus content that way. Nice. But we have a special episode that we uploaded, which was the pre-recording of last week's episode that led to Josh and I just kind of talking on a tangent with fluid conversations for about 20 minutes.
That's right.
We decided to stop it and restart. And so we just decided to upload that unedited and just for our Patreon subs. So go check that out. It's called Bonus Content Off-Cast Recording.
That's right.
As a little bonus tidbit for you.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, a little fun stuff. Joshy, we had last week's poll on Spotify. It asked, what's something you put a lot of value into? Based on our last episode that we did talking about value. Caleb responded, said, being genuine and real. Especially with friends and in relationships.
Really important.
No messing around with people's hearts or emotions to get what you want out of them.
Absolutely.
And you know what? That's just facts, bro.
It's just the way you should live.
Yeah, that's the way you should live.
I mean, because, I think you have a responsibility as a person every single day.
Yes, bro.
To be truthfully the best you possibly can. And that means any person that comes into your life naturally should be positively impacted. Impacted.
Yes,
I meant to say.
Both.
Both. Why not? I mean, it's not that bad of an infection.
No.
I mean, if you're feeling better.
Infect them with kindness. Yeah. Infect them with love, baby. Yeah, absolutely.
But I think those things are extremely important and at the end of the day are what you should strive for in a daily sense.
Yes,
you know
bro.
what I mean? Any person who has to come in contact with you, let them leave with a smile. That's what I'll say.
That's a great way.
That's what I'll say. You know what?
Absolutely, man. Put that value in there.
That's
Lene also chimed in on the previous episode before that one, episode 21, which asked, what did you think about AOT? So as she caught up, she replied to that. So I threw that in here. I think she's listening to episode 22 right now. So once she finishes that, she will be caught up until Friday. Nice. Good job, Lene. Nice. Really proud of you. So she said, the question was, what did you think about AOT? And she answered, remembering your conversations about it and the trailer. It does look pretty good. Wish I had more time to watch television. Big, one of those, the steamy nose face.
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
Yeah, the emoji.
I also highly doubt my hubby would enjoy it. And you know what? That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. A lot of times I feel like, dude, especially before my relationship with Kendall, I watched all my anime pretty much by myself.
Yeah.
It's
all right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta experience it that way.
Yeah, if you do decide to check it out, let us know. Because
please do. We would love to talk about it.
Absolutely. It's worth it. It's so worth the journey.
It absolutely is.
Could you tell?
Yeah.
Good to tell, baby. Joshy, let's jump into the news this week. Actually, I asked you if you needed to pee, and now I do.
What the hell, man?
I know, bro. I'm just kidding. I hoed you.
I'll try and pee.
All right, we are back.
We are back and better than ever.
I just want to let you know real quick, Joshy, that I got a text from Sophie's mom. She's going to be dropping that car off in the next 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
So I said to call or text me.
Yeah,
so we'll pause it when that comes up and we'll talk about that. But I want to let you know. And also, I ran into a Jirard in the living room on my way back, and he said, I asked him if he what his streaming is like. He doesn't have a schedule right now.
I heard.
He's not on a break.
Yes.
So you can catch him multiple times a week right now. Yeah.
Check him out.
So definitely check him out. Yeah.
At Sweet A on Twitch, right? A is spelled AYEE.
Threes. Yes, sir.
Can't forget it. Sweet A. Everyone knows how to spell sweet, right?
Do
you?
Sweet. Yeah. It's W. Well, there's an S.
Wait.
And then.
Yeah.
Meat.
Yeah. Wait.
Smeat. But then check out. You flip the W to Wumbo.
Is he in there?
Is he? No, he's outside.
Why would he be outside?
He's outside.
Why would he be outside?
Well, he's hanging out with the Adrel inside. And then I bet Adrel went outside. Well, let's pause it. I bet she's here.
I'm so sorry.
Sweet. We are back.
That's
it did not end up being Sophie's mom. It was actually Dave. And then we had one of Adrel's friends come. And Sophie's mom's going to come. And the house is filling up. Yeah.
That's right.
Taking care of business, baby. Right. So, Joshy, let's get started with the news this week. What do you got for us?
Starting us off, I just wanted to ask. This is going to start the news piece off. Have you heard of solo leveling? Have you heard of this?
Solo leveling?
Yes.
Maybe?
Solo leveling.
In what context?
It is a manga that is finally being adapted into a brand new anime. Never heard of this?
Yes.
So this is one of the highest rated manga, and was announced back in 2020 that there would be an anime coming.
Okay.
And as of
2020,
I think last year, they announced it'll be coming 2023, and that did not happen. So it's early 2024, and the first couple episodes are rolling out.
Okay.
And it is getting incredible reviews right
now.
Really? Yeah, people are really loving it. There's a like system on Crunchyroll. Did you know about this? Each episode, kind of like a YouTube video.
Sure.
You can like it if you'd like. So the episode 1 of Solo Leveling has officially gotten more likes than the Gear 5 episode of One Piece, which was one of the highest liked episodes.
Really?
Yeah. So it is huge. And this has been huge. People have been talking about the manga for a while now, and it's now officially getting actually adapted, and people are loving it. People are saying it's really good.
Man.
So I think it's one of the most highly liked episodes on the platform right now.
Okay.
But the fact that it passed Gear 5 is enough to be said. Because
that's crazy.
That was like an event, when that was happening for One Piece. Like, that was enough for people to be like, wow, you know what? This is a pretty big deal. I'm definitely going to watch it.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait maybe a little bit. I think I'm going to wait, until more episodes are out, to be honest, because the manga's been out for a while. I don't mind waiting just a little bit longer so that when I do get into it, I think there's 3 episodes out now. When I do get into it, if it's as good as it is, theoretically I will get into it.
I'm pretty sure I will, but I definitely would wait.
Did you watch Chainsaw Man yet? No. Because that was the last time I
feel like this is a
manga
weekly question now.
Yeah.
No.
Do I ask that every time?
I think so.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It must be really good.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
No, it is a good one.
No,
so.
I definitely am going to wait, though. Like, I don't do well with the episodic weekly releases. I can't keep up, right?
I tried to do that with JJK when it first came out.
Oh, yeah?
And I was really enjoying it at first, and then I did not like it because it was every week. I just didn't feel as fulfilled.
For sure. I'd rather binge it. I really would. Yeah. Give me the season.
Just you don't even have to watch that many. I could watch an episode a day. Just the knowledge that it will be there tomorrow is enough. I don't need to watch it all in one sitting. It's not about that.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that it will be there is enough.
Exactly.
So, Solo Leveling, keep an ear out for it. Yeah. It's been very popular for a while. But
Sweet.
It's a new anime. Might be taking over.
Yeah.
Might be a new
okay,
big one.
Solo Leveling. Keep an eye out, my friends. I'm going to write that here for myself.
Please do.
Is it one word?
It's 2 words, yeah. Solo Leveling.
Cool. Sometimes never know with these Japanese names. Yeah. Joshy, the first news piece I have here for you is a kind of a follow-up to last year's news piece about the Xbox Developer Direct. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Yeah. So we have the info for everything that was announced. The story comes from IGN here. There wasn't a lot of announcements, but it seemed like it was a lot of quality announcements.
Yeah, okay.
So... Did you see this at all? Did you see anything that was announced?
Not
cool.
a single thing.
Sweet. That makes it even better.
Is that right?
Because I think some of this stuff's going to interest you, to be honest.
You think?
Let's start with the first thing that was announced here, Joshy, which is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
I did see that.
You did see this? Okay.
I think one of the only ones I did see. It looks really far along.
It does.
Like, it does not look like an announcement trailer. It looks like the game is almost complete, right?
Yeah.
When does it come out? Do we know?
All we know about it was we got the reveal trailer.
Oh, and do you know what?
We have no release date.
It did not say release date.
Right.
I did see the trailer.
It was one of the few. I'm pretty sure the rest have release dates. This was like what they opened with, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
The devs, I don't know if you saw this, it's Machine Games. Machine Games has made pretty much the entire Wolfenstein series. Yeah, and since it was rehashed, because that's an older series, right?
Yes.
But like they had like Wolfenstein New Order, Wolfenstein Old Blood, and there's like 6 or 7.
That makes so much sense because the trailer shows it as a first person.
That's right.
Which is very not what I was expecting.
Me neither.
I was very much expecting a third person kind of Uncharted style video game.
Right. Like if anything, Uncharted is very like based on Indiana Jones.
Absolutely. I'd say it's the modern Indiana Jones.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what I felt when I was a kid, because when I was a little kid, I idealized Indiana Jones.
Right.
And then when I became like a kind of like a older like preteen,
it
was all about Nathan Drake.
K through A,
right before, right before I started my long playthrough of Kirby Star Stacker.
Yeah, perfect.
Which we all consecutively played. as adults.
Obviously. Yeah.
No, that's right.
Before your time is up. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude. No, I actually really like that this is like a FPS because I feel like it's very unexpected. Like that was my first thought, right? And obviously it was for you too. And like, so that makes me interested, especially because with Uncharted being what it is and kind of being the modern telling of the tale, that already is third person.
Yeah,
and has
Tomb Raider, same thing.
Yes,
where it's like I even felt, we had very different feelings about Tomb Raider, but I was already like, I think I'd rather play Uncharted.
For sure.
And it's possible if you start an Indiana Jones game that's trying to be Uncharted, it could be one of those exact same feelings of like, you know what? I don't know if I'm really, in it to play an Uncharted knockoff.
Yes.
So it's not. It's doing its own thing, and I'm interested.
Love it.
I am interested.
Yes. Yeah.
Were you a fan of Indiana Jones growing up?
Definitely, but it was more like I don't know that it was like Star Wars was like definitely a definitive film series along like in that vein that like my dad loved that I was on board with, and I don't think I saw Indiana Jones in that same light. Like it kind of sounds like you did. I kind of like viewed Indiana Jones as like a extra classic series that when a movie came out, I was excited, I'd watch it, but I wasn't like really invested, if that makes sense.
No, I get
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I even remember like when Crystal Skull came out, dude, like everyone was raving about how terrible that movie was, but I still went and watched it and I enjoyed it for what it was. And maybe it's because I didn't have that big investment, so I didn't really like care where they went with the series, you know what I mean?
Agree.
But let's move on. Next game on here, Joshy, is Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Something that has been like long time coming.
Hellblade 2?
Hellblade 2, yeah, because you remember Hellblade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like just...
Isn't that the one with... I might be thinking of something else, but Hellblade?
Hellblade, it's like Senua's Sacrifice, I think is what the first one's called.
It's like with the lady, right?
Yes. And it's very intimate, and like all the headphones, you ever hear about like the audio play? Yeah, it won an award, I'm pretty sure, for the year it came out, because it was just an indie game. Yeah, bro. It's still on my backlog.
So a sequel's coming out.
Sequel, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ninja Theory is the devs behind this, and they did Heavenly Sword, Enslaved, DMC, right? I love the DMC game.
Oh, yeah.
They also did Disney Infinity, Marvel, and the 3.0 expansion.
Oh, wow.
So they're full on this Hellblade 2 project, and dude, I mean, like, this is like it's a psychological kind of like horror experience.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
Yeah, where like
but it takes place.
It's recommended by the devs that you wear headphones for this, and the immersive audio, even without having dedicated immersive audio, like you can still have like just mid-tier headphones or whatever, and not even be, you can play on Switch, I don't know. Wow. And the experience that they've designed from an audio perspective, I have heard is absolutely unreal.
Do you know anything about it?
Just that, like, the main character suffers from a immense amount of PTSD and trauma, and so much so that I think she like has amnesia when she starts out, and she kind of like with the trauma also is coming like hallucinations.
I was gonna.
So as you're playing, you'll like, if you have the headphones in, you'll hear voices, you'll see things. Wow. Like the voices or the sounds will intentionally throw you off from what you're seeing visually, so that you feel like her and you feel like you're going insane.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Ben, he tried to recommend this. Yeah, Handorf tried to recommend this to me a long time ago, and what he explained was, it was like, he said, imagine you have schizophrenia but 1,000 years ago. And I was like, oh my god, that one sentence like got me to like,
that is a great
remember
hook.
that picture, and like to be like, wow, that like, that's something I want to play one day.
Yes.
Because that already, as a video game, that sounds like an insane idea,
nuts.
Right?
Yes, bro.
So
I know.
Yeah,
we're both sold.
I definitely think that's a really cool sounding story. And
yeah, absolutely.
I've only heard good things.
Yeah, bro.
Literally
yeah, I'm very excited to see. Hopefully this kind of be in the wheelhouse of like Spider-Man 2, where this is a sequel that's been very, very hyped up by the community, for good reason. Absolutely. And so hopefully, like, they really just execute on this.
They just land it.
Yeah, honestly. For the announcement, they have a release date of May 21st. So that's coming out very shortly.
That's a day before
2024.
You know what?
Before birthday?
Whose birthday?
It starts with a 2. I know that much.
Oh, it does.
We'll get back to it.
That's right.
The next game they announced is Avowed.
Avowed?
Avowed. Yes.
Never heard of
this. Details and release date. So it's coming out with a release window right now of fall 2024.
Okay.
Obsidian Entertainment is the devs on this. So they did Outer Worlds 1 and 2, South Park Stick of Truth, Knights of the Old Republic 2, and Fallout New Vegas. So kind of like, I think they're under the Xbox umbrella. Well, obviously, because it's an Xbox showcase, but...
Are they not? They're a smaller team of Bethesda, right?
They are smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely smaller. So this game looks nuts. It's like an FPS kind of like kind of in like a lot of like the vein of like the nuanced Skyrim feel, I guess, and what like new age, I guess, more modernized. And so like I think there's like magic spells and like just like all this like crazy stuff. I don't know a ton about it, but I do know that from all of the announcements, it seems like this is like this and Hellblade are the two like most hyped things.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So big for Xbox fans. I'm really excited.
I'm loving that. I'm happy for everyone who's excited.
Yeah. Me
Very
too.
Cool. I love Are these exclusives? Or?
These are. I don't think they're exclusives.
Because Hellblade, I know Ben recommended on.
That is on everything.
On PS4.
Yes. Yeah.
Sure.
So I don't know. I guess we'll see how Xbox is going to handle that. You know, just because of kind of the direction of what we're talking about, making it exclusives or whether they don't. We'll see what happens.
I would welcome that.
Excuse me. The next announcement, Joshy, was Visions of Mana. So this is from the like Secret of Mana series that is by Square Enix.
Okay.
Coming out summer of 24, and it is going to first release on Xbox, which is crazy. Awesome too. Like it was
so it
really
is an
kind
exclusive?
of. It's not an exclusive, but it is coming to Xbox first, and this is kind of nuts because. You know what? I think I wrote it down wrong. I just remembered. This is the first of the series to hit Xbox.
Oh, I see.
Yes, just like Final Fantasy VII Remake was the first of the series to Final Fantasy series to go, or 15, I think. I can't fucking remember, but no, Visions of Mana. This is like there was I think it was called Trails of Mana. Came out like 2 or 3 years ago.
I remember seeing that title.
Reimagining of the series, and it apparently was done really well. I got it on a sale, never played it, obviously. What else is new? But it's this looks really good.
I'm loving it.
I watched the gameplay trailer that they showed at this, and it looks stellar.
Good?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Like an open world kind of like hack and slash JRPG.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
I'm loving that.
Yeah, for sure. More classic vibe, I'd say, than something like Final Fantasy.
Okay.
Where that's a bit more modern.
Sure.
The last announcement on here, Joshy, is Aura History Untold. It might be Aria. I think it's Aura History Untold. This is coming to PC and PC Game Pass this fall by Oxide Games. I'd never heard of them, so I looked it up. And the only other game they made, so this is their second game.
Let's hear it.
First game is Ashes of Singularity.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, me neither. I don't even know if it's out because I think it says 2026 for release date. So they might be concurrently developing these games.
So this was their first game.
Yeah, I think so. And it's PC exclusive, but because it's under Xbox's like wheelhouse here, they're making it like a Game Pass thing too.
Go Windows,
Yes, so not available on console.
Gotcha.
But I don't even know what the game's about, but it looks dope. And that is wrapping up the announcements, brother.
I think I'm most excited about that either that Hellblade or the Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Those at least I probably won't get them when they come out, but I will be looking into how they do.
Yeah.
Depending on how good the Hellblade sequel is, I might have to play that first one.
Dude, I think you got it regardless. I think
did you play it?
No.
Oh, did you?
No, not at all. Yeah, I really want to. I remember going to PAX and they were showing it off.
Yeah.
Like they were like it was talked about a lot.
Well, it was
a
like
huge booth.
It was like high school when Ben said that to me, and it stuck with me. I literally thought about it since.
Yeah, bro.
So very interesting.
Very
interesting.
Very. Let's move on though.
Love
what do you got for your next news piece?
This one's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Sick.
Do you in the show Jujutsu Kaisen? Do you recognize the name Maki Zenin? Do you know that character?
That's like the other guy, like main.
No.
No.
You're thinking of Fujitora.
I am.
Fujitoro, I mean. She's like the girl with the glasses who can't see. She has no cursed energy, and she can only see cursed spirits by wearing those glasses. Do you know the character?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well,
do you have a picture?
I do have a picture, actually.
Yeah.
Here. I'll zoom in.
Pull her up.
She looks like this.
Oh yeah.
You know
Yeah.
So she is she's a pretty fan favorite character, especially when it turns to the manga, because she has a pretty cool power up that goes on with her. Very exciting, but I'm gonna keep it vague.
Yeah, please.
But this is the title of the article I saw. JJK fan names their child Maki Zenin. That is their full legal name. It was in. I actually am trying to understand the language. It's Indonesia. That's what it was.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But I have a picture here, and I wanted you to see it. So this is the birth certificate right here, Maki, and then I'm guessing that's their middle name, the way they do it, Zenin, right?
Wow.
Humaira Zenin. And as you can see, it's in what do they speak in Indonesia? Do you know?
No,
I have no idea either.
Yeah.
But so officially there is a person out
Indonesian?
there named. Probably.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
it seems too easy.
No, I definitely should have looked that up because of this article.
Yeah,
I wish I knew, but isn't that some crazy stuff?
That's crazy.
That's some fun stuff, I think, because anime sometimes I feel like, kind of what we were talking about, kind of making your life your own. But name me a kid, it's a different story. What's that all about? That's some wild stuff. I don't know how I feel. I mean, who really cares?
Yeah.
It's also Maki. It's not a bad name or anything like that.
No, for sure.
It's like I feel like that's like, this is the tame version of the, did you ever see that meme of, oh my God, it's so funny. It's not newsworthy, but there was a guy on Twitter who wanted to name his son Goku. And his wife said if he got like a certain amount of retweets, that like they would allow like millions of retweets. He would be allowed to name his son Goku, and it ended up happening. They showed the birth certificate, showed the kid, and his name was Goku. So yeah, there's a kid out there named Goku.
Shit.
And all I want to know is if Maki would beat Goku when they get older. If they would have a fight, like who would win? Because if you think that Maki's losing because she's a girl, rewatch that show. She beat up Yuta in the movie. She can take care of business.
Okay.
She's pretty damn good at using curse tools. See, that's the tough part. I don't know.
And you're a big Dragon Ball fan,
no,
so you know just how.
Losing.
Losing. I mean, it's fucking Goku.
I mean, it is Goku, but hey, it's a fight.
He's got to have some competition.
I would still want to see it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm naming my kid Luffy though. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care who.
You're not gonna have like I'll vote.
Would you?
Yeah, definitely.
My retweet. Yeah, everyone out there, when I want to name him Goku, have my back, please.
Got your back, brother.
Thanks, guys.
I know everyone does. Joshy, next news here for you is. This is the one I'm hoping you didn't see this.
Oh.
Metroid Prime 4. Oh, Joshy's face. Show me everything. It just dropped, bro. Metroid Prime 4 gets interesting update. Okay?
Not heard of anything about this.
Sweet. So this came out of Game Rant. And basically I'm going to dive into the article here. I just kind of paraphrased it. So a credible gaming news seeker has... did I say incredible? I meant credible.
You said credible.
Okay, great. Thought I'm tripping. A credible gaming news seeker has uncovered signs that Metroid Prime 4 could finally be reaching the end of development. This is so hype. For Joshy and I both, man. Like, for real. This is going to be one of the biggest Switch releases, I think.
No question.
And I really am praying it's on OG Switch and not Switch 2.
I think it's going to be a Switch 2 exclusive. Yeah.
Which, like, if it was like a launch title or like launch window,
they're doing what they did with Breath of the Wild.
That would be sick.
They started it on the last generation, and the further that it got, so that they could release it simultaneously.
They could,
and then they could have like up-res, like a better version.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Which would be great incentive to get a Switch 2. Ideal, very ideal. Has a second screen, you know.
Oh yeah. The Switch 2 is like a DS.
Literally.
Oh my God, they announced Kid Icarus Uprising.
It's a launch title.
Holy shit. Anyway, sorry.
All these hypotheticals.
So cool.
I wonder how many do it, but it's so Nintendo, it could happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, baby.
So I'll continue. Metroid Prime 4 was first announced at E3 2017. By the way, that's 7 years ago.
That's 7 years ago, and then when did they announce that they were scrapping it?
Yeah, I have that in here.
Do you have that too?
Hang tight. The last entry in the series was Metroid Prime 3 Corruption back in 2007.
7?
That's 17 years old, by the way. Ago. So originally, Metroid Prime 4 was going to be developed by Bandai Namco Studios. I don't know if I knew that, but Nintendo grew dissatisfied, much like Final Fantasy VII Remake, with the studio's work and restarted the project in 2019, so 2 years later, to answer your question. Under the watchful eye of the original Metroid Prime co-producer Kensuke Tanabe, and Retro Studios, the developer behind the original trilogy of Metroid Prime.
Yeah.
Right.
Aren't they partially Rareware?
No. We had this conversation
what was
earlier. It's like ex-staff from Rare.
Yes, I think there's that's what I mean. Though.
Yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
It was a piece of who
Yeah, I really want to know how much.
I want to know, too.
Because I think they, left Rare and specifically went to this project, and I don't know if they started under Nintendo. They might have been acquired by Nintendo.
I think they were too, because they did Donkey Kong Country Returns, and that was their first.
That was the first.
Yeah.
So okay.
So I think Yeah,
maybe second party, but then they just became first party. Who knows? So things have been relatively silent since this happened. Okay, which 5 years.
Yep.
Save some hiring reports and rumors of possible summer 24 release date, which, that's still coming up, so it could happen.
Could still happen.
Especially with the rumors of the Switch 2 launching in the summer. Aligns, okay? I'll continue. Nintendo-based gaming YouTuber Super Metal Dave 64 recently posted a Metroid Prime 4 video uncovering several clues that the highly anticipated sequel could finally be nearing the end of its long and troubled development cycle.
Ooh.
First, Nintendo allegedly conducted quality tests around 10 months ago on demo versions of Metroid Prime 4. One of those claims come from the resume of Edwin Atwell, who has pretty extensive experience quality testing games like Call of Duty and the Call of Duty franchise using bug tracking software specifically. Second is that Retro Studios reportedly hired extra personnel with diverse industry experience, end quote, between 2022 and 2023, specifically to work on Metroid Prime 4.
Okay, yeah.
And Retro Studios has also recently partnered with Next Gen Dreams 3D, which is a studio specializing in detailed and imaginative first trailers for video games. So kind of like that first big trailer that comes out, sometimes I imagine that Retro, it's not like Square, right? Where Square has all these, they have literally a music department and team. Right. They have a development team. They have a writing team.
Right.
The Retro's probably not that big. So I imagine that their sole focus is the game itself.
Right.
Trailers, publicating, advertising, that probably is being handled by Nintendo being outsourced.
Absolutely.
So they specifically partnered with this Next Gen Dream Studio 3D, and it seems like they have quite the reputation for these trailers, which kind of brings us to the wheelhouse of, okay, why would they be partnering with a game trailer company right now?
Beyond the fact that they need a trailer in time for something.
So while none of the information uncovered necessarily confirms that Metroid Prime 4 will be shown off soon, it is definitely evidence that the game could be well on its way to release.
It goes with the fact that it is probably coming out pretty dang soon. At least the trailer will be. Yeah, it needs to be.
Yeah, and that's kind of wrapping it up. So I feel like this is a good update because it's been. We've mentioned it on cast several times, so I thought it was only fitting, but they've been silent for too long. We've been in the dark for too fucking long.
Absolutely.
Every time a direct comes out, Metroid Prime 4 is on that the predictions
bingo card,
list.
The
bingo card in the middle.
But it's yet to be even mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the most we got was that one time, which was them saying we're restarting.
That was
basically
which was 2 years
last
later.
We heard.
Which was, that's still 5 years ago. So,
I remember how hard it felt to hear that because I was like, I already felt like I was waiting so long.
I know.
Because the initial, then 2 years later, and then you're like, are you serious?
Yeah, 2 years just to be told we have nothing for you other than
we're starting from the beginning.
We're starting over.
But it does make me happy though because
definitely
it is, I think that games suffer the most from rush production or if you're unhappy with something and you just get it out because I think Nintendo is the best at not doing that.
I agree.
From what I've seen with I'm so sorry. I burped.
Oh my gosh!
Hard.
Yeah, you okay? I feel like I heard like the innards
so hard. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Swishy.
But no, I think that that's kind of just one of Nintendo's strongest suits, to be honest with you. And I think that I have the most respect for them because of the fact that they are not allowing their games to be not what they want them to be.
I completely agree.
And I think
Joshie, really cool. I have to interrupt you real quick, which seems like good timing anyway. Sophie's mom is here.
Oh, let's go.
So let's be right back. All right, we are back. We ended up taking quite a break. Sophie's mom did show up, and so did her father. So we hung out with them for a sec, parked the car, caught up a little bit, got some lunch. And we are back.
It was delicious.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was so really good. Thank you.
Shout out to
Blessed Kendall, bro. Oh my gosh. Picked us up, you, me, and Adrel. Picked up subs before she went to work.
Took care of everybody.
Took care of business, Bubby. Let's jump back in, Joshie. You have one last news story for us, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, cool. Let's do it.
So this one's really, really interesting for me, especially, and to anyone else who is caught up on the JJK manga, because I don't want to say anything explicitly.
Never do, huh?
But no, I never do. But I would say that it's on every person who's caught up with the manga's mind that it could be a very dark ending, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
So it could be extremely dark, and it could absolutely go that way. So this article,
like in a way you are seeing, or in a way that, yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not looking too. It's not looking too pretty. I'll say that much.
Damn.
Yeah. But. So, do you know how there's editors who work on mangas?
Yeah.
They do like little revisions, but there's like shaders or like editors for any kind of book.
Yeah.
They, like make sure that everything's kind of, like good.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. Like, pardon my I guess naivety, my French naivety. So the mangaka. Like
the mangaka,
yeah, like when they're like sketching it out, like I know we talked one time about like the rough Oda sketches. He's never done anything like that.
Yeah.
The editor doesn't then clean that up, or
depending.
What's
on
like the process?
That would have been partially an editor, but Oda is pretty strict on One Piece.
Sure,
he doesn't have a lot of editors. I don't think, at least from what I've seen. He's pretty secretive about like no one knows the ending besides him.
Right. Okay.
Which is very.
So I didn't know if this was like some like kind of like streamlined thing that everyone has editors.
Normally there'd be editors, but the issue with that situation was that even with editors, which I'm pretty sure he has a couple. I think the chapter just needed to come out back then. But normally they'd be there to help clean things up.
Yeah.
Basically.
I got you.
So this article states that Jujutsu Kaisen end is decided, and the editor is happy. An editor is happy.
Okay.
Yes. So it's no surprise that the end of Jujutsu Kaisen is coming quite quickly, and it should be done sometime this year. Absolutely will be.
Hell yeah.
We just got a new chapter. And I believe it's bi-weekly now, if not a little bit more, to be honest.
Okay.
But it's pretty good stuff right now. But so far, we've heard from this editor who was on there was a One Piece themed live variety show, and Fukuda, who's the name of the editor, basically stated that they had a conversation with Akutami, who's the creator of Jujutsu Kaisen. Regarding the ending, and the editor ended up, Fukuda seems very happy and is convinced that, very happy with it. That's what they said. Don't know what that entails, to be honest.
Yeah. Kind of vague.
Yeah, and they also explained on this variety show, they said, the upcoming chapters are going to be very shocking and great development in the plot. Which already we're seeing. Yeah, we're already seeing a lot of that in the chapter we just got.
Okay.
But it's to be honest, I hope this editor, Fukuda, is not a fan of really dark stories, because obviously it has to be a little bit, but I'm hoping there's a happy ending. I really hope there is like a good ending.
You worried?
I really am.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's probably the most I have been on like I'm at a point mentally whenever I read a chapter where I'm like, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
What's the crew gonna be able to do to get out of this one? That's what I feel like. I don't know. Right now, it looks like there's nothing.
Yeah.
That can be done. There is nothing that can be done to for whatever's going on.
Isn't that kind of an anime trope though? Is kind of like the hopelessness, like.
Yeah, but I guess
the impossible.
I guess you're right. That's totally true. But there's also an anime trope for like last minute power ups and saving a character before death.
Definitely.
And none of those things exist in Jujutsu Kaisen. And usually when things are hopeless in a situation, it's because they are. And the characters are going to die.
Yeah, okay.
You know, and we've already lost so many characters in the manga in general. Some of my favorite characters we've already lost, and I just don't know. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. And so when I read this article, it gives me a bit of hope that there's something, kind of planned. And I want to keep it vague, like I said, but it just is. It's looking bleak. So this bright end to the tunnel that this person sees, supposedly, they haven't given anything beyond the fact that they are happy with it. The creator hasn't said anything about it, but...
Any idea of how far out you are from the ending?
Probably
from where it's at right now?
Yeah, probably like 10 to 15 more chapters.
You think?
Is my thought. Yeah. Chapters, though. So that could be... maybe not 15. Maybe like 10.
Okay.
10, maybe. To be honest, I think it should wrap up like
this year,
middle of this year. I think so.
Okay.
That's what I'm guessing.
All right. I don't know. See what happens.
Yeah, we will see.
I'm gonna write it down.
Please do.
Yeah, a little prediction here.
Yeah. We shall see.
Ending in summer. Josh, are you ready for the final news article here to wrap up the Pixel Press,
I'm so ready.
brother?
I'm so ready.
Sweet. This is where we can talk about Power World, my friend.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. I got a little article here for you. I want to give you some info. It's kind of dense, so
sure.
I'll just spit out all the information, and then I want to hear your thoughts, and then what you're going to say earlier about like your playthrough of Power World so far. And I saw you right before we started recording. You were in your room playing it this morning.
Playing a bit.
Honestly, that was my first time really seeing gameplay. I've seen gameplay, but it's always been confined within like either a trailer or like somebody talking while it's just showing gameplay in the background. I haven't actually watched somebody play it.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks cool. Looks really fucking cool.
Yeah, we'll get into it.
I can't wait to hear your thoughts. So it comes from Game Rant this week.
Let's hear it.
Along with what I said earlier, I got the email this morning, Pokemon with Guns for my morning brew.
Yeah.
So we'll dive in here. The article is called Power World is already one of the most popular Steam games of all time.
I believe it.
What the hell, bro? In early access.
Dude, it's crazy.
In less than a week?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Let's dive in.
Despite
having just launched in early access, Power World is already one of the most popular Steam games of all time in terms of concurrent players.
That's amazing.
Okay? Concurrent meaning active right now.
Active that are playing.
Yes, at this time, all at the same time, right? While the game is available on Xbox Game Pass, this is crazy to me. Power World has also become an instant hit on Steam, selling over 4 million copies. Of an early access game. That's $30, by the way.
Yeah.
Over the span of its first 3 days, according to developer Pocket Pear on Twitter. This is the first game, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, this is so impressive on so many fronts. I'm so happy with how, following the story of this game and this dev team, because this is truly remarkable. I don't know if something quite like this has happened in history.
I don't know if it
So let's continue. Power World somehow combines the survival mechanics of Minecraft, which is what you told me this morning, with the monster catching thrills of the Pokemon franchise. What makes the concurrent player count success even more impressive is the fact that the game is actively being purchased for $30, undeterred by its availability right now on Xbox Game Pass for free.
Yeah.
Okay? For both console and PC, by the way.
Yeah.
In addition, to server issues it's been having for its first like launch week, basically. Right. Due to server overload.
Right.
They can't fucking handle
people
it, right?
want to play it that bad.
Yes, seriously. So,
yeah.
Continue here. Power World satisfying gameplay. Loop coined the term I just said. Pokemon with Guns earned its highest concurrent player count of any paid game in the history of Steam, with an all-time high of 1,291,000 players, total players, surpassing Cyberpunk 2077's 1,054 players. And Elden Ring's, 1,054,000 players, and Elden Ring's 953 concurrent thousand, 953,000 concurrent players.
I'm with it.
Yeah, my brain ain't rapping, dude.
No, I'm with it.
While also passing Baldur's Gate 3.
It's crazy.
Which was highlight of news 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's
like,
crazy.
That's all everyone was talking about, right? And Hogwarts Legacy, which just hit... I think it was just competing with Call of Duty for like most sold copies of last year.
This is insane.
The latter, Hogwarts, in less than 24 hours, it passed Hogwarts' total concurrent player base.
That's
right?
incredible.
This is all according to Power World on Twitter.
Holy
it does
shit.
need to be noted.
Yeah.
There was an add-on I saw from somebody on Twitter. By the way, I am from this point forward. I'm not calling Twitter X anymore. I'm calling it Twitter.
Yeah. I completely am with you.
I just can't.
I never called it X.
Yeah.
I never have.
I'm not behind it.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's I'm with you.
I call it because what do you call a tweet? Do you call it like
you tweet
post,
on X?
A post on X? You're gonna say a post? I saw a post on it. No, fuck no.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I say
fundamentally
Twitter.
the same.
That's so funny because every time you said X, it made me like Urkel, just a tiny bit.
Right.
A tiny Urkel, I'm like, X.
Yeah, it's like, it's cringe.
Yeah,
it's so cringe.
Exactly.
It's like Pokemon.
Yeah.
It does need to be noted, though, however, that the title of highest concurrent player count of any paid game history on Steam actually belongs to PUBG. Where it reached an all-time peak of over 3 million players back in 2018.
Wow.
So that right now holds a record. It also saddens me to say that Power World is under a lot of heat right now. Since finding this article like 5 or 6 days ago. Yeah. After it broke, like articles have been coming out every day. I don't know if you've seen these of the Pokemon community directly slandering and like a very large vocal that Power World is a ripoff straight up of key Pokemon in the franchise. And you're a Pokemon fan, you probably see some similarities. I have in some images. I get it, right? However, I think that Nintendo has proven with their track record they will handle it if there is legal rounds that have been crossed. This is directly the fan backlash is going against what you and I have talked about of like competition is good.
Absolutely.
Pokemon needs this.
Completely.
This is for the Pokemon franchise. Yeah. This is going to push them beyond because they've been sitting very comfortable with no one competing with them. Yeah, right?
Absolutely.
So really like wrapping up the article and the info, they have accusations from the Pokemon community of accusations are of plagiarism, and they're actively like. It's gotten to the point of like the one of the lead guys at the dev studio said that they're getting death threats from the Pokemon community. So that's the wrap right there, Joshy. Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, so the first thing I'm thinking about while I'm hearing this is the fact that all of it is making sense. Everything you're saying, because it is seriously one of the most fun Steam games I have ever played. Like truthfully, they're taking what works from everything, and it's kind of incredible the way they're able to balance it like so well. They're taking the things that work from so many different games. I don't even know if you'll read this in any article, but you can climb any surface in the game. You can climb. You have a glider. Okay. You have so if we're gonna say that it's taking inspiration from a lot of things, you gotta put everything on it. Breath of the Wild is a huge inspiration. You can feel it. There is a level of just like the stamina bar, the way you upgrade your character, even like the weight, item weight. Yeah, item weight that you have to have. Like, wow. Like there's you're constantly upgrading and there's like
what
building.
Happens if you like have over the item weight? You just can't carry.
Can't move that well. Can't jump. Like a
That's
lot
like
of
Dark
things.
Souls.
Yeah. Or like Skyrim.
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of things that I'm like, this is taking things that are very interesting from so many different video games and just making it work, to be completely honest. And the fact that it is also multiplayer is so exciting to me. I have a lot to say on the fact that I can't even stop like thinking about it. Like I can't wait to just have a day where I can just play it all day, because every time I've stopped playing it, it's because I've had something to do.
Something.
I just got it yesterday. Exactly. I just got it yesterday and I had to go to work, but I didn't have this feeling like I wanted to stop playing, or I was satisfied with how much I had stopped. And to be honest, I mean, I get that way a lot with some games, but I usually hit a point where I'm like, I think I'm ready to go. But I did not see a point even close to coming. And that has a lot to do with my love for the survival type games like Minecraft or Raft. I feel like, Raft had a lot of elements that I feel like are kind of being kind of replicated a little bit in Pow World.
I saw you play that a little bit,
dude, with Drew. I used to play with Drew a lot. It's, oh my god, it's just so much fun. Like there's a PAL Dex. There's
a Dex?
Yeah, there's a Dex for like the PALs. They're called PALs.
It's called PAL Dex?
I think it's called the PAL Deck. Yeah.
Deck.
Yeah.
I'm like,
right. So here's the funniest thing. I know they've been under heat for a while now. And they had to jump through a lot of legal holes, all of them in which they've been okay with. Because truthfully, Pokemon does not have like a monopoly on the monster like catching community or like any kind of monster type game. That's not something that a single like company can trademark. That's a creative style of a video game. Clearly it's inspired by Pokemon and it's based on Pokemon. It's very clearly inspired and based on. But how many other fucking games do you know that do that exact thing? Take a style, base it on that, and then continue onward to be able to make something new from it.
Absolutely,
because the truth is, every Pokemon experience that we've gotten is not the experience of Pow World. And that's where it comes to. You can compare designs of Pokemon to PALs as much as you want, and you can compare even decks or like the way that you catch them and all these things. You can compare that all day.
All day, baby.
But these little comparisons don't live up to what the experience actually is. And the truth is, it's an extremely fun experience that, to be honest, I don't think Pokemon has been able to truly, no pun intended, capture like ever. To be honest, Arceus came a little close. Came close. But even in that game, it's like it doesn't go all the way in the survival aspects. You know what I mean?
Well, even you're so right, because it had some survival aspects. Like crazy. Pokemon could attack you as a player and for the first time. Right. All those field mechanics, right? But shooting creatures, Pokemon, like damaging them as a player,
or even
that is not something you do in Arceus.
Absolutely
no, you capture them, run, or use a Pokemon.
Even the way these these PALs, my bad, are played with, it's so like not Nintendo. It's very clearly not Nintendo. You like kill PALs for their resources. You literally have
the ragdolls. You show me the ragdoll.
They ragdoll on the floor, and you have to like use them in order to like you can clearly make friends with them because you can pet them and feed them.
Yeah, you told me this last night. You can like put them to work.
You can put them to work. I have this one. It's like Catalina or something like that.
Yeah, okay.
It's like this cat Pokemon that I just keep putting to work at my bench, and he just works on whatever I have, and it's. To be honest, it sounds like it'd be like weird, but it's so cute. Because every time he finishes something, he turns around and he like looks all proud, and I love it.
I love
it's
that.
It's so like different, but it's such a way to make these Pokemon PALs. These PALs feel alive, while also feeling like a companion.
Yeah.
But also feeling like a wild animal.
Yeah.
And the interesting part is there's like camps of like characters who have like guns, and I'm playing it single player right now, so there's camps. I just found a town right before we like got on.
Yeah.
There's bosses. There's giant bosses that have areas in which like that's where their domain is. They're huge. They're like level 32. Feels like Xenoblade when you're walking by the massive monkey.
Yeah, I saw when you're like walking around like the overworld map. It like shows enemies like Xenoblade.
Yep.
Kind of like an MMO.
Yeah, just like that. And
dude, it's so cool.
Some of the other cool things that I like the most is each one has an ability that you can use with them. And the reason it's called Pokemon with Guns, I just got this. It's so cool. I was able to build a harness for, there's like this thing called like it's like a Foxfire, I think is its name. It's like a Firefox kind of character.
Oh, yeah. The one I asked you if it was a starter?
Yeah. You can build a harness for it. You have to build like this special workbench and get all these materials and get like cloth, which you have to make through wool, which you get from certain pals. A whole Minecraft style thing to be able to build this harness. And now I can pick him up and use him as a flamethrower. And I can literally point him at other pals. I used it on one of the other pals, and it literally it just fucked him up. And so you can use that as the character.
Is there typing?
Yes, there's typing, and certain types have an advantage on others, but all of them, and there's even there's a neutral type, and then there's multiple typing you can have.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know if there's even evolutions yet. I don't know if that's a part of it. I think it might not be, to be honest with you, because I haven't seen any evolutions online or. Most of the things that I would assume would be an evolution are like bosses. Yeah. Or like large things.
Absolutely.
So maybe the evolution part might be like some kind of legality thing with Pokemon.
Sure. Maybe.
But
Digimon,
I don't know.
right?
I was going to say,
things, evolution is not, again, there's a lot of things that a lot of people associate with Pokemon. It's really just because it's been around the longest.
Yep.
And they do it generally the best.
The best.
And
usually.
they're the biggest.
Yeah. And going with what I kind of told you the other night, but also what we talked about in the state of AAA, this is the best example of how a big company, a AAA company, needs to keep their shit as best as they possibly can. They need to release games that are of AAA quality, because the truth is there is an indie studio that will do what you can do better and for a cheaper price. So why would anyone, truthfully, at this point, why would anyone spend, with DLC included, $90 on a brand new Pokemon game with DLC if they could spend $30 on a much richer, fun experience that runs better, right? It makes the most sense to go with Power.
Yes.
And I genuinely hope that Pokemon Company takes that into consideration. The fact that their Pokemon style, and the fact that this is their first game only makes me excited. You get this team more money, and they make a sequel, and then they just keep making these games forever.
Yes.
I'm cool with that.
Yes.
There's over 120 new pals. There's these ones.
Wow.
And if they made a game with a heavier story or all this shit, this is such a successful story for this individual, this indie game company.
Yes, yeah, and from all angles, with the sales, with the popularity, with a regular newspaper publication talking about this game, right? I don't think anything like this, like this, has ever happened before.
I don't think,
especially because it's Pokemon we're talking about here. Nobody, you, Josh, are talking. It's you are a huge Pokemon fan.
Huge.
B, you are also huge into anime, so a lot of other fantasy with monsters and that kind of diversity, and specifically something like Digimon, Yokai Watch.
Digimon,
so
Pokemon,
right there, Digimon, Yokai Watch. Those are two great examples of competitors with Pokemon.
Yeah.
But do they really compete with Pokemon? The answer is fuck no.
No.
Digimon is much bigger, and even then, their focus is not in the games
Digimon
anymore.
isn't even
they're not in this space.
Well, the funny funniest part is the funniest thing about Digimon, and I feel like this is more a fun fact for you.
Oh, yeah.
Is that they weren't ever in competition with Pokemon, because what Pokemon was doing was a video game series turned anime, right? And video games are very different. Digimon were the male version of Tamagotchis that were released. They were those digital, and the reason they evolved was because the way the Tamagotchis evolve into different forms.
Yeah.
Digimon did the exact same thing, so they had an anime based on it, and there was never this strife because the territory that they're standing on are two completely different worlds, right?
Absolutely.
So nothing like this has truly ever happened, and even Yokai Watch, it was a Nintendo second party that made that, and Nintendo
I'm sorry, it wasn't second party. It was it was level 5.
Level 5,
I think it's level 5, right? But and because they did like Ni no Kuni,
my god,
like other series and stuff. But I think Yokai was the biggest series, and they ended up going like basically bankrupt.
They did,
right? We talked about that, I think, before the cast even began.
Yeah, we did.
So I mean that shows you like a competitor right there, even on the same console, right, with the same idea. And you talked to me before about how extensively thought out Yokai Watch is.
I honestly think it's a shame because it's not the way that Pokemon is. It's a strategy game, and less so a RPG.
Yes,
you know what I mean. I mean, it is an RPG, but it's a strategy RPG. Yeah. You know, and it's set up in a completely different way. It's more humorous. The yokai are more kind of like goofy. And there's nothing really. It's like not this fantasy world. Yeah, they're like characters with like personalities, and it's just much more. It's just much different.
Yeah.
So Pow World, being as the way that it is, it just means
it's so
either
hype, bro.
Either like get with the times or get out, because I am totally okay with a sequel to Pow World that I would run again. Like I would absolutely pay. I would have paid $60 for that game. I looked it up, assuming it was $60.
Yes.
And I looked it up, found out it was $30, and guess what? They're doing a $10 off like launch thing for their game.
So it's $20.
It's $20 right now. I don't know if it still is.
Buy it. Dude, because I need to play this.
It's just worth it. I promise. I don't even know if you're a survival guy though. I don't know, but I've always been obsessed with
what I'll say is that like I said about Breath of the Wild, I said I was actually avidly not a open world gamer until Breath of the Wild. So sometimes it just takes that one game or experience to change it for me.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if have you played any like big survival games before?
Can you give me some like examples of like what you're comparing to it?
Like Minecraft, Terraria, maybe even.
No, but I'm familiar with Terraria. Minecraft Don't Starve. I know it. I'm familiar with it. Didn't play it though.
Did you ever play Forager? Did you ever hear about that?
No, but I have heard of that game.
Dude, I love that game. That was one of my favorite survival games.
Forager.
Oh my god, it was so much fun, and I wish I could get back into it. But every time I boot it up, I forget what I was doing.
Oh, facts.
And I like forget how to play, and I'm like, because you know those survival games, when you're deep in there, it's like you got to do this to do this to do this to do this to do this.
You have a system.
And I've been and so I've been out for too long. I've been out for like years now, and I've tried to boot it up a couple times, and I'm like walking around, I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah,
like what do I do here?
What's happening?
So
Flood and Flame. That's another
Flood
one,
and Flame. Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah. Yes. Did you play that?
I played that one a little bit. I played it at PAX. It was like a demo that was set up there, but no, I feel like my consensus is like just from the outside, from what I know and what I've seen.
Yes.
I would definitely like, if anything, if within me truly the gut feeling came out of like I don't like the survival aspect.
Yes.
I would be curious to see like how I'd respond with the Pokemon and the Minecraft aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because like not like the survival part, like the building part, and like the like collecting. You're talking about like crafting and all these things, and and I saw you play a little bit, like just farming some pals out there, right? Shooting down, then you get some materials. Like that all sounds, and going anywhere, that all sounds like my cup of tea, like dead ass, right? And really, the last thing I want to say on this too, unless you wanted to say anything else, is like I am so against what the community is doing.
Completely agree.
Like dude, you guys are going about it, like, I just think it can't be said enough. You're going about it wrong. Your mindset is wrong by thinking they're hurting Pokemon. How? Pokemon, one of the biggest companies to ever exist. That's you know what I mean? No, what are you talking about? In another parallel, okay, let's take like something like where Xenoblade is at. Xenoblade as a game coming out in like 2009 or 10 or whatever has so many things it has taken from older games that aren't related to the Xeno series, from Final Fantasy, from other RPGs. Nobody is saying when those games come out that like, oh, this is ripping this off. This is ripping this off. Yeah. No, people are saying the opposite. Yeah. That this is like, wow, this is like the same idea, but executed better. Yep. And then it's like Josh and I have talked about, like from AAA. Guess what happens? Then the original company have to do better. They're pushed to do better. If they don't, then like basically by having competition, I think it really points out what you're missing, what ideas you haven't thought of yet, and it will just push you, man.
And it will also be that, you have to make something special because you're not alone in the market.
Absolutely.
It's not even just that, you see all these things they're doing. Yeah. It's that, when I release this, some people might not play it. And I feel like for the longest time, Pokemon has been in that place where, you drop Sword and Shield, and to be honest, I was a little lackluster. I was a little disappointed, to be honest, with the main story before I played the DLC.
Yes, I was too.
You and I both. Yeah. We were naturally disappointed, but then we got the next game that came out. We both got Arceus. You even got the remake. You know what I mean? Yes, like, bro. All those ideas of like, it's Pokemon, so I'll get it. Now we're hopefully we'll be able to step into a time one day, and this is exactly what I was saying, is eventually, if we don't get better, if these big companies don't get better, no one's paying ridiculous prices for an undercooked game. Yes. When you could pay $30 for Pal World. Because indie developers will do what you do better. It's the same thing with like, I know you haven't played
Sea of Stars.
Sea of Stars is a fantastic example.
And that game is $30.
That's a $30 game. Hat in Time. I have played some lackluster 3D platformers that just not feel like they should. Yeah. Baland Wonderworld looks fucking like dog shit. And that's a $60 game. It's probably not anymore. But it's like, what the fuck are you doing here? Yeah. Go play fucking a $20 Hat in Time. You know what I mean?
Yes, man.
So that, I know that's kind of an extension.
No, I think honestly, like that's perfect. Let's wrap it up here. Joshy, to wrap up the news this week, I got no rumors for the rumor roundup, but I do got some bonus bites. And a little bit was bleeding over from last week because we kind of just got crunched on time.
We did get.
But I do have some things I really wanted to note here that. We can talk as little or as much as you want to talk about. Sure, so first one is Hogwarts Legacy.
Yes.
It did achieve best-selling game of 2023.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So last week, part of the bonus bites was it was between that and like Call of Duty, I think, Modern Warfare 3, I think. Yeah.
The one that just came out. Yeah.
Yes, and then earlier I caught myself because I was like, I think I have it in the news bites that it did get the award.
Okay.
So it did.
Cool.
Yeah. Honestly, for the first time since 2008, breaking up the dominance of either a Call of Duty game or a Rockstar game.
Very cool.
So yeah, big hype.
I love it.
Number 2, Walmart reportedly going to throw out copies of Starfield. Did you see this?
What?
Yeah. So this started surging up everywhere. Made headlines for a day. Basically, all these internal memos going out to employees and store management was saying that they're going to, Walmart's going to be phasing out some of its like game, DVD library or whatever. Yeah. And it literally listed Starfield by name with instructions to go into the register, change the price to 3 cents, and then remove it, like block it from sale. So.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because it's underselling?
I'm guessing yes, based on everything that you and I know about Starfield. Yeah. But this feeds into, I don't know if you caught this news piece that came out like at the end of last year. It wasn't specifically gaming related, so I didn't put it on here, but I was just reminded that Best Buy. Do you see these reports that they're going to no longer be selling DVDs and Blu-rays?
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
But I didn't look into it
I didn't really
I don't even know why. Do you? I mean...
apparently, it's just... my guess would be like if Best Buy, like one of the biggest kind of like all-purpose electronics tech store, right? Tech. If they're going to be pulling off DVDs and Blu-rays, I don't think it's because of archaic tech.
No.
In fact, DVDs, like, that's pretty fucking archaic tech. You know, DVDs have been around for a long time.
DVDs have been around since,
before PS2 era,
2000,
right? Early 2000s.
Yeah.
So if we still got, like, I'm guessing it's now finally hit the point where the digital market front, especially, I mean, Best Buy has their own, everyone's got their own digital place too.
Sure.
But I'm guessing it's finally reached that point where consistently, like, they're either, like, not making profit or they're losing money off of the physical media.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When was the last time you bought a DVD and or Blu-ray?
Honestly, probably like 3 or 4 Black Fridays ago, just for one of those really cheap $5 or $10 special edition steelbook Blu-rays.
For something special.
Yeah.
But something that would be, not just
when do I browse
on
the
a
aisle?
store shelf.
Never.
I'm not kidding. I don't think I've done that in 7 years.
Yeah.
Probably. Think about it.
Yeah.
You're telling me 7 years ago they announced Metroid Prime 4. Last time I was looking on DVD shelves for like a collection of something, probably 7 years ago. And I wasn't even looking that hard. I probably just looked at the DVDs.
Oh, that's a great point of reference.
Am I right? Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Think back to where you were.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe that was the last time, because I remember that.
No, it's probably been longer.
Probably. That's what I'm saying. At least 7 years.
Yes, dude.
But that's enough for average consumers of... We love video games, anime, we love movies, we see so much shit. When was the last time you went in DVD shop? Shit is just changing. Times are changing. In the same way that they would be losing money putting VHSs on their shelf.
Yeah.
They are doing the exact same thing with DVDs and Blu-rays. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like I'm happy for them to be gone, because there is a novelty of having your favorite movie on a DVD. There's absolutely a novelty in that.
It's just sad in, like, it's like, I know it needs to happen. Yeah. But I'm going to be sad about it.
And the fact that it's happening now, you see, like, history being made, it's kind of sad.
Yeah.
You know what I will say, though? I'd say DVDs peaked when we were younger. If you think about old Disney movies or Pixar movies, do you remember the screens, like the Play Now, behind the scenes? Like,
yes,
do you remember how cool they were?
Yes.
They were fucking sick.
Do you remember Spider-Man 1, the original?
Yes, with the web? Yes. Are you talking about that one?
Like, it has the menu on the bottom. Like, I think, like, and there even sometimes was different, like, widescreen ones. So I don't know if we had the same one, but it has an animation that's slowly playing over and over with the web.
The whole time with the music.
And then it just has, like, on the bottom in the Spider-Man font, and it was, like, play, scene select, extra scenes, whatever. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's how I
watched the first 3 movies, because they were a little bit above earlier in my time. I was too young. Yeah. And so I first experienced them with the... Same thing with like Star Wars. The way that you remember those scenes, the way they were set on the playback and all that stuff. They would literally like integrate it into like each movie. Like they had them at the pod racing in the first one. Yeah. They just had like scenes playing on the crowd. Such a cool style. That is gone. Have you noticed? Like that whole style. Like if you get a DVD, which I have probably played like 2 in my time of being here, it's just like a still picture. Even modern movies.
Really?
Because nobody gives a fuck about DVDs.
You're right.
Why put the time and the money into something no one is going to see and or appreciate? Back then, that was one of the only ways you could rewatch Star Wars. Back then, that was the only way you could watch Spider-Man. But now we got Disney Plus.
Honestly, it was the definitive way.
It was the definitive way.
Yeah, Blu-ray,
bust that bitch out.
disc.
Yeah, Blu-ray disc. It's just not that anymore.
It's not. No, you're so right. I actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because it has probably been the same amount of time since I looked at or paid attention to a DVD menu screen.
I ignore all those things.
Yeah.
I ignore DVDs. I would rather watch something on streaming, because, to be honest, it's way more convenient.
It is,
It really is. Like, one of the things, like, I have that, Dorian got me the entire Dragon Ball Z Kai on Blu-ray. So cool for my birthday. So badass. That's a novelty. That's cool to 100%. Have. But it's not...
Are you going to really pull out those discs and put them in?
No, and put them into a disc player?
Yeah.
Fuck no.
No.
Dragon Ball Z Kai is on Hulu.
Yeah.
If I want to watch it, I'll bust open Hulu. Simple
Easy.
as that.
Pull up on your phone,
Easy.
cast it to your TV,
phone,
already done.
TV, I have it on my computer, my laptop. I could switch to my bed, watch 2 episodes, then go to my desktop, then switch to my TV.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
It's not,
we're in modern tech.
We are in
modern. You're 100% right.
And think about it. Like, even modern MacBooks don't have DVD players.
No, you're right.
They used to.
Yeah.
But they're not essential anymore.
No, it's so crazy how it's such a point of, like, discomfort and conversation for a minute, and then everyone forgets about it because it's...
No, it needs it.
I know I'm going to walk into Best Buy or Walmart, and then, like, there will be that day, or Target, all the DVDs and Blu-rays, they're just gone. They're replaced by something. And I will literally feel, damn, remember when? And then 6 months, a year will go by, I will have completely forgotten about it.
You will not even think about it. It's possible for the rest of your life you might not think about it unless, your son says, hey, did you know they used to sell movies like on a disc? And you'd be like, oh my God.
Can I show you what a PSP disc looks like?
Yeah, let me show you a PSP, dude. Check this thing out. No, that's cool stuff.
Yeah, dude, let's continue on the list here. Yeah, thanks for talking to me about that.
I love it.
This is all great shit,
I love talking about times that change.
Me
it's
too.
funny. It's funny. I was explaining to what's the name of the girl with the podcast we met at the party?
Maggie Rose?
Maggie
Jane.
Yeah, Maggie Jane. Yeah. It's the something.
Magical Lane with Maggie Jane.
Got it, baby. Shout out. But I was talking with her about it, and I was like, yeah, I know it sounds like, we talk about like video games, but truthfully, like we just talk about video games, you know what I mean? I'm like, truthfully, we dive into like the politics of times that change, like what needs to happen in the state of video games and the state of media and pop culture and the way that those things happen. Because we are in a very wild west of a time. Streaming is still relatively, from the comparison of everything that's existed before us, it's relatively new to media.
Yes.
And so we are in a wild west of streaming wars, of what's going to happen to DVDs and Blu-rays, what's going to happen with big companies versus indie studios, both having the exact same platform to post their shit on, then also getting outsold by indie studios. We are in a very, very interesting time.
We are.
And I feel like we are navigating this interesting world very hard through the Flash Bros podcast.
We are.
And I explained that to her, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
Like on the podcast, we kind of talk about those things. So
yeah, you're so right, bro.
I appreciate us being able to talk about it.
Yeah, dude, me too. And that everyone it seems to be like received like pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like the base layer is the gaming, the anime, the passion. But really that's it, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like we talk about our emotional draw, our like what we what passion is, the deeper thing,
right?
Meaning of life, whatever. It's like it's all like the deeper layers, like you said,
right?
And it's the humanity like within us, and like this is a humanity podcast more than anything.
It's a human podcast.
Absolutely, man.
Humans made by humans for humans.
Yeah, and honestly, like going exactly with what you said, I feel so. It's like this hidden blessing that the timing of this podcast is right now. In what's happening with modern times in the world of technology, where this podcast is kind of like boxed in.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely wild. So. We'll continue.
Yeah, I'm glad you share my sentiment.
I do.
Good stuff
I really
going
do,
on.
bro.
There's good stuff going on.
Thank you so much, man. So number 3 on here in the bonus bites is Persona 3 Reload. Arguably tied with my most anticipated game of the year.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a 3-way tie. It's like
Reload,
one. Rebirth,
what?
and remake of Thousand Year Door.
Whoa, you got 3 rees.
Got it, baby.
You got 3
rees. You hear that? You like that? So for Reload, the trophy list has been leaked. There's, like a couple of websites, they like pull from I don't even know where they get their info from, but as soon as a trophy list is basically active on like the PlayStation server or whatever on Steam, they get that info, so it's live now.
Did anything crazy get spoiled?
I actually, due to my own, how I want to experience all 3 of these games is I don't really want to dive in and see all the changes or things that they're adding, specifically. Rebirth is its own beast, but Reload and Thousand Year Door. Those are like straight remakes. They're we're not being told this is like a reimagining or anything.
Right. I meant like if they added something new.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm kind of trying to remain very very fresh. Yeah, spoiler free. So I did not look at the trophy list. I started to, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do this right now.
Why would I do this?
So check it out if you don't care about being leaked. If you dare. I will say though that according to someone's comment on it, they say, oh, great, only one playthrough required. Which, if that's true, I'm hyped. Because
that is cool.
Persona 5, you had to play through like a time and a half.
Right.
Persona 4 Golden, you had to play through the entire game twice to get the platinum. That's cool. So if that's not the case in this, that sounds amazing. So we'll continue there. Yeah. Yes, sir. Number 4, Nintendo Switch 2. Has appeared in an online listing on Mecca, Japan, a huge retailer in Japan, with a placeholder of 2024. So that marks its first online listing.
Wow.
Probably unintentional, but further evidence.
What did it call itself?
It literally called it. There's no image, but it said Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay.
Okay.
I heard
placeholder 2024.
Yeah. I follow a lot of YouTubers, and I love me some Nintendo news.
Absolutely.
But I also, more than anything, love Nintendo predictions.
Oh,
you ever watch those kind of videos of like predicting what's going to come next year? Never comes true unless you're Arlo that one time when he perfectly have you heard about this? He perfectly predicted Animal Crossing New Horizons.
No.
He literally called it like Animal Crossing Island Adventure, and he explained how it's going to be this huge Animal Crossing game where you have your own island with villagers and all these things, and there's different things you could do. And he just completely
It was just he didn't have insider knowledge?
Just complete luck.
Way.
Swear. He just I mean, it makes sense, to be honest, because there's a clear direction wherever they want to go. They've done the City Folks. They've done the Wild Worlds. They've done the You're the Mayor. They've done all these things, and then their spin-off games, they've done a lot of stuff.
It makes sense, yeah.
Where do you go from here? Probably an island.
Yeah.
Because you've done a town, you've done a city, you've done a mayored town. What do you do? Go to an island.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Yeah.
But
shit.
Yeah.
Well,
people for a while were like, Arlo, what did you do?
Yeah,
did you leak?
Is that the guy who is like Elmo?
Yeah, it's the puppet guy.
It's the puppet guy.
I love him. I've
seen some of the videos that you've shown me.
Yeah.
And I haven't watched them my own, but it seems like good content.
He's a really good Nintendo YouTuber. I'll say he's one of those he's a critic where it's like you need to know what he likes and doesn't like.
Yeah, sure.
And I think him and I have some similar experiences.
Oh, yeah. No,
beyond the fact that he's crazy about Pikmin, and I'm still trying to get into it.
Yeah.
Not even trying. I'm not actively doing it.
He's like, you're like living bi-curiously.
Yeah, exactly. Through him.
Because you know you'd like it too. Yeah. I get it. All right. Next on here, Joshy, is Fortnite. They posted a tweet that said, we removed 100 plus content violations last weekend directly because of the community bringing it to our attention. These were custom maps, by the way. That violated a bunch of these things. Yeah.
Custom maps.
We are actively listening. Basically, it actually made headlines, but it seems like Fortnite is really cracking down, and the community is really impressed by it.
Epic made those? Yeah. Or Fortnite? Was it on Twitter? Well, it's
the tweet?
Yeah.
That was by Fortnite. Yeah, the actual Fortnite team on there.
The team, yeah.
This is crazy. Rock Band 4, okay, came out in 2015.
Yes.
By the way.
Yes.
Is releasing its final weekly DLC tomorrow.
What?
Yes.
Dude, I'm looking this up.
After 8 years.
What the hell?
Of weekly releases. DLC releases. Its final will be on January 25th. Yeah, and that's not including Rock Band 3, 2, or 1.
What the fuck?
Isn't that crazy?
It's their final one?
It's their final one.
I didn't know Rock Band was still a thing.
I did not either, brother. This is 2015. Nuts.
They've been doing this for what?
And so
9 years?
Oh, but that's just Rock Band 4. Right? So take all the songs that Rock Band now has, because Rock Band 4 has all the songs from the older games. Like, you can retro or you could, buy them, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's almost 3,000 songs.
What? What?
3,000.
This shit
I can't believe it.
Insane. Is Rock Band like similar to Guitar Hero?
Definitely.
It's got the same kind of like it's like a rhythm game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Same.
Because I never played Rock Band, but I really liked Guitar Hero. Yeah. Because I thought Rock Band was drums. I thought
it's all four. So it actually has like drums, mic, bass, and guitar. Then they like extended it further. They came out with like a pro version. I think it might have been Rock Band 4 or 3 that they went like all out. So they had like a drum set that added like, it was like a pro model. They added like 3 other snares and 2 other hi-hats. So it became like a whole mini drum set.
Oh my god, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
That's the original.
Yep.
And then that's the one that they added.
Yes. And then they came out with like this pro guitar that had like extra like solo frets on it, like near the bottom or something.
Did it play like Guitar Hero with the switch and then the buttons?
Yeah, it played exactly the same.
Is it by the same people?
Actually, Harmonix is the company. Activision did Guitar Hero. Harmonix did Rock Band.
Rock Band, yeah.
The guys who started Guitar Hero, or the other way around, it used to be one team with like the original Guitar Hero, and then I think some guys broke off that Activision team and started Harmonix.
Got it.
Or became a part of Harmonix and made Rock Band. Yeah.
Gotcha.
With now, I don't know if you heard of this, Fortnite Festival.
Yes.
The music rhythm thing.
Yeah.
So Harmonix, I guess, is involved in that, and their live services are going to continue there. And they put out a tweet saying, "Don't throw away your instruments yet." So now there's speculation, basically confirmation that you can still continue your Rock Band venture if you really want to within Fortnite Festival.
Through Fortnite.
Yeah.
Dude, that is so sick.
So sick.
Have you checked out Fortnite Festival?
No.
Feels
I know anything about
okay.
it.
So it's on a controller.
Okay.
Which you'd think kind of is like shitty, and at first I kind of felt it, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Like it's got a fun vibe to it. Fortnite's free to anyone out there, and the festival's completely free. So it's just kind of cool. It's just kind of cool that you have like a Guitar Hero, and they had Buddy Holly by Green Day. Sorry, Weezer, not Green Day. Fucking so.
I didn't even know. So
what's with you,
Joshy, let me blast through this. There was a trademark dispute between Remedy and Rockstar. I didn't catch this story, but apparently this was going down at the end of last year.
Yes.
Remedy, right? And Remedy did Control. That whole series, the game that just came out.
Which one are you thinking?
Alan Wake 2.
Oh, Alan Wake. Yeah. Okay.
So they redesigned their logo, and Rockstar filed a lawsuit against the logo. Yeah, and like whatever.
Wait, huh?
Which was concerning also because
how you spell Remedy?
Remedy. Remedy and Rockstar were going to work on a game together. They actually already had, which was Max Payne.
Okay. Yes, Max Payne.
So this is now resolved.
Yes.
Okay. So as of the headline, as of this week, it's been resolved. It was resolved internally, so they didn't end up taking it to court. I don't see it either.
I'm sorry, that looks nothing like their logo.
I don't understand it either.
There's an R.
Yeah. Yeah, for anyone out there,
come on,
look up the image of Remedy versus Rockstar logo. It's just an R.
I literally was like, am I looking at the wrong Remedy?
You're not.
That looks. I would never be confused on Rockstar versus Remedy.
No, if anything, that looks more like the BlackRock logo. You know what I mean? Like shit.
Actually, that kind of looks like the Black. It's got a star.
Yeah,
dude, that's kind of crazy.
You're right. It's both. It's combined. So it's been resolved, and in in conclusion, they are still currently in collaboration on remakes for the first 2 Max Payne games.
I see.
So that will still happen. All is good. They internally resolved it, so they didn't end up taking it to court.
Gotcha. You're telling me this is the new Remedy logo?
Oh my gosh.
Are you making a joke?
No, bro. Yeah, they're still suing. They're about to lose all their nuts.
They are.
All their marbles.
Actually, it does kind of look like.
All their coffee beans.
See? Because it
does a little bit, bro.
We're pulling up the BlackRock
Marvel's X-Men.
Picture.
Right?
Yes.
This game that's coming out by Insomniac from the leaked list. Remember the leaked list from last year?
It's called X-Men?
Yeah, they're making a Marvel's X-Men game. No, this is like... Do you remember the big timeline of games that was leaked? There was some internal documents leaked.
Yes.
I'll refresh your mind.
Yeah, refresh me.
It had on there Spider-Man 3.
Yes.
It had Wolverine as their next game.
Mm-hmm.
It had some other game within the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
Right? A Ratchet and Clank game. What? And then X-Men. That was the last game. Like, I think it was like 2030.
Yeah.
It was like X-Men.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
Oh my God. Yeah. I guess that's in the realm of games. That's relatively soon.
Yeah, they're just so planned
Think
out.
Think about how long we've waited for fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
Metroid Prime,
dude. Yeah, fuck. Their milestone plan is obviously fucked up. They started at 2030. Now they're like 2075.
Yeah,
you know?
Obviously.
It's worth noting here. This was a big headline. I tried to shrink down for you. There's 5 great characters Insomniac can't use on their X-Men game.
What?
Due to current licensing and or other like complications with these characters. It's Firestar, Gabby Kinney, Forget-Me-Not, Juggernaut, and Deadpool.
Those last 2 are really sad, but the first I've never heard.
Oh yeah, you're kind of like more in the wheelhouse than I am.
Firestar is like kind of a lame character.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was in Deadpool too.
I haven't seen Deadpool.
Oh, you haven't seen that one?
No, I haven't. Okay, so he's in there.
Yeah, he is. Just a nobody character, but to be honest, Juggernaut and Deadpool are big hits.
Huge.
I mean, like, Deadpool you could do without. It's fine.
Yeah.
Because, it's not like he's an essential to most X-Men stories. He's just a great character in that universe.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But Juggernaut, I think, is an essential X-Men character.
I completely agree. He's the Green Goblin of Spider-Man.
I kind of agree.
Right?
Yeah, I kind of do. He's also Charles Xavier's brother. And is
I didn't know that.
Yeah, lore-wise, he's got a lot going for him.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And is usually pretty well connected to the X-Men. And also, his ability is one of my favorite superpowers because do you know what his actual power is?
No, what is it?
He has perpetual momentum.
Right.
That if he builds it, nothing can physically stop him, and that's his power. So literally,
badass.
like in X-Men 3, which I think
it's like Annihilate.
Really shit. Yeah, exactly. But he can just move through anything because a hard wall surface, the way energy would work was that the energy of him would distribute into that wall, and the wall would be pushing back. But because nothing can stop this perpetual energy, he can run through anything. He can run through people. He can just run through it. Literally nothing can stop him. He's the unstoppable man. So kind of sad.
Yeah, kind of big sad.
Yeah, kind of big sad.
To wrap
Let's
the
wrap
news
it.
this week, Josh. This has been a long news section. I apologize.
Dude, I know. No. It's not. We've had a busy day, dude.
Yeah, dude, real busy.
I might have to tell the boys tonight I have to cancel. We can just finish up.
Yeah,
because I'm not too stressed about it.
Yeah, okay.
I hope they have fun though.
Yeah, I apologize, bro.
No. It was a busy day, dude.
Busy day, yeah, and we're catching up. This is the last catch-up piece here from all the things from last week too.
Yes.
But to wrap the news this week, this is big sad. Might be the saddest piece on here.
No, why are you gonna end us?
The Wii U and 3DS online stores are officially shutting down April 8th.
April
8th.
So they're still.
We knew this was
still
coming.
Up?
They're still up.
Dude,
yes.
The Wii U's
you
is still
playing
up?
the online? Can't you access the online with Kid Icarus Uprising?
Yeah, I haven't tried yet.
I think you can, but as of April 8th, all servers going down.
Wow, so the store, the eShop's still up?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Okay, I might have to invest in some fucking virtual console games.
For Wii U?
Yeah.
Yes,
They have the original Xenoblade on there.
Yeah, they do.
I could get it, and then I'd have all of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, you're so right. So think about it. Yeah.
And something to think about.
A couple of months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give a reminder when it's coming up. But
the original 3DS has the original red and blue Pokemon game.
Yes, it does, and I got those. And gold and silver.
Gold and silver too. Yes, I was going to say that. Yeah, always worth thinking about. Because,
always.
Nintendo is not the best with upkeeping their virtual console games. To be honest, it was the best during the Wii U. They're doing a good job, though.
They are.
If they keep this going... And if maybe they add GameCube to their online system?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be
what if that was an incentive with the Switch 2? It was like,
2.
Hey,
GameCube.
You need this extra power.
F-Zero GX. Smash Bros. Melee. Put Melee on there. What's stopping you? What's stopping you?
Sakurai sucking his thumb.
Yeah,
being like, don't do it. Yeah, fuck that guy.
When I was... Wait. When I was a kid, on the Wii... Back when only it was 3 games of Smash Bros. I had all of them because I had Melee on the system, which you could run on the Wii. I had Brawl on Wii, and then for Virtual Console on Wii, you could buy the original Super Smash Brothers.
Yes.
And so I had all of them, and I missed that time. I was once a child who could switch between the Smash games and choose which one I wanted to play. But now I can't do that.
That's a time long forgotten.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, we can move on.
Yeah, let's move on. We got some game drops this week.
Game drops. Game drops.
You already know. These are our new game releases this week with the Metacritic scores. I wanted to include those as much as I can. Yeah, it's kind of cool because Metacritic has like their own release, kind of game releases spot I didn't know about.
Yeah.
But having a review right off the bat might have a good idea of how good it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, sir. So this is spanning, again, January 22nd through the 28th this week up until this upcoming Sunday. I got 4 games here for you, Joshi. The first is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Oh, yes. Like a Dragon Yakuza, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, coming out on PC, PS5, PS4, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X.
Is that the new
on Yakuza January 26th. It is the new Yakuza game.
And it's the one in the...
It's the Like a Dragon, like, isn't it? Like, I don't think it's like a mainline Yakuza. It's like a, spin-off.
Yeah. I thought it was a mainline, though. I don't know.
I thought the whole Like a Dragon series was a spinoff.
I'm going to look it up right now.
Yeah,
what's the name of the other one? Infinite Wealth?
Infinite Wealth. Yeah, that's the one that is coming out.
Oh, in one day. 6 hours and 29 minutes.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a spinoff.
Yeah.
But it's like the like fan favorite character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, all I know about it is that the gameplay looks badass.
Yeah,
and
it does.
Review really well.
Have you seen... Do you know who Drewski is?
Drewski?
Yeah.
Huh.
He's like a black guy who's like really popular online, but he like, I didn't think he'd have any connection to Yakuza, and he did like a commercial with them.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. For Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
What the hell?
Isn't that fucking crazy?
All right, well, how well do you think this scored? I got a Metacritic score for you.
Probably an 83. I'm going to go with 83.
It got a 90.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, pretty fucking good.
That's really good.
I don't know what that's like in reference to the first one, but I know that was really critically received. So
Yeah.
Like really well. So,
yeah, I know they all go pretty well.
They're all going hard. Next one you might be interested in, Joshy. It's Tekken 8.
Whoa!
Yes, sir.
You're right. It is because the full roster was just released. I just looked.
Oh, was it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, this also comes out January 26th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X. I kind of like seeing these lists that just have the modern consoles because that makes me think like the game was actually built for the modern experience.
Oh my god, me
you know,
too.
Instead of being like, oh, we made it for PS4, but we made it better for PS5. It's just like a little better.
God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah, that's a great example. I'm not kidding.
The most disappointing, I think.
Yeah,
to be honest, because it just is a PS4 game that they up-res.
Yeah, I can't wait to see like the next God of War game that comes out, how that will be, how that will play. It's like honestly, look back at Ratchet and Clank, like Rift Apart versus the original.
Absolutely,
you can just tell.
You can
like,
just
right off the bat.
Tell, absolutely.
This also scored a 90.
Oh, did it?
Metacritic, yeah. So
Tekken
8.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm really excited. Did I tell you about this one? It's just gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be crazy. Wait, just here and there, just like how excited you are for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just like
it was on my most anticipated. Remember?
Oh yeah. No, it was. Yeah. And you were watching the anime for a sec, right?
Oh yeah, I finished it. Yeah. It was really good.
Yeah.
I just love the lore of Tekken, and the gameplay is so much fun. It's not like Street Fighter. It's like what's that one? Night one. Silver. No, help me out here. It's a fighting game, but like instead of being on a Street Fighter like thing,
like
you're
2D
kind of
playing.
Yeah, you're on like a grid where you can move around each other.
Yeah, like Soul Calibur.
Soul Calibur.
Yeah.
I was like silver something. What the fuck?
Like Silver.
Yeah, Soul Calibur.
Next game on here, Joshy, is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy.
Oh wow, cool.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and they also made a statement with this. Capcom did that they're like, I don't even know if they were like addressing anything, but they said, don't worry, the Ace Attorney series is here to stay for the long run.
What do they mean by that?
So I don't know if they were like fans are feeling like maybe it's fallen by the wayside.
Oh,
they've gone years without releases sometimes.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Either they were saying like don't worry, this like series, it's not just gonna be remakes.
Yeah.
Like we are working on something.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Is that what they're saying?
I think that's a better, like, I was thinking, like, I'm like, did I just not releasing? More mainline. You're probably right.
That's what they're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
no, I think it's like, hey, right.
Another remake, but don't worry, this isn't just a port series. Like we'll do it.
Okay, yeah.
It's here to stay.
Yeah.
That's what I.
Yeah, no, I don't think I fully understood it.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. This is coming out basically everywhere, Switch, PC, Xbox Series X, PS4, ? This comes out tomorrow, January 25th, and it is sitting at an 84.
Ooh.
On Metacritic. Yes, sir.
These are ranking really well.
I know. I honestly, and I've heard nothing but great things about the Ace Attorney series.
Yeah, so. I wanted to play it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those it's kind of like I feel like I want to go all in when I do.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so much quality content there.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm willing to try anything. I'm playing Kid Icarus Uprising right now, so I can do anything.
You're absolutely right. Mr. Main.
Absolutely.
Remember when people wanted Phoenix Wright in Smash?
Yeah, I still think that'd be cool.
That would be really
That would be kind of fun.
I just was reminded
Objection!
Objection! And the last game on here for the game drops, Josh G's Hitman Blood Money Reprisal.
What?
Coming to Nintendo Switch January 25th.
Wow.
Let's move on. Yeah.
Keep it going.
Real cool stuff. Let's keep it rolling, my brother.
Yeah.
We're going to do side quests this week. I got something I coined up, and then Miss Lene, Lovelady herself, actually wrote something in to add to this topic as well.
Let's hear it.
First question I have for you is cats versus dogs.
That's a tough question.
That's like a tried and true.
It really is. And I mean, I feel like I have my answer, but I'm going to preface it with a couple things.
Yeah, sure.
It's not as simple as I thought it would have been in the past. I grew up with dogs, and my dad also hated cats, so I didn't get a lot of exposure with cats. But a lot of things have changed that in recent years. So my mom has a cat named Ginger. You've heard about her, right?
Yep.
I rescued her off the street
once, but
you might have.
You've talked to me about Ginger quite a bit.
Yeah, well, because she was a stray cat that I slowly started feeding and was eventually able to work up to her sitting in front of the door and me petting her and her walking inside so even slightly. Years of this happening, right? And she built a trust, and I saw trust of a what really was a stray wild animal, in a neighborhood, but still a wild animal that didn't have a family, learn to love. And that is something beautiful that not a lot of people, like I've experienced ever, is seeing something feral and wild learn to love and be loved.
Yes.
Because she didn't just go from, she was a wild cat. She used to get in fights outside. She was she could run real fast. And now she's this old lady who just loves to be hugged and picked up and
not even recognizable.
It literally is like two different things. If you met this cat and then you were like, oh yeah, this was once a wild stray cat, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So that's an incredible experience. And then of course my son Momo has changed a lot of my vibes on cats.
Same.
You know what I mean?
Yes, and I do.
That was one of your that was your third cat, right? Is it Momo?
For me living with a cat?
Or second cat. Because you had one with your ex.
Yeah.
And then you had this one, or did you have one?
There was one that was in a house I was in, but we were in a separate room, and that I didn't really interact with that cat a lot. But I'm trying to think. I'm wait, I forgot. It had a really unique name, and it had 3 legs. I remember that.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
that's crazy. My ex had a 3-leg.
Yeah. Okay, you've experienced been around, dude. They're so funny. They can First of all, most of the time, they can do everything a normal cat can. Yeah, right?
For the
they're
most part,
they're unbarred. They don't care. They act like they don't care.
Yeah.
Right? Then sometimes they do kind of miss jump or miss something because they're missing that sense of whether it's a leg or an arm.
Right.
And it's so funny sometimes you just can't not laugh.
It's fucking
right?
hilarious.
And not in a way you're man, that cat just got fucked.
Yeah,
no, it's
funny.
I'm looking at it that's my little brother,
shit,
right?
yeah.
That's my child.
Yeah.
And my child just ate shit.
Yeah, that's so funny.
I'm gonna laugh.
It's so
and then the cat is also unfazed, or maybe looks right at you when it happens and meows once, and you're oh, buddy.
Right.
Absolutely.
Lovers. Yeah.
Big lovers.
Big lovers for sure.
So what would you say your definitive answer is?
I wanted to definitively say that and I'm sorry for going so in depth on the off topic.
Shut up. I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to hear it anymore about.
You're right.
In depth.
And you're right. We're in it for the long haul.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, Joshy. Comprehensive. Yes.
You're right. I wanted to say all that because my answer is dogs, but it's much more difficult than the way I grew up. To be honest, there is something special about an animal that loves you so unbelievably much that it literally can't contain its excitement. And physically, you can see its excitement in its eyes, in a tail wag, in the way its body, sometimes the sounds it makes. The fact that a dog could be so excited to see you, it's crying, is one of the best emotional experiences you can have with another animal.
It is,
like, man. That's the best feeling ever. And you know, Dorian would give a completely different answer because Dorian in his whole world, not to psychologically analyze Dorian or anything, but he respects cats for their responsibility and the fact that they don't need anyone, and that is more appealing to Dorian. But the truth is,
because that's Dorian's nature.
No, that is Dorian's nature, absolutely. And even like everything he's experienced with like the girls he's been with in the past, and the way that goes. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze fucking Dorian right now. Well, that's what the
real root of this question was there, buddy.
To be honest, psychologically, yeah, I mean, well, that's a huge thing is that yes, the dog does need you to survive. It cannot live on its own. It can't jump on a fence and run away. It can't do like things to live on the streets the way a cat would be able to. But there's something special about that. There's a relationship that exists that is more special than just a roommate. You know what I mean?
Yes, man.
And you and I have a very special roommate fucking friendship.
Yes.
So it's important to say, like, Momo, he is my son, but he's like my teenage son. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Sure.
If I have a dog, which Roxy I had just recently, very recently.
Yeah.
That is my child. I have to take care of that dog because it looks to you as the most incredible thing in its life. And it loves you the most. And it loves other people too. Roxy was that way. Huck is that way now. Every person he meets, so happy to see them, like so running up to them. Such a beautiful, sweet creature with genuinely like no bad intention in its heart. And I'm gonna get emotional. I'm trying not to. But I just think there's something truly beautiful, like something really to the depth of the human soul beautiful about the relationship of a dog. Like the fact that it's like
man
your
and dog.
It's like your baby, truly. But also it's there for you. It's like a true friend that is also, because there were so many times when even recently I was just like feeling like, when Roxy was here, I was like, I would get frustrated with her. I'd be like, come on, why you got to do this? And then other times when I would just notice I was just talking to her. Like she was like, I don't know. Such a funny thing, but I have to go with dogs. I have to.
Honestly,
what are you thinking?
I don't know if I have too much to really add on because I feel largely the same.
Really?
And I feel like I grew up without animals, first and foremost, like living in my house. Yeah, my parents got... Yeah.
Jack grew up with dogs, though.
He did, because my mom... Like, when I was being raised, basically before my memory kicks in, so, like, when I was, like, younger than 3, I guess, sure. My parents did have a house cat. I think its name was Jinx, and it was a black house cat. So, kind of sick.
Cool, if you ask me.
Nice shout apparently... Out. Annette. Yeah, Anne.
What am I saying?
Anne
Love Lady.
Yeah, exactly. Superhero shout out. So, apparently, when I was like 2 or 3, the cat and I had an incident when I was unsupervised. And so when my mom came to the room...
You don't even remember this at all?
No, I don't at all. She said I was scratched the hell up and crying, and that the cat just attacked me for whatever reason. So I could have definitely instigated whatever, but she decided in the heat of that moment that was her final straw with that cat and gave her away to a friend. So, and only wanted to raise children, did not want to raise pets and children.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until I was 18 that my mom decided, honestly, like I think after years of me and my siblings begging for a pet, and then I'm about to move out, so I'm finally about her job of raising children was kind of like reaching its fruits of its labor, right? Sure. So she did decide to get a dog, a little tiny little Bichon Shih Tzu. That was Mia, right?
Mia, who just recently passed. Right?
Yeah, she passed last year.
Sorry about that.
No, it's amazing, bro. Because, dude, even in we were talking about it over Christmas, but I'm so grateful that like Jack and I both we got to spend. I have like quality. I've had nothing but quality time with her.
Yeah,
and she was kind of a very like a part of like. Animals, both cats and dogs, the personality just really separates different, like they can look exactly the same from the same species, but just like humans, they're very different souls. Absolutely. And their personalities vary so much. So my parents have a new dog now, Frankie, and Frankie, other than the color, acts very similar to Mia, really? Right? But her personality is extremely different. Yeah. Mia's like, excited and loves you at first, and then like she wants to kind of do her thing. Doesn't want to be bothered. If she wants you, she'll come to you. You let her come to you. Kind of like a cat. Frankie, much like a more traditional dog, I would say. Jumping all over you, wants to lay in your lap, wants to hang out. You're the most important thing in the world, you know?
Yeah.
So honestly, I think it just like really goes with like the dog nature, like you were right. First, like fundamentally, like there is something about coming home.
Absolutely.
And the first thing that is most excited to see me is my dog, right? Like a dog. And like and the love that you feel and like the love, even if it's annoying, you are annoyingly loved the entire time you are hard.
Loved hard. Like that's incredible. Because even like, you know, I mean... And I don't want this to be the slander of cats. I love them because also a huge thing was raising Momo and seeing the way he shows love.
Absolutely.
He loves to be in the room with other people.
Yes.
But it's almost like two types of love. It's like some people really like quality time and some people are more physical touch and some people are, you know, acts of service and some people are, you know, words of affirmation. And I feel like dogs are more words of affirmation, physical touch, and cats are more acts of service and quality time. If that
but
makes
there
sense.
Can be some that have like physical touch.
Absolutely,
and yeah,
absolutely.
You're right.
And so there's, but it all comes down to what you like want to live with. And so when someone tells me about like their pet cat, I want to hear about it. Like especially with Momo, I have some coworkers I've been talking to, and they'll like tell me about their cats, and they'll tell me all about it, and they'll be like, such a funny little guy. And I don't think I valued that as much until I had one. Like I would kind of hear that, I'm like, it's a cat. You know what I mean? What the
Definitely.
fuck? What kind of personality could a cat have?
Definitely.
But with the examples of Ginger and Momo, these two cats I've had the most exposure to in my life.
Yes.
I see two souls of two very distinct creatures.
Yeah.
And Momo is one of the funniest and sweetest little guys. Sometimes he just wants to like be so loved. He's in your face. Like he wants like you to love on him.
Yes.
Sometimes he just wants to hang out. And he'll walk into the same room and he just wants to hang out. He'll lay on the couch next to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sometimes he just likes that.
Yeah.
And so that's a really difficult question.
Yeah.
But
it is.
I gotta
that's
stick
why
with
I asked
them doggies.
it. Yeah, bro. No, I am too. And I'm with you though on everything about cats. And I think you can't understand why people like what is loving a cat and how it's different from dogs until you've
had one.
Live with one.
Completely
like truly live with one. Because when I first lived with a cat, my first experience was with my ex, like you said. Yeah. And I went into that not wanting to take care of it, not like looking forward to it, kind of being like, I would rather not live with a cat.
For sure.
But I'm really glad I did because I fell in love with that cat. And I understood what it meant to like, wow, I don't know if I call myself like a cat person, especially over a dog person. I just like they're different, right?
Absolutely.
And to be honest, in my world, I want one dog and one cat. Like that seems like very ideal to me.
I completely agree. I think having Momo and Huck in the same house is so perfect.
It's perfect,
it literally
man.
feels perfect. It's like the best balance of everything.
It is.
And then when they're standing next to each other, they're fucking boys. They are. Tough.
Yeah, they fuck with each other just like siblings, or they just chill, you know? I can't wait to like have the day where like I come home and like I don't know, Huck's like in a little nest and Momo's inside.
Oh, I know it's going to happen.
It's going to happen,
It's going to happen.
Yeah, thanks for doing that with me, Joshy.
Of course, man. That's so much fun.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you guys write in. Let us know. Do you prefer cats or dogs?
Yeah,
Maybe I'll make that
the reason for why.
You know what? I'll put this as the Q&A.
Let's do it.
For the episode. Cats versus dogs. Okay. Joshy, I have another off topic. I'm actually going to save it, though, for next week.
Another off topic?
Yeah, Linnea wrote in.
Oh.
But we're going to save that for next week because we have still so much to go. I'm going to take a small leak. Okay. And then let's dive into this main topic.
Do it.
And dive into the rest of the episode, brother.
Dive into the rest of it.
Sweet. Joshy.
Yes, sir.
It is time. We are at the canon event today.
Here we are.
Yes, sir. Do you remember what I prefaced you with?
Yes, a little bit, but I want you to explain.
Let's do it. Yeah. So this has been something I've been basically alluding to in the last couple of episodes because these news articles have been kind of like growing and growing, and I kind of
Yep.
It got so big, and I did so much research last week for it. Which pretty much all the news was already like out by then, but I just really wanted to like do as much of my own research as I can, just because honestly it was really interesting to me, so that I could convey it to you in the most effective way possible and to the audience, and we could just discuss it. And I don't really this is about two individuals, okay? These are two massive news stories that have broken out between Jirard the Completionist, which I also had it started in a news piece I did with that episode with Caleb, kind of the start of it all happening. So we are going to pick up off that and really dive into the whole story, as well as bring up Billy Mitchell. And do you have any idea who Billy Mitchell is? You said like
not exactly.
Yeah, not exactly.
I've heard the name.
Yeah, and I didn't really. I had heard of him, or like that he was involved with like a Guinness Book of World Records or something. But that's it.
Right.
So there's two big pieces that have come out from them, basically under the context of fraud.
Yes.
Okay. My goal from this isn't to like expose them and slander them. Like really like that's what's happening in a lot of these news articles. But I just want to talk about like, first of all, making it real that this stuff exists in all spaces. And like ultimately, like especially in the case of Jirard, that directly is affecting the community that you and I are a part of, which is the gaming community.
And it's literally affected a game you've played.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like one of your...
That was the article
your game
that caught it, right? It was him being removed from Sea of Stars. And like really like it like coming down to like bringing awareness and then having a conversation, I think like ultimately like about not letting yourself get there. Like, and like also like technically we're in that kind of the same field while being like a publication within the video game space, right? And so like just talking about like kind of like I guess like what you brought up earlier, like the more in depth, below the surface of our biggest passion in gaming. So without further ado, let's get into it. I want to know just your thoughts too.
I want to hear them too, because I really do not know much about this. Usually when we do episodes, I feel like I know a little, at least a little bit about what we're talking about. And I do not know anything really, but I promise I will have strong opinions. Because it's one of those things I would have strong opinions about. I
think you would. Because I thought about two ways to handle this, and I think I want to do something in the future handling it the other way. But I took the approach of kind of doing all this research and leaving you in the dark, and then bringing it to you. Kind of then you're representing the audience in this scenario, right? You're kind of going to be the vocal part of like what everyone is listening. Right. Whereas another approach we could have in the future is you and I both watch one YouTube video about a certain thing, and then we discuss what we both took from that video. Right. So obviously going with the former. We'll start with basically the most of the story can be broken down. Actually, I'm sorry. I have it all pretty much broken down. I have a couple of handwritten notes here. But this is all pieces that have been put together by a guy on YouTube named Carl Job. Jobst is how it's spelled out. Jost? I think it's Jost. Yeah. He's Australian, okay? He's a big like speed running like YouTube gaming channel. So almost at 1 million subs. This guy's pretty big.
Deep in that community?
Yeah, deep in that community. Okay. He has a lot of like he like is really involved with speedrunning and also like involved with like exposing things that he thinks is, he doesn't like attack people like in a news publication way. Sure. But he does report on things he thinks are fucked up. Yeah. Right? Respect. So he calls people out. Yeah. Respect him for that a lot. And actually it's interesting because he has a part of this story is that he himself got into a private Discord call with Jirard the Completionist to discuss this. I see. Let's dive into the Open Hand Foundation, my friend. So this is kind of like, I basically watched several of this guy's videos, and he literally has a hour-and-a-half video. Yeah. One video that's just about this, and then a bunch of like these 10, 20-minute videos of add-on information. Right. Same thing, I got a lot of his info for the Billy Mitchell stuff as well. Got you. But his video on that is 3.5 hours. Woo! I did not watch all of it. I did watch most. Why not? And I got a lot of info from it. But this guy has like really dissected the info that was better than anything I could find just looking up on like Wikipedia or trying to do my own research. No, absolutely. So I want to give credit where credit is due. With that out of the way, let's start with the Open Hand Foundation, which is kind of the root of all the stuff happening with Jirard. Yes. So for those who aren't familiar, the Open Hand Foundation was founded in 2003 by Jirard and his family. After his mother was diagnosed with a condition known as frontotemporal dementia. Okay? Specific kind of dementia. I personally don't really know the nitty-gritty of how this, like, what exactly this does or in ways it differs from, like, I guess, standard dementia. Yeah, like but I think we're all pretty aware with what dementia is. And at the baseline, it's terrible, right? That's a very, very sad thing. Absolutely. And thus, I mean, prodding on this foundation, which the whole goal of it was to receive money from Jirard and his like YouTube gaming content, pull that together and donate it towards charities furthering research for frontotemporal dementia and other like anomalies that are very like degrading for the body that we don't know a lot about. Okay? I'm with it. With that being said, it wasn't actually officially an organization like tax document wise, like officially registered until 2014, 11 years later. Wow. So it was like, it was sprung about and there was a website, but it wasn't officially registered. They didn't actually take money yet until 2014. After her passing. Okay. So that prodded on what allegedly seems to be like that. It was like, all right, like we're setting this into motion. We're going to make this happen.
And the plan was to give said money to research for this type of dementia?
Yes. In fact, like stated numerous times by Jirard, because Jirard is basically the face of all of this. So his family's involved, and I'm not really going to like go deep into that, but it brings forth a lot of speculation because like how much of this is like really pinned on Jirard himself, I don't know. Right. I don't think anybody knows, nobody will know. Yeah. So I don't think it's fair to put all this on him. However, he is a registered, like under there's all these documents that were made public, and pretty much all documents I'm aware of that are involved in a charity organization are public for good reason, so that they can be kept accountable by the public for what's happening, right? So
it's also the public's money, right? It is. A charity wouldn't be anything beyond that, right?
Exactly. And so then anybody would be able to look up like the registered like tax documents and they'd be able to see where their money's going. So Jirard is registered as the director of the Open Hand Foundation. Okay. So just keep that in mind. He's the director. And like there's a president, director, secretary. It's all family members of Jirard. So, kicking things off with the YouTube channel and The Completionist and starting that up. And I mean, that's where like you and I and most people are familiar with Jirard. Right?
Yeah, that's how
it's this channel. Yeah, and like, man, like, and all these things that I very much remember. I remember like those intro videos, especially like his later production videos. There's that intro and it shows him leveling up and he grows a beard.
He grows a beard.
Yeah, dude, I laughed my balls off when I first watched that video.
Yeah, he used to be a part of Normal Boots.
That's right.
Yeah, John Tron, Peanut Butter Gamer, Pro Jared, Satchbag, Did You Know Gaming, Jirard the Completionist, and there were a couple other people.
Yeah.
But it was a it was a big like big production of big YouTubers.
Yes,
and he was one of them.
Yeah,
and I had a huge. I loved all those guys. So
for sure, I wasn't super involved with that group, but I knew about a lot of the individuals in it.
Yeah,
and I very much followed Jirard the Completionist. I mean, at one point when I was like working for my dad and YouTube was kind of like, that's when I consumed YouTube the most, just in passing as I was working. I probably listened to, not even fully watched, like 20 to 30 of his in-depth reviews of like my favorite games. Right. You know what I mean? Because he did pretty much all these games that I loved.
Absolutely.
To 100% level.
And he 100%ed all of them.
Yes.
I remember one thing, just for a positive reflection, was he had the entire collection of every amiibo, which went with his whole completionist vibe. But when Super Mario Maker came out, all of his shit was sealed. He had to open up every single one of his amiibos. And it was a whole like hour-long video.
Was it emotional?
Very much so. He was tearing these things open and just like, he was like, I don't want to be doing this, but it's literally the only way to 100% Super Mario Maker.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you want all the skins, shit.
Damn, I would have just bought those like cards off eBay or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know.
You can't do that legitimately. In a YouTube video.
No, for sure.
Because he's got pretty big connections to Nintendo.
You're absolutely right. And
he's like, hey, here's a pirated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Here's a pirated amiibo to show all of my young audience that you don't have to pay.
You're right. I'm not thinking. No, dude.
But I know what you mean.
Yeah, and like honestly, like that is, I think, like up until this story, that's how I view Jirard. Yeah, even though falling off, like I've seen like his videos pop in my feed every now and then. I've been a subscriber for all these years.
Yeah,
you know, and just been like, yeah, like I remember when I watched his videos.
Yeah, I think I'm still subscribed to my old channel.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue the timeline. So Jirard the Completionist. I don't know what the term is here. Forms and starts a event called Indieland. You familiar with Indieland?
Not really.
So it was, I don't really know the nitty gritty of it, but it started, I want to say like the same year or year after Open Hand was founded, right? So around 2014, 2015.
Okay.
And the whole theme of it, it's a live stream, very similar to like Summer Games Done Quick, Awesome Games Done Quick. These big like streaming communities that go for like some length long, some is like a week long.
Right.
And it's all about fundraising. All the proceeds are being like during this event are being given to Open Hand toward like for the Open Hand's goal.
Okay.
So none of it is being kept for the channel or anything. It's all donations for the charity.
Yes.
It's really successful. Yeah. The average they take in on an annual level is $100,000 a year.
Annually?
They currently, as of when this story was breaking out, as of like the end of last year, they had raised over $600,000.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. On Open Hand's website. Okay. Also, a lot of this info is different now, like what I'm about to tell you, because things have changed once the story started breaking out. So prior to that, you following?
Of course.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
If you were to go,
why would I not be?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's making sense.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah, because it's kind of a story.
Yeah. No, I'm locked in.
You're in. Okay. So if you were to pull up Open Hand's website, what you would find is there like a whole like kind of about section on that website where it has a big list of like kind of their mission, right? I think it literally said our mission on there. Right. So it's a mission statement, what they're all about, and then like benefactors. So big like partnerships they have and who the money is going to. Wow. And on that, they like at the top of the list is their main supporter of University of California, San Francisco, which Jirard also, there's a video footage that was shown by this guy in his video of Jirard's verbally saying this same thing back in 2020.
Okay.
So it definitely, this is not an accident, right?
Sure.
And after, really like where the stem of all these problems started coming from was when, I don't think it was like big publications. I think it was like just people, right?
Yeah.
Started digging and finding that on the tax documents, if you were to look up after 10 years of this like company existing, not a single dime had been spent.
What does that mean?
So all of the money, all of the $600,000+
it hasn't been raised, actually given
none
to
of
the
it
research
had actually been given out to any benefactor at all.
Interesting.
Okay, that's a red flag for two big reasons here. Well, one is because 10 years? 10 years. What organization does that? That's not like
saving it up.
That's a red flag. Yeah, saving it up for what, right? There's got to be.
How did they see on the tax document? I mean, I don't want to go into the nitty gritty, but how do you tell that something is being spent or not spent?
Because in the way that I don't really understand it fully. I've done my own taxes. Sure, that's about all I understand, right? A little bit of DoorDash here and there, but what I basically conferred myself from what I was seeing and what he was saying was that it had like a little like it looked like a tax form. Yeah. And at the bottom of it, it showed like the amount in, and then it showed the amount going out.
And there was zero.
Every year for 10 years, it has said zero, and it's been like money has been added to it continually over and over again.
Interesting.
Okay? The second red flag is what I'm about to tell you. Basically, is it's going against what you're saying.
Yes.
So the deeply concerning part is like Jirard and the company are actively telling people that they are donating the money or that they have donated the money. There's also a quote on their website when this was all going down, or before it went down, at the very bottom, not in the About section, just on the website itself, if you scroll to the bottom, kind of where there's like sublinks down there, there was a quote, okay, a big quote. The quote said, "I am deeply grateful for your recent gift to UCSF, University of California, San Francisco, School of Medicine. Your support for frontotemporal dementia and related degenerative diseases research is invaluable. From David A. Kessler, MD, Dean, School of Medicine." Okay? That quote's at the bottom.
Yes. And this is a real guy.
It is a real guy.
Okay.
However, in my man here doing research, this man was actually fired from the school in 2007.
No way.
Due to years of disputes over finances.
Oh my God.
And this happened he was fired 7 years before the foundation even started.
Wow.
So that's weird.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
So you think
crazy weird. Well, let's keep going.
Yeah, please,
and then I want to get what you
we'll
think.
talk. Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Carl, the guy who's been running this YouTube video that I've been kind of taking info from, okay? After this, and gathering all this info, Carl directly reached out to OpenHand, and specifically he brought up, why is no money being spent? And how have you donated to this if there's no record of it? Like, how is this quote possible?
Right.
He got a response directly from Jacques Khalil, which is Jirard's older brother, or Jirard's brother. Okay? And I'm going to summarize it. And basically, he claimed two things. To have previously donated body parts for research. So in that quote, it said that I'm deeply grateful for your recent gift, right? So Jacques claimed that it wasn't actually a monetary donation from OpenHand. It was a donated body parts for research from the founders of OpenHand, which is that whole family.
What is he talking about? What does that mean?
Yeah. So
what is a body? What is that?
So it's weird because, first of all, to wrap up what I wrote, it said a claim that's strange for a charity to make and can't be proven because the organization wasn't founded yet. So it had to have been personal among the family. Okay? So what he's basically saying is that before the OpenHand Foundation, and he wrote it really well. I saw what he wrote, and I heard Carl, the guy doing the video, talk about the response he got, and just how it's so fluffy, and it's very, very similar to how Jirard talks. It's so fluffy, it's so personal, but when you look at the actual meat of what's being said, it's very alarming. Okay, because he's basically saying, that he said that's valid because we as a family donated body parts, not money, before the foundation was started. Well, first of all, you can't claim. Why would you put that in the website as a claim for the OpenHand Foundation? The company, right? Why would you be telling people you had donated their money to the foundation when that's not what happened.
Right.
And we don't have evidence to see that you did something else with it yet. But why would you be saying it in this way that, like,
already so...
It's so sketch.
Yeah.
It's sketch as hell.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean...
also... It would be very weird in all, like, for charity organizations and the laws they have and all these things. No charity is donating body parts.
What the fuck does that even mean?
What does that even mean?
That's what, I mean, like, from your mind, what do you think he's trying to say?
That, like, I think it's bullshit.
Well, obviously.
You know what I mean? Like, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he made up body parts in the moment, not realizing how, like, well, okay, that sounds even more fucked up, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But... what body parts?
Well,
that's what I'm thinking.
I think what he was trying to imply was that his mother might have been a donor. And so once she passed away, her body was donated to science, making this character, the doctor guy, the real guy, say this. And that's his mind, right?
I'm with you.
Yeah.
But this happened 7 years before her death.
Don't know.
Right.
Don't know what
that makes sense.
Say, yeah.
But... it doesn't.
No.
Because, like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's almost
I'm trying to even just explain what he could have been thinking.
Yeah.
But that is some wild
It's pretty
stuff.
out there, you know? Also, in the same response, it was one big fat, like, letter response this guy wrote back. He claimed to have, like, the reason they hadn't donated any money yet after 10 years is because they have extremely high standards for who they're looking for as a beneficiary and a benefactor, and no one has fit that yet since its inception in 2014.
Wow.
Okay, I could understand that being valid. No one else has ever done that, and I'm sure if you actually tried, there would be people lining up at your door who are worthy of it.
Absolutely.
Taking in your money and working with you.
Yeah.
But... that's not what's happening.
No.
You are literally telling people it's already been donated to, like, this organization, then the organization saying, no, we haven't. Right? No, like, the proof is like, no, you haven't.
So even if that was the case, why lie in the first place?
Right.
Because that's one of the biggest things is once you hit one lie, you're like, well, either that's the case that you told one lie about something that didn't need to be lied about, right? Or you're lying about all of it.
All of it.
Or all of it is bullshit. Yeah. You know? So
yeah, let's see if you still feel that way. So let's keep going. Keep going. The train's rolling.
It is rolling.
This all goes directly against Jirard, what he has said on numerous live streams, videos, and occasions, claiming that the money has been donated to a handful of named benefactors. And then it literally, bro, it was several time periods, several clips. Jirard looks very different in some of them because they're a lot older, of him saying and listing all the donation, all the schools, all the organizations that have been donated to.
Yeah.
It's weird. Okay? Wow. We'll continue. Fraud. I want to just define fraud in terms of a charitable organization. So, in reference to charity fraud, the crime is committed when a person accepts money offered by offering charitable goods or services through intentional false statements with the intent to never deliver the goods or services that were promised or agreed upon.
Wow.
Just to like really like blanket like what is fraud in this case? What's the legal?
That's the legal.
That's the legal like
that's
black
fraud.
and white.
Yeah,
right?
I'm with it.
So Carl gets. We'll cut to the chase of details, but he gets to a conference call with Jirard. Yeah. Okay. Jirard, there was a clip in this video that was first like shown by Carl from this Discord call.
Right.
Turns out though that this is a small clip of the like hour and a half long convo that they actually had. We'll get to that because it's almost like this guy knew he couldn't put all the info out yet because he was like waiting with more ammunition. But what he puts on this video is that it's Jirard speaking and claiming he didn't find out until 2021 that the funds hadn't been donated yet. Which, first of all, if you're the director
you should
of over $5,500,000 in a bank account,
absolutely.
how in what world are you going to look at like that and be and like turn a blind eye like, oh, it's being handled? Yeah. No, you'll know where that money's going.
If you're going to even do the isn't his name on the tax forms that we've been talking about this entire time?
Yes.
If that's the case, it's either impossible you don't know or completely improbable that you would have those something so important handed off to people that aren't even the directors of this fucking
like organization. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Bro.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fucked. So
it is.
Basically, Jirard like ended that like on the same kind of like recording clip. He said, and that like it's when he found that out in 2021 that he decided to personally step in and get involved. Didn't really answer any questions because okay, if you stepped in 2021, we're at the end of 23 now.
Yeah.
What is happening with the money?
Yeah, money?
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see. So since then, over 600 grand have been donated. He's been removed from Sea of Stars. That's all the info I had like really here. But the thing that I was alluding to earlier, I guess I just forgot to write it down, is that Carl released another video later about all like then, because Jirard made a video. Jirard made like a final kind of like one single post about it on Instagram, kind of clarifying it. Didn't really say anything.
Yeah.
Kind of just made it really personal.
Sure.
Like, and there was another YouTuber, these are kind of my handwritten notes, but there's this other YouTuber who is heavily in the gaming industry and he covers news, but also like he doesn't really cover drama unless it's necessary, just much like Carl. Sure. And he said like, listen to all of these defense like quotes and videos that Jirard's putting out. Like it's guilting, it's narcissism, it's like if you look at older vids, he's already alluding to the fact that he literally said in one video that YouTube isn't a sustainable business model. He said that like 1 or 2 years into his YouTube videos, which is like all this time ago, right? Sure. And then like one day he'll probably just disappear and start over. Like small things like that. So all like a bunch of speculations, right? There was another video that Smash JT like brought forth that was an old video of Jirard apologizing within what looked like a Twitch stream. Okay, it looked like he was apologizing. It probably was a live stream, but he like specifically, it seemed like he was talking to his dedicated fans, whatever. And in that video, he made a big apology that was almost identical to the apology he just put out about this subject. I don't know what he was apologizing about before, but at the end of that video, he did the entire apology video almost like to a T, it's the same vibe.
Right.
And then at the end of it, he said, and if you don't, he's like, I hope you like accept this apology. And if you don't, and then the music stops, and he's like, go fuck yourself. And it's like he just like turns over his computer and starts doing his thing, and it's like it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then really like
kind of like the vibe of like why kind of almost like manipulative.
Yes.
You think?
Yes, very, very, right?
Yeah.
And then like with
because I haven't seen it, but I'm getting the vibe of like narcissism, guilting.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean that's a common. I mean like when someone does these kind of things on YouTube, there's kind of like this disconnect of apology videos in their own right are kind of like notorious for being phony and kind of bullshit, you know? And that's something you hear a lot when it comes to a lot of people who have done something wrong and kind of almost manipulating their audience in a way to gear them to feel some certain way while honestly not even really being sorry about what happened, but having to damage control or take care of business or whatever.
Absolutely.
So,
So really, the last thing I want to say about it is that, to wrap up Jirard, is that the most shocking thing after all of this, and I typed all this out, is that Jirard makes some statement in his defense and all these reasons why it's not true.
Yeah. And
Carl comes out again with a different clip from that same Discord call. Yes. And in that, Jirard literally is attempting to bribe him and the other guy in the call.
What?
Kind of in a way of like, basically, I'll sum it up, kind of being like you could look at it, he trying to make it look so it wasn't a bribe if you were just listening on it, right? Because it was kind of like, hey bro, going with like the narcissism and the guilting thing. Like, it's just like, I got 20 mouths to feed. Talking about, he has 20 people who work on his YouTube channel. Yes. Like, I got 20 mouths to feed, you know what I mean? Like, all these things. And, just I've had a target in my back, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And then kind of segues into, like, I don't know, like where you guys are at. Like, like this topic aside, like, I'm always happy to take in more in the family, and like, like I give you some money if you know what I mean. If you're not into that, that's cool. But like, like money, like we could all just make this go away. Like, kind of along.
Who was he saying this to again?
He's saying this to Carl, the guy who made that entire video. Okay.
Yes.
And I can't even remember. Carl even might have tried to sue him too or something.
Really?
Yeah. But there was another guy, Carl Jirard. Discord call. I want to see, because you probably recognize. Sorry, hang tight.
Oh, you're totally good. You guys hang tight.
Carl and Muta.
Carl and Muta?
Muta.
Muta?
Yeah, it was a three-way call between Carl, Muta, and Jirard the Completionist. Do you have any idea who Muta is?
I do not know a Muta, unfortunately.
I don't know if that was his name. It's Mutahar.
Mutahar? Okay.
Yeah. Mutahar. I didn't know if that doesn't sound like they were part of like like Normal Boots. Or like continue that way. Okay, cool. Maybe they're just some big YouTuber. I don't really know. I think they were there as like this guy and Carl were like, or maybe this guy was the bridge between Carl and Jirard, but it was a three-way call. Okay, but. Anyways, that's kind of wrapping up all the things that have to do with this story, bro.
So what about his response? It was the YouTube video he made was kind of the kind of fluffy, phony one you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there was nothing really of value he said about the situation?
Not really.
Like he didn't give any insight onto like...
No, I actually, right before he made the video, if I remember right, he donated for the first time... After all this started breaking out, right? After all this whole video came out with all of this, before the Discord call, the company Open Hand made a $600,000 donation. They did. That's not all the money. In fact, I think Carl pointed out something like they actually had more like 12 grand raised. If you actually like do the math and all these things, he said, or 12 grand,
20,
like 1.2 million.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah. Okay.
But. So there's a lot of money still not accounted for, but great. This is a step in the right direction.
Sure.
However, he's just doing this because he got caught.
Damage control.
It's damage control.
It has nothing
so then
to do
he
with...
came out, to answer your question on the YouTube video, had an apology. It sounded a lot like what I was talking about. He mentioned things like 20 mouths to feed, asking everyone to forget about it, and just like, like this is all just like a bad wave,
Right.
Like fucking like talking about basically like if he needs to, like he understands, like he'll quit YouTube and all these things. He doesn't want to. He wants to be there for the fans. He wants to do all these things. You'll honestly have to listen to it because it's kind of just like that vibe of like what I've been really saying this whole time. Just kind of like an apology but not apology. Kind of like I started this whole foundation under my mother and all these things. Always it's very personal, and it's very like I can't believe I'm going through this when this is what I've like. They're attacking me, Jirard, the nice guy.
Right.
No, I get it, and the world's a fucked up place. Like, you know what I mean? Like, kind of, and then like using ammunition. Oh, and I just donated, so you can't come at me and say,
what is there to be said?
Right. What is there to be said?
The money's going to the right place. There's no.
I think you're a good bullshit detector, like through and through. I think you would watch the video and you'll know what I'm talking about. You'll be able to give me the vibe of if you think that was bullshit or not.
I absolutely would, and honestly, I kind of think I should. I mean, there's like I don't know. I think there's the responsibility of someone like that, especially in a situation where I think a lot of people in this world. Kind of play that role that it sounds like Jirard is doing right now of, he's a nice man, believes he deserves more than he truly does. Through everything that he's done, he's been able to make this large sum of money using the pathos, right?
Yeah.
Of the situation. And even if anyone tries to go against him, it's no, this was what, this happened because of my mother, who is dead, who has passed away.
Right.
All these things, Yeah,
and saying these things that elicit this emotional response.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And truthfully, to a degree, I know is emotional for him. But the truth is, when it comes to those kind of situations, I think this is kind of an interesting character study when it comes to people in general and what those kind of things can do to a man. You know what I mean? Because I do not believe that this was the plan of Jirard from the beginning.
I don't either.
I don't believe that this guy has been plotting in some way to, even when he first started the foundation, this idea that he would, become a corrupt person who is literally committing fraud and yearning to make a ridiculous amount of money. I think there is something dangerous that comes with having the ability to raise that much money. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
What that can do to even a good man.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Or maybe,
corruption,
you know what? Yeah. He could have been shitty this whole time, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
I
don't want to believe that.
No. And that's the thing, is that who is that good at pretending to be that good for that long?
Absolutely.
Truly no one. Unless you're like the it's a deep undercover like CIA mission.
Yeah.
That's not how
Conspiracy
exactly.
Shit. Yeah.
And so, I think it kind of goes into the bigger idea of what happens to a man with money. What happens to a man with wealth, and what happens to people. It's kind of like what we talked about last week. Those things that happen, the way that the world works. But it's also about the way that you look at things. And I don't want to drag too many, famous YouTubers through the mud, but something really similar, not similar to this situation, but similar kind of fraudulently, not money-wise, but kind of personality-wise is happening with Boogie2988. I don't know if you've looked into any of that.
No, I haven't, but I know who that is.
The way that he has... There was a huge documentary that came out where they made a documentary of him, and the way he talks about his money and what he deserves and all these things are very narcissistic and clearly the mindset of a man who believes that they deserve more because of the situation they are given in their lives.
Right.
And that happens a lot. I get it,
Absolutely.
I've never experienced losing a parent. I've never experienced a parent gaining dementia and forgetting who I am. I promise that's a really hard thing. I don't have to be a fucking genius to understand that as a human being, to understand that's a hard thing to go through. But the truth is, what you can gain from that emotional, almost like unknowing manipulation, what you can gain from that, I think, is a lot more than people want to kind of even put into their own ideas.
Yes.
If that, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like,
absolutely.
I think as his ultimate scapegoat, it's that I am hurting and I am in pain, and therefore I deserve this money. Truthfully, I think that's what's going on in his head. And I hate to psychoanalyze the guy, but the truth is, that's what happens with people.
Absolutely.
People become hurt. People try to make money, and that money hurts them.
Right. Absolutely.
And it sounds like their whole family's going through it.
Yeah.
And it sounds, like the tragic story of how people can fall from grace. Truthfully, I think there is no truth or reality to what Jirard and his family have quoted from everything you've told me so far. It sounds like complete horseshit. I think that everything that's been happening has been them taking this money and running with it.
Yeah.
Clearly they haven't spent all of it, but they clearly had no intention to donate.
Some ulterior motive.
Absolutely.
Right? Whatever it is. Maybe it is to take it and disappear.
Well, it sounds like
when it reaches a lump sum.
Yeah, it sounds like they had something going on.
Yeah.
And it sounds like this is what they expected, or this is what they had plans for, I suppose, since receiving the money and seeing how successful those things truly are.
Absolutely.
Because, that's the dangerous part of those organizations, and at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, at the end of the day, the worst part about it is the appeal of him was that he was this friendly, kind man. But what happens to... He's just a man.
Right.
What happens to a man when you become the creative director of $1.2 million? What do you do then as a YouTuber?
Yeah.
You know, and it's not like he's huge. You know, he's no PewDiePie. He's not Mr. Beast. He's not ranking in millions from this.
Right.
He is making ends meet with his... And clearly, he's going to struggle with it. I've seen a lot of the Normal Boots guys go under or even just struggle making a living through the way YouTube has changed, because that's the way that things go. You know, algorithms change. YouTube especially is notorious for consistently being difficult for YouTubers to make that type of money.
Right, like consistently.
You know? Consistent money.
Yeah,
yes,
just
exactly.
keep like a business model.
Absolutely.
Going up.
You know, same thing happened to PBG, Peanut Butter Gamer. Did you ever watch him?
No.
I used to love this guy. I mean, like, he's a good guy and he's still doing what he has to do, but he's just not making the money that, you know, he was hoping he would through a career with YouTube. And, you know, that is unfortunate in its own right.
Definitely.
But the truth comes to, you know, what do you do when you're down?
Yeah.
When you have, you know, a yearn to make money and money is presented to you, what happens to a man? I think
a lot.
I think people get corrupted.
I do too. And that's kind of like what I was like alluding to, like kind of in my preface going into this main topic, man, is like kind of like looking at it and understanding that no one is immune to that feeling, you know, like
absolutely.
Me personally making sure that I'm in check, like with this business, so that like I don't want it growing too big.
Yeah.
Because for so many reasons, but one of the biggest reasons is like that disconnect between, honestly, what I'm doing right now, which is the connection. I want a like personal connection with my community and keeping it tight knit. If you scale it like a business, eventually you will get beyond that because you have staff. Now the staff are usually the direct connection to that customer, so you lose a little bit of that, right? And like as slowly as you pull away, slowly as you were drawing more towards the gains, like the money, the team you're around of who's all making the money, and then you're all pushing each other to make more money, right? It leads into like, I feel like there's just this thing within human nature of like getting used to things, and honestly, going back to last week, value. Yeah. Because if the value, if you're putting that time, basically you can really find out where your value is because you put your time, love, and energy into it, right? So, and your money. So, you know, if like the value, he's putting more value now, not on the content of the completionist or whatever, right? But eventually, like, when money is this big factor, when multiple people are involved, when you get that pressure from it, because I guarantee, again, it's not just Jirard with all this pressure and him handling all this. No. It would be fucked up if it was. Yeah. It's probably a lot, even though it's still messy, it's probably a lot cleaner and like didn't come out a lot sooner because it's not just Jirard. He's just the face of it all, right? And I think like it kind of sounds like another little psychoanalysis. From the Flash Bros here, really like, I think eventually they realized, and you know, times have changed because like you said, now it's kind of like YouTube is ending this resurgence of YouTube fame and fortune. Yeah. Right? Absolutely. Where, hey, you just get big, you'll basically make it financially, or at least that's what I think a lot of people think going into YouTube. Right. And honestly, I feel like it was the case before, but now... It absolutely was. Right, and so because of that timeline, Jirard, the Completionist, the channel, whatever, and the money they raised, that was all like riding the hype train of YouTube, right? So the money was probably a lot better even earlier in the journey. Absolutely. So they ride that train, they get used to it. Now you've established a new baseline. Yeah. Now you can't go below the baseline, so you got to go up, right? Absolutely. And eventually, you're only focused on the money. Exactly. You know? But there's... Yeah, no, and not even a but to that to add on. Yeah. I think, first off, really well said. I think that is the truth to even just human nature. You know, like you said, it's not just YouTube. And the truth comes to, you know, every single
company that exists. And you can look at that with even the big dogs, the biggest of the big. This comes with just human nature, you know?
Yeah.
Would you have expected, back when you were playing the original couple Assassin's Creed, that the amount of game, it would become an annual series?
No.
That produces
hell no
garbage, genuine like annual garbage, like from a big company. Same thing. Let's get out of video games. Look at Disney. They just had their worst year of their entire career
ever.
100 years. Yes, they've never done as bad. Every single thing they produced last year flopped. They had a Pixar movie come out, one of the lowest openings ever.
Which one was that?
Pixar movie. It's called Elemental.
Elemental.
Did you ever hear about that?
Yeah, Kendall really wanted to watch.
Oh yeah,
me to watch it. She really liked it.
She liked it?
Yeah.
Good for her.
Good for her.
It flopped.
It flopped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had an original Disney princess movie. You might not have even heard of this one.
No.
Wish? Did you hear about that?
No.
New Disney princess musical big thing.
Like Frozen,
flopped.
but
just like Frozen, flopped. No one saw it. The Marvel didn't make money. Star Wars didn't bring in any money. They had Ahsoka, and some people really liked it, but some people absolutely hated it, and it's not pushing Disney Plus's sales. There are, and the thing is, and then they keep wringing these like things dry. Oh, they also released an Indiana Jones movie, and guess what? It flopped. Indiana Jones flopped. And,
crazy,
and you can ask why. Why is that the case? Because overindulgence in this kind of material, when you decide that money is more important than truly making something that matters, in this example being why focus on the YouTube channel when you have money that comes in for free?
Right.
Why would I put my focus on this YouTube channel or even give away this free money when I'm given money?
Yes. Because it's so easy too. Beautiful, Joshy. Seriously, hey, where did that? Thank you. Like it's like with the donation. You just put this in my brain that what is like the main goal of business?
Right.
It's how do you figure out to have a person give you money?
Yes.
And so when you have it in this context of this whole scenario here, he had it. He'd made a video game event,
yes,
where all everyone does is give you thousands of dollars.
And you know what? I don't think he was completely in his head exploiting his mother, but guess what? Someone tries to say, hey, that money that you promised you were giving, with these quotes involved, with examples of places you've given it to, this isn't adding up. What he says is, This is too much for me. This is emotional to me. You wouldn't understand what I'm going through. Perfect little scapegoat and the perfect little explanation for why he doesn't have to take responsibility for the fact that he is making this money and taking this money. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, bro.
So that's I mean, to say I'm disappointed, once again, is an understatement.
Yeah.
It seriously is. It is the most disappointing part to me is that it feels too similar to the human nature I have witnessed time and time again.
Right.
And the worst part is we just talked about this last fucking week. The value in which you have when money comes your way, your values go down. And I'm not just talking a value of the phone you buy, that is a part of it, or the consoles you get, or the clothes you wear. Those are all part of it, but I mean true value. Why did he start this organization? To hopefully find out more about what happened to his mother in which he loved. And that value was not important as the money, because then you look at the value, the amount of time, the emotional pain you've been through, you look at the big fat stack of cash, and what do you have? Your values are fucked. Your values are fucked.
You're almost thinking that because I've gone through this,
because
I deserve this money.
This money.
Yes.
So what are you left with? You're left with an empty heart. Truthfully, I'm not trying to say he was always like this, but if you can, with the knowledge that you are able to lie to a camera and exploit your mother and exploit these people who want to give for good. That is good money.
Yes.
That is beautiful money. That money is being given.
It's the best money.
Out of the heart of people and the wallet of people who want to make a better change for this world. Man. And if you can look at all that and take it and take that money and put it in your pocket and sleep at night, that's when you know you've lost all value. That's the moment when you are no longer able to value things like a human being should. And once again, goes with my idea that money is truly a massive root to, I don't want to say evil, because, you know, I think there's a root to a lot of things in this world. I don't want to say that's just pure evil, but it's a root to unfeeling, and it's a root to loss of value, and it's a root to loss of humanity.
I think so.
You know?
I think it's one of the, like, there's sliding scales all over.
Yeah.
But money is, like, at this very special spot of, like, corruption.
Yes.
Because if you get a lot of it.
Absolutely.
It literally changes you.
Oh, of course.
And as a non-living, breathing substance.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Absolutely. And it's, it's not even something that it's not a drug. It's not like you're injecting it into your body. It's not changing your brain chemistry.
It's not. But you're not touching it and getting addicted. No, you're not touching it and getting
addicted, but there's something that you lose a part of yourself, a huge part of yourself. Do. And that's the example I gave of, even more nowadays, even with everything we just talked about, I have valued my values even more. The fact that I don't want to be rich. I don't ever want to be rich. I don't want to raise my children in a rich environment. I don't want to be married and think about or maybe not think about the value of the gifts that I am giving to the person I love or to anyone in my life.
Yes.
The value of something that you give will forever, at least for the way that I hope I live my life, and will refuse to live a life of true massive luxury. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I
think
want
it's extremely honorable.
Absolutely. Oh, well, I mean, I'm only able to say this now because I don't have money.
For sure.
I don't have a lot. I don't have any money.
Yeah, talk cheap from us.
No, absolutely. I am the brokest I've ever been in my life, but truthfully, there's a level of happiness that I have so much value for.
Yes, man.
You know, and even the fact that I'm able to pick up my old 3DS and play those games for free and appreciate these things are of value.
Absolutely.
You know? And I never want to lose that. And you know, it also comes to the nasty part of humanity where it's like, you know, I say all this now because I'm at the brokest I've ever been. But what happens if someone offered me $1 million? Am I saying no? What happens to me then? Will I look at my consoles the same? Yeah. Will I look at my car the same? Will I? Possibly not. And so, not saying that people should avoid money.
But or the that truth you're immune.
Yeah, right? or that anyone is immune. No, I don't believe so. Or that Jirard was an evil man who set this all up from the beginning. I think this is a study on how a person can be destroyed by the lack of value that they will find through the money that's given to them.
Absolutely. Right? Yeah. That's beautifully said, man.
Yeah, I don't know much more.
I think we've exhausted this topic.
I don't know much more.
So let's take a shift.
Sure.
Thank you for everything, by the way.
Dude, thank you for putting that all together. It
Absolutely,
felt like a really well put together story.
Oh, thank you, bro.
I hope seriously.
I hope it made sense.
It did. It did. And I was invested. Cool. I loved it. I hope everyone out there enjoyed it too.
Yeah, dude. Thank you. Honestly, there is a lot more information out there.
Yeah.
I was up till like, what did I tell you? Like 3 last night, 3:30. Yes. I mean, I probably was just focusing on the meat of this podcast, like this main topic here with these two stories for hours. There's so much info, it's unreal, right? I couldn't even even like, you know, sometimes like if people make it big enough or stories make it big enough, you kind of look them up, maybe Wikipedia, but usually there's some articles and it kind of summarizes a whole dude, it wasn't like this. It was like story here, YouTube video here. Right. It's like, it's all a mess.
Had to get it all together.
It's still coming together, you know? Yeah. However, this next story, Billy Mitchell. This is a lot more put together because this guy is, I feel like, similar-esque spot. Very different circumstances, very different guy, very different time. It's different all around, and it's a lot more black and white, I feel, than gray. Okay?
Sure.
So, and this is something, again, it's like I just want to bring to light. This kind of stuff happens even in our beloved industry, right? And I'm sure it sounds like from really looking at the early life of Billy Mitchell that this was a genuine gamer, that he really, like, genuinely, his focus was on being good at competitive games.
Yeah.
But it's, the corruption does settle in, whether it's fame or money or something.
That's right.
So let's dive in, Josh. You ready for this?
Yeah, okay. I'm ready.
So we got, I'm going to make a mark for Billy Mitchell here so that maybe a little chapter break within the episode. Sure. So we'll start with the coined title, King of Kong star Billy Mitchell gets his historical records reinstated after a multi-year dispute over cheating allegations.
Ooh, fuck.
Yes, so that's the headline that just came out that kind of wraps up everything, okay?
Okay.
Let's begin. Billy Mitchell achieved his fame through the 80s and 90s, claiming numerous records on classic video games, including a perfect score, one of the first to achieve a perfect score of 3,333,360 points in the original Pac-Man game. Okay? Mitchell reached out to Walter Day. I think the time wasn't in there, but I think it was around his high school time. Okay. And basically in the early readings of Billy Mitchell, he was a really competitive sports player in high school.
Yeah.
And then the arcades were really blowing up. So all of a sudden his buddies didn't really want to play sports anymore competitively. They wanted to go play Donkey Kong.
Right.
They were all competing for the best scores in the original Donkey Kong.
Gotcha.
So his competitive nature, he said, I don't even like video games. I just wanted to be the best. So he starts going to arcades and starts getting obsessed with getting top scores. Thus begins the debut of a company forever known as Twin Galaxies. Twin Galaxies is basically, Twin Galaxies and Guinness World Records recognize basically gaming achievements. And Twin Galaxies, they convey all the info directly to Guinness, even though Guinness is a separate company. But Twin Galaxies is all about top scores of video games.
Sure.
They basically started it all.
Okay, I'm with it.
So let's continue here. So, wait, did I write this down here?
Oh, no.
I did. Maybe not. I was going to write when Twin Galaxies formed. I think it was late 80s. Okay. So one day, Mitchell, while in high school, reached out to Walter Day, who Twin Galaxies was really small. I mean, think back early gaming. It was very niche. So Walter Day was like the president and kind of like the figurehead of Twin Galaxies. So if you were going to compete for a score, Walter Day would come to you at your arcade and see your score. Gotcha. And then if he didn't, Walter Day went around the country to other arcades around the country, and he would write down and record high scores on the machines, even if he didn't see it done. So this guy was, this is like old school, how they like tallied up scores.
Right.
Okay? So Mitchell one day reaches out to Walter Day of Twin Galaxies and to achieve a record and see if he had a record for Donkey Kong and Pac-Man.
Okay.
At first, even mini story, Walter Day told him that he didn't have the high score. He had seen 1.2 million, and Mitchell challenged him with at my arcade, it's only possible to get 800,000 because the game crashes, the kill screen.
Right.
And then Walter Day makes his way out there and literally watches Mitchell hit the kill screen. And then he says, you're absolutely right. I've never seen that score. I made it up to see how far you could go.
What?
And gives him the world record for Donkey Kong. Way. Yes, sir.
That's kind of tough.
It's tough. And it's also worth noting, it's very, very, very likely Mitchell was not the first person to achieve the top score. He just was the first person recognized by anybody, right? Specifically Twin Galaxies, right? So it's kind of a new thing just because of the niche world, okay? Let's continue. Twin Galaxies and Guinness World Records recognized Mitchell as the holder of several records on classic games, and he has appeared in several documentaries on competitive gaming and retro gaming. A documentary called The King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters, Have you heard of this movie?
I've not.
Yeah, it's a documentary movie.
Okay.
In 2007, it follows what's his name? Mitchell's attempts to maintain the highest score of Donkey Kong after being challenged by a newcomer, Steve Webb. I think it's
Steve Webb.
Yeah, Wiebe. I think it's Weeb.
Wiebe.
Iebe. Weeb.
Weeb.
Yeah, I like that better. No, it's perfect.
Weeb.
Steve Webb. Okay.
Weeb.
Which was based on like actual events that took place.
Yeah.
Let's fast forward though to where the story unfolds. Okay. Now we've got the backstory on Billy Mitchell.
Right.
In 2018, the legitimacy of a number of his records was called into question, leading to Twin Galaxies ultimately stripping Mitchell of all of his records.
Oh shit.
Mitchell,
what happened?
Dude, so basically it started with if I remember it right, because I was like watching that really long fucking YouTube video and trying to do some research.
Yeah.
There was a very active like online forum before separate from like the like Reddit. Okay, there's like a forum dedicated to records and dedicated to like world records and all that.
Right.
One of the forum moderators who allegedly he had one of his records revoked and he's banned from competing because he himself was caught cheating with an emulator. So he, fast forward, is now a moderator on this forum.
Right.
And he knows what to look for with some of these old games, specifically emulation and cheating via emulation.
Right.
And how records are handled by Twin Galaxies.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's not a do it in front of you demonstration.
I see.
It is a send in the tapes. And by tapes, I mean cassette, like VCR.
VCR.
Okay? Like tapes, and you have to do it in a specific way. You have to record your like position and playing, whatever. There's some technical shit. I'm not going to get into that, but it's not standing in front and playing.
Yes.
Okay? So the tapes though are public. So this guy was watching Billy Mitchell's tapes. And basically, there's a whole breakdown on YouTube. There's a lot of them of a perfect frame by frame like replication of a perfect playthrough of Donkey Kong on an emulation software known as MAME. Have you heard of MAME?
I have heard of
MAME. M-A-M-E.
Yeah.
Okay. I hadn't before this. It's apparently some like cabinet arcade emulator, and it also like helps players achieve top scores because it goes about them in the fastest, best way possible. It's very optimized.
MAME.
But it has a couple of kind of glitches in movement and in graphics and sound when the emulator is running versus the original cabinet. It makes sense, right?
Totally.
Like emulation's never perfect.
Sure.
So in the copy of his world record, he found like this guy found that it matched up exactly. Like it was like undeniable.
It sounded just like
the
emulator.
So it was like the way that like there was all the, like you should look at one of these YouTubes. It's really fascinating. It's like the way it loaded with like a certain kind of like wave over the text that doesn't happen. Like it showed like a recreation of the MAME versus the original versus the tape, and you can see all the matchups on there.
It's absolutely a MAME.
It seems undeniable in my opinion and according to a lot of other people.
Yeah.
So Mitchell, who after really achieving his fame, because this is it's 2018 that this all started going down.
Right.
I mean, he got famous in like the 80s and 90s, right?
Right.
So this guy has been a figurehead and coined, like I said, King of Kong for decades,
for years.
Right? He's kind of built a reputation of being a whiny bitch. Basically, anytime he's ever approached by anybody with his legitimacy, especially because he doesn't compete live. So he's been questioned by fans and news publications and people.
Didn't he do that gameplay live, though, when the guy tried to call him out and he got to the kill screen?
Which makes me think that he used to legitimately be a competitive gamer, but the fame hit him, right?
Fame hit him as well.
I'm talking like big fame, bro. I'm talking like MTV. Like you are being told like, hey, gaming has evolved now, but when it was niche, you were
the best.
History.
Yeah,
you were the best. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's built a reputation of being a whiny bitch anytime that's called into question.
For sure.
With a lot of suing allegations, like threatening to sue. Like, hey, don't say that or I'll sue you. Like, just, he has built the meme. Basically, like, if you ever hear Billy Mitchell, watch out, Billy Mitchell might sue you. That's what this is talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Exactly. Okay? So, let's continue the story here. This leads to Mitchell sending in the same copies to be reviewed because after the moderator brought it forth to Twin Galaxies, they stripped him and they called it. They said he needed to resend the tapes. Wow. Sends in the tapes. He says he complies completely. And it was concluded that the inconsistencies were too similar to the MAME emulation, resulting in the removal of his awards. Right?
Wow.
This leads to Mitchell threatening legal action against both Twin Galaxies and Guinness Book of World Records for defamation. That's what he's suing them for. He's gonna sue. In response...
You mean defamation?
Defamation.
Yeah.
No, what is it?
Defamation?
Defamation? Yeah. Because I kind of look at it as like, it's kind of the same thing. Right? Defaming them. You can literally sue for that, whatever. So, in response to him threatening legal action, Guinness restores his scores. However, Twin Galaxies remains very stubborn, and they actually countersue. So they sue each other.
What?
And that has been the legal battle happening up until this year, this January.
What happened?
We'll get there. Well, I'm sorry. That's actually the title of the very first thing that I said here. So he gets his historical records reinstated after a multi-year dispute over cheating allegations. But we'll get to how it reached that outcome here. But it did reach that outcome, in my opinion, kind of unfortunately. But again, you know what? It's so old history, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
In terms of the legal case, okay, the cases of both parties have settled as of January 2024, restoring Mitchell's scores in their historical leaderboard, and Mitchell remains permanently banned from current leaderboards. He cannot compete again.
But his old ones
His old records are restored, okay? These are the notable scores in which are in this piece of history by Twin Galaxies, and I got all these from Wikipedia. In 1982, Mitchell set a world record for Donkey Kong with 874,300 points. In the mid-1983, he and Chris Ara reached the split screen level of 256 of the original Pac-Man in 1990. Oh, I'm sorry. That was one award.
Okay.
In 1999, Mitchell said he was the first player, by the way, to achieve a perfect score of the 3 million points. So that actually wasn't even recorded.
Oh.
It was just spoken.
Yeah.
Okay? In 1984, he set a record for Burger Time. Have you heard of Burger Time?
Burger Time.
Burger Time.
Yeah.
One word.
I think so.
Yeah, it's like an arcade game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard of it, but I have no idea what it is.
Burger Time. I think they there was a Burger Time at this burger spot I went through at like Roosevelt Lake.
Oh yeah.
When I was like a little kid. I'm not even kidding.
Burger Time.
Burger Time.
I wouldn't be surprised. Sounds like a little joint, right? So he set a record score of over almost 8 million points, which stood until 2005.
What?
Okay. In January 1985, he set a new record score for Mrs. Pac-Man of just over 700,000, which stood until it was surpassed in 2001 by Ara, that same person mentioned earlier, Chris Ara. And on July 8th, 1985, he became the 5th person to achieve a score on Centipede of more than 10 million points in marathon play.
Holy shit.
He set a record score for Donkey Kong Jr. of just under 1 million points in 2004. And he said he recaptured the world records. Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote it funny. He recaptured the world records for both Donkey Kong, just over 1 million points, and Donkey Kong Jr., which is over 1.2 million on the weekend of July 24th, 2010. And by September, a couple months later, both of those records were surpassed. But he did maintain them for a couple of months.
For a couple of months.
And a couple of honors is on January 14th, 1984. Mitchell was selected as one of 1983's Video Game Players of the Year by Twin Galaxies and the U.S. National Video Game Team. Didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And on June 21st, 2006, MTV selected Mitchell as one of the, quote, 10 most influential video gamers of all time, end quote. That is the story, Joshy.
Wow.
With all I really want to add to it in terms of content is... Definitely, this does not do justice to watch interviews, watch the videos talking about all this stuff and see Billy Mitchell and how he talks. Even there's a whole recording in how he talks to the judge on the case when the judge is like dismissing it basically legally. This guy will not take no for an answer. This guy is all about the fame. He needs to keep the records. All he cared about, all he wanted. They didn't even go through with the suing. Nobody gave money, as far as we know publicly. How it ended in court was an internal settlement where they agreed his scores would be restored, and that's the end of it.
That's insane. I also just did some research.
Yeah, what'd you find?
You never watched Regular Show, right?
No, but I've heard of it.
Okay, so it was definitely a show of my time, but there's an episode. I can't remember the name of what he said, but maybe it says it right here. Oh yeah, it's so funny. Oh my god, I didn't even realize this was a reference at this point. So Rigby gets really into this like arcade cabinet in an episode, and he like beats the top score, which was held by a thing that was labeled it was GBF, and then he like floats in, and he's this massive like super arrogant like floating head, and it looks just like him, right? And he's like the entire time he's like crying about it. I had no idea this was like a reference to
straight up.
That's crazy.
In fact, you want to know something crazy?
Yeah, tell me something crazy.
He sued them.
No way.
Over this.
Wow.
And they dismissed it without even going to court, basically saying that you don't look like a big crying big head, disfigured animated character who doesn't have your name. That's under like content of free speech.
That is absolutely. But I think at the end he gets so angry that he loses. He explodes.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
Yeah,
dude, this is mind blowing to me because I used to watch that episode.
So you're probably more familiar than you thought.
Well, I guess so. Honest. I mean, it's kind of fucking funny because
it's hilarious, man.
That's so funny. I remember he comes in and he's the record GBF, and they're like, "Oh my God, GBF for giant bearded face." He's like, "I'm Garrett Bobbitt Ferguson, not giant bearded face." Dude, that shit is hilarious.
Ferguson?
Dude, that's him.
Yeah, that's literally him, bro.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's kind of the story there, brother. And kind of like I said, like it just kind of, these are two just really, really big pieces that broke out that I wanted to dive into. But I feel like this really falls under a similar wheelhouse of like fame corruption. Yeah. Maybe the money, who knows? But it seemed, based on just the evidence that was presented, what I watched, it really seemed much more of a ego thing, and like he wanted more than anything,
very much so.
Like keep the records, bribes, everything, suing, threatening to sue. I mean, dude, he would have not won at all. Like there's no way the lawyers knew that.
Yeah,
like he just wanted a settlement where he'd get those scores back.
Absolutely.
And for whatever reason, Twin Galaxies caved, right?
Right.
I also found out a little bit more info this morning that I didn't add in, but I thought it was interesting, and I don't know if it just seems a little too coincidental for me.
Talk to me.
And it's not very public. I found it out from one of Carl's YouTube videos. He said that. Not like you all probably know this about Billy Mitchell, blah blah blah, and Twin Galaxies, blah blah blah. Did you know that Billy Mitchell was a part of the board of directors and sat on that board and did nothing really notable or nothing public for 12 years?
Holy shit!
I'm like,
that's pretty crazy.
No, I did not know that. But I bet that has something to do with the records.
That probably does.
And how maybe he was able to achieve some records without any evidence. Yeah. Or how they're able to like...
There absolutely was.
You know what I mean?
No, absolutely.
It's just shady, bro.
That is shady. Wow. I feel like I've learned a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Hell yeah.
I feel like I've learned a lot. Very disappointed, but, it's crazy what the human ego can do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And that kind of fear of the ego. Yeah. That it kind of reminds me of Evangelion,
Does it?
The ego is an important part of the story. I'll say
definitely. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah,
I'll say that much.
It is.
Right. Is there anything more you wanted to discuss on this, or you want to kind of leave it as is?
Yeah, I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
me too.
there's not much more to say. I feel like we'd be saying kind of the same.
Yeah, we're going in circles probably. Yeah, I feel like we got the gist.
Absolutely.
So, and this has been a very info-heavy episode, so I'm glad you felt like you learned a lot.
I feel like
everyone out there learned a lot.
Learned a lot about gaming
for the
history
journey.
And everything connected.
Yeah, man.
I'm
everything
loving it.
Connected. Josh, let's. You mind if we take one last break?
Yeah, let's take a break.
And then let's wrap it up.
Let's wrap it.
All right, my brother. We are back. Yeah. Let's hit party chat real quick, brother. I had a few here. I'm going to actually cut it down. We're going to do one this week.
Okay.
And we'll jump to the others next week. Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Fuck. I'm like, what's it going to do for the main topic next week?
Great time.
Oh, I remembered. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, no, it's perfect. It's perfect. I just remembered something, too. Oh, my gosh. I remembered it in the middle of our main topic. We were on such a rant about everything. I was like, no, I'll bring it back up later. Dude, the game, when you were showing me Kid Icarus, you were showing me the grid.
Yeah.
Right? And, like, the grid skills.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and the weapons, whatever.
Right.
It's fucking Diablo.
Diablo was
Diablo.
Like that. Really?
Yeah, and I was going through and playing Diablo 3. So not the latest one, but I think they've done it in every Diablo. So I think Diablo's like that, where you have an inventory, and as you get items, depending on what size item they are, like maybe it's like a sword, right? And so like a big two-handed sword, it takes up more of that grid until you run out of bag space.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
And yeah, I don't think you can. I think it auto rearranges itself, at least like with me playing on console. But it definitely had some type of grid thing like that. Yeah. And you can only fit what was in the grid.
Woo!
So there you go.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I knew I'd seen something like it. I'm sure it's a lot better implemented. I loved how you could move it around, too.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's sick.
I love it so much.
All right, brother, from Johnny this week.
Sure, Johnny.
As usual, you already know.
Of course.
He asks, what is the ideal boss fight? God, I love these questions Johnny asks, too.
So good, Johnny.
So good, I know. And just he gets them instantly, too.
I know.
And he's got all these questions cooking up there, bro.
Fight. Yeah.
He's a real one. So, specifically, he says one that sets a tone, makes you want to actually stop the boss or antagonist from what they're doing.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree completely. Oh my goodness, that is an amazing question. I'll say some of my favorite boss fights, I think probably have things in common. So oh my God, what was so amazing? All of the Spider-Man 2 boss fights.
Really?
Yeah. The ones in the first game do not compete to Spider-Man 2. They were so much fun. I'm not kidding. I would say an ideal boss fight for me is kind of having a little bit more free reign, because in the first game it was kind of like dodge to the left, dodge to the right, and then once there's an opening, you press triangle, you go in, and there's like a cinematic that plays, and there was a fun novelty to that because it really switched up gameplay. But for Spider-Man 2, I think this is the way I would love any boss fight to go. Having the ability to use all the skills that you've been learning free to your disposal. So if you've even learned some busted tech in order to be able to do something, chaining all those together in order to using everything that you've this is the dude. Because let's be honest, on an average enemy, are you gonna go all out? Probably not. You're going to do what you have to do in order to take out that enemy.
For sure.
But a boss fight is made for you to use everything that you have learned in order to take this person
If you're not
down.
Stressing during that boss fight, it's too easy.
No,
it's not designed well.
Absolutely.
I'm so with you.
No, even just if it's not giving you free reign to everything that's in your arsenal that you have developed over a period of time.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed, even if they ignored the fuck out of me sometimes, those Ratchet and Clank bosses in the first one.
Okay.
Because you could just use whatever gun you wanted to use.
Yeah.
And you'd run out of ammo, so you had to use it in a specific strategic way.
Right.
But that, and it's so funny, that's 2 Insomniac games that I'm using. Those are my
great examples.
Ideal boss
Great examples.
Are those kind where, if you are upgrading and saving and just fucking making your character more powerful, the better you'll be in that boss fight.
Yeah.
So 100%. that's like the ideal ones. It's kind of similar in Breath of the Wild too, in Tears of the Kingdom. But even those, they kind of have the Nintendo like seal of like you use an item and then their Band-Aid spot is shown, or in the Zelda world, it's their giant glowing eye shows up, and then you hit it a bunch. And that's fun. I enjoy the Zelda formula. I enjoy the Mario formula. It's the same thing, but one has a big ouchie Band-Aid and the other is a giant floating eye. Have you noticed that?
No, you're right.
Mario, whenever you knock someone down and then they got a Band-Aid and then you're supposed to ground pound it.
Right? Thwomps and Thwomp's Fortress.
Yep. And it's the same thing with like Captain Toad with the the dragon with the...
Well, I'll tell you where my head was going. I was really going to like two-way split.
Yeah.
First, I'm going to have like a JRPG perspective.
Sure.
And I feel like the most boring and worst design bosses are these... Like, there's a lot of avenues, but, like, dude, like, if you're not hooking up save points, if you're making, like, this multi-tier level, like, boss run thing, like, it just really depends on the context of how the fight is going.
Sure.
But the thing that I think that it's got, like, design is everything, especially in terms of, like, you're making a strategy game. That's kind of the wheelhouse of, like, a JRPG, right?
Yeah.
The boss fight has to feel interesting. It has to, like, stress you. You have to, like, again, kind of use your tools, like... really the example that comes to my mind is the end of Octopath Traveler.
Really?
Yes, bro. Specifically because it is the exact opposite of what I detest, I would say, in boss fights and JRPGs, which I actually have an example of what I detest. My example is the final boss of Tales of Zestiria. And in that boss fight, basically, it made you feel like to beat this boss, if you lost, you just weren't strong enough. So you gotta grind more. So it's just like this wall, this very classic, archaic wall of you're not high enough level, you're not strong enough, you just need to grind up to get there. Right. That to me is a very uninteresting boss fight. I understand it as a layer, right? Yeah. But if, you're playing the game how it's meant to be played, you shouldn't, I don't think, have to do any extra kind of grinding per se to achieve, like, especially a story boss.
Completely.
You know what I mean? So at the end of Octopath Traveler, the game and how it kind of uses strategy, it uses like an element system like Pokemon, where like it's got these boxes and they're each an element type. So as you have certain attacks and then you can like brave or default, just like bravely default, right?
Whoa!
And it's literally the same system of like you can stockpile turns up and then you expend them all at once. You'll attack 4 times, 5 times in a row. And so you could use that instead of using it as a strategy to like beef up one super attack. You could use it to, if I do a basic attack with a sword on the boss 3 times, I can use that in the same turn with my mage. It'll stun the boss. I can get around them. There's this strategy there. And it was so fucking difficult. It is a 2-part boss fight. So when I finally beat it, it felt extremely satisfying.
So satisfying.
Yes, very much so. Now, on a completely different note, I have immense appreciation for the Legend of Zelda series. Immense. Specifically 3D Zelda games, because I do feel like there's like this level of underappreciation I have for like a lot of these 2D Zelda bosses, because there is something very special about how each fucking boss feels in the 64 series and Twilight Princess. All of those, and I mean, I'm sure you could say like Skyward Sword. I just don't think I can speak to that much so much, but definitely like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, those bosses in how, like, yes, you get an arsenal as you progress, and that's a part of the experience. There's also something to say about how, with nothing else but the tools you're given as Link in this 3D environment, figure it out. And the best bosses are the ones who don't shove their weak point in their face, right? It's like they tackle so much diversity and angles in bosses in all of those games. It's amazing. It's definitely a gold standard for me in terms of really, really good boss design. Anticipating the boss, a boss room, a boss key, like all these things that lead to this epic moment. I love how the Zelda series handled that, especially just in those past games and those specific examples. I do feel, like bosses per se and how they're handled in Breath of the Wild, pretty underwhelming. Definitely not the same vibe as, I had a much more fulfillment in Breath of the Wild exploring and doing other things than that traditional boss formula.
And the blights just didn't do it
they're basically the same fight over and over again, with a small twist.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just not what, I'm talking about specifically with, you fight Bongo Bongo. This enemy is invisible.
Yeah.
You can't, you can kill Bongo Bongo without looking. That's how speedrunners do it.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother layer to that. Volvasia. Yeah. Volvasia's coming, and snaking through the floor. You don't even know how to attack Volvasia until you just attack it on accident. Right? It's there's crazy, crazy shit like that.
I agree. So, I think that kind of build up is extremely important too. And even just feeling like there's a boss is such an
epicness with that boss. How Sephiroth presents himself as a boss, truly that's the epitome of a boss, right? So exude that energy as much as possible. I'm big, I'm scary, you're in my domain, any of those kind of vibes.
Yeah, I agree.
You know it's bad when some animes are truly having more epic boss fights than an actual video game. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Straight up. I also do really love the evolution of bosses in the Smash series and how bringing Giga Bowser.
Yeah.
And then Master Hand, Crazy Hand, leading to these fights. Yeah. Yes. A Ganon. A massive Rathalos.
Yeah. That Galeem fight at the end is so much fun.
Oh my gosh, one of the most fun fighting game bosses I've ever experienced is that whole sequence of Galeem. Darkeem.
Yeah.
What? Wait, no.
Darkeem.
It's Darkeem?
I'll look it up.
No, it's something.
We'll
dark.
Is it not Darkeem?
Why do I want to say Darkrai? No, it's called something specific. I can't fucking remember.
I'll find it.
Please. Joshua, while you are looking that up, my brother, let's move on to the wrap, my friend. Let's end with some class trial here, and then I gotta
Dhar.
Darkon.
Yeah, Darkon.
Love it. Darkon. My bro, we got the trivia. Let's do some trivia. Let's get a quote of the week here, and let's wrap this episode, brother. What
I got some trivia for you, buddy.
Yeah?
This one, I kind of just wanted to do a fun one. There's not that many. I think I literally only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 of them.
Hell yeah.
But these are to test whether or not you are a fraud.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Perfect.
These are some questions I found and also thought of that I thought I wanted to hear your. I wanted to hear if you ever just read some and you're like, I want to see if he knows these.
Absolutely.
So these are some fun ones. You ready?
Let's fucking do it.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Alrighty. What online role-playing game takes place in the world of Azeroth?
Azeroth. Mm-hmm. World of Warcraft.
That's right.
Yes,
nice
sir.
job. First one you got.
I have heard this. It's Azeroth. Fucking World of Warcraft.
I thought you might have.
Yes, sir.
This one's really interesting.
Wow, it's such a dope name. I literally forgot. Azeroth.
Azeroth, Metreon, Zinthos. You know that one?
Zinthos?
Azeroth, Metreon, Zinthos.
No, what's that?
That's what Raven said in Attack on Titans. But I think it's Azeroth, Metreon, Zinthos. That was what she used as her attacks. Do you ever watch Teen Titans?
No.
Dude, that show is so sick.
Dude, that's so hype.
I'm not kidding. That was like an anime when I was a kid. All right. What game was originally a student project but got picked up by Valve Corporation and turned into a full game?
Team Fortress.
It's Portal.
Oh,
can you believe that?
I honestly, that was my second guess.
Really?
Yeah, it came to me second.
So the
tech really?
The tech of Portal and the way portals were being like moved through and everything was originally a student project, and then before it was given the whole like universe and the Half-Life universe, like sharing those things, Aperture Science and everything like that, it was picked up by Valve. Pretty interesting, right?
I did not know that.
I actually just learned that today. So
hell yeah.
Pretty cool stuff, right?
Let's go, baby.
Alrighty.
Okay.
This one's really interesting. What was the most expensive video game ever made? Costing, and I'll tell you the price.
Okay.
$265 million for one game.
Wow. Can I ask when it was released? Or a time frame?
A time frame? Yeah.
Or like what generation?
Sure. I'm going to find those things because I didn't write them down for trivia. All right.
Just for a small hint for me.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, if it's too inconvenient.
No, it shouldn't be.
Cool.
All right. Oh, you want me to give you the exact release date?
Sure.
Okay. It was September 17th, 2013. And it was during the generation of the 360 PlayStation 3. Oh, I farted.
Dude, the only thing I can think of is Grand Theft Auto 5.
What do you think?
Is it Red Dead?
Well,
2?
It's up to you.
I'm gonna go with my first gut instinct, Grand Theft Auto 5.
It is correct.
It is.
Yeah, $265 million. There are some movies that don't cost that much money.
No, you're right.
That's
we were talking
crazy,
about those movie budgets with like the Marvel movies. Yeah, dude, you're right.
That's crazy, right?
Holy shit.
Alrighty.
Well, made that money back.
Some of these, yeah, it absolutely did. Some of these are interesting, and I don't know if you know, but I just wanted to see if you know any of these.
Yeah.
What was the first video game to be played in space on a Russian cosmonaut's Game Boy? Do you know this?
No.
Take a guess. It's on a Game Boy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a Russian cosmonaut.
It was a Russian what?
Russian cosmonaut.
Cosmonaut.
Yeah, an astronaut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of the cosmos.
Of the cosmos.
Yeah, not the Wandas.
No, not the Wanda Mots. He was Russian.
Well, this is a stab in the dark.
Okay.
I'm going to go with... Oh, shit. I was going to say Pokemon. I feel like if it was Pokemon, I would know about it, though. So I'm going to say... Tetris. I'm going to go Tetris.
Yeah.
No
That's
way,
correct.
Bro.
Dude, wow. What got you to that conclusion?
Well, I was going through kind of wheelhouse. I mean, it's hard because I would attribute my era beginning with 64 and Game Boy Advance / Color.
Yes.
When I was old enough and in the wheelhouse. So I'm like, Game Boy, I don't really know. Right. I just know my experiences. I'm like, all right, what were some really... There's Super Mario Land, which I almost said. There's Pokemon, but I really feel like I would know that as a fact if it was Pokemon, because that would be huge for their history, right?
Absolutely, it would.
I'm like, well, it's got to be something that's big and popular. Tetris. It's got to be.
Isn't Tetris Russian too?
Is it?
Isn't it Russian? It was created by a Russian man, I'm pretty sure. Last I checked, which was a couple days ago.
Dude, you're right. Russian.
Yeah.
Tetris is literally Russian.
Yeah.
The word.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tetris is Russian. So I thought that'd be a little hint in the trivia itself.
You're a smarty.
So I meant to, say
You're a
Russian cosmonaut. All right, you ready for the next one?
Yeah. Yes,
all right.
sir.
What is the highest grossing arcade game of all time?
Pac-Man.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
That is completely correct.
Oh, I'm on a roll here,
you are on a roll. Some of these I thought you would not. I thought the Tetris one might have gotten you, but you are a smart cookie. You are right. All right, what is the best-selling video game of all time that is not a franchise? Single video game. Best-selling of all time.
It's not a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a release year?
Might give it away, but I will...
Or if you don't want to give me the year, give me the console generation. But you got to tell me what it was released on.
I'll give you a console generation. 360 and PlayStation
and Wii
3.
Like that.
It was released in 2011, but was initially made in 2009.
What it come out on? You're gonna tell me?
Can't tell you.
Okay.
It would give it away if you knew.
One more, just repeat the question one more time for me.
Okay. What is the best-selling video game of all time? And it is not a franchise, not accumulation of a bunch of games.
Minecraft.
That's right. Yep.
Why did I even doubt?
No, that's the one. That's
Why
the one.
for a split hair second because of the year? I was like, Xenoblade? There's no fucking shot. As much as I would dream.
I wish.
Minecraft.
All right. What game for the Super Nintendo was... They wrote it a little confusing, but I find this really interesting. Was the first game to use 3D graphics on the Super Nintendo?
Oh. Let me think.
First of its time.
Other
on the Super Nintendo. Other games on other consoles were doing 3D.
Yeah.
But Nintendo for the first time did it with this franchise. And I might be able to give you a hint if you ask me questions, but I'll tell you whether or not I can give you that hint.
I have a guess, but I don't think it's right because I think it wasn't released on the Super Nintendo, but I feel like it was made around that time. Shit. Excuse me while I go back in my database here.
Yeah, run it up.
Man, I just thought of another one. I'm like, no, I think that was on the Genesis only. Well, what's your hint? Do you feel like I need one?
What's your question? Not really.
Not really?
Not really. You just got to think of what you know. Just think about it. You can look at where it was in the consoles, right over there.
Yeah.
You see the time period that the SNES was. You see that?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it!
Oh, I see it! I see it!
I don't fucking know. I honestly, bro, I just gotta go a stab in the dark. I'm probably gonna be like, oh my gosh. But I'm gonna go stab in the dark and just say Doom.
It was Star Fox.
It was Star Fox.
The original Star Fox used 3D models.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the first of its time.
Dude, that's nutty.
Yeah. Pretty crazy, right?
Seriously, yeah, really fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I love that question.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, all these questions are stellar, by the way.
Thank you, bro. That's why there's not that many, but it's like all good quality stuff. This one is just to test if you're a fraud of a gamer.
Oh.
In my own self.
Yeah. Quiz away.
What is the name? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so easy. I don't know how I want to word this. Let's see. What infamous? This is how they worded it.
Okay.
What infamous code originated in the game Gradius and is still used in many games today?
What infamous code?
If you want, I can tell you the code.
But then I wouldn't get the question.
No. It's an infamous code from Gradius, but I didn't even know it was from that game because it's in so many other things.
It is.
It's a code.
It's a code
that you put into the controller.
From Gradius, huh? Mm-hmm. What was it used as, like a secret menu type shit?
Kind of thing. And that's what they usually use it for. But it's used in hundreds of games.
Dude. Honestly, I feel like it's...
Do you want me to give you the code and if you know the name?
The name of what?
The code. It has a name.
The name of the code?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Because honestly, my brain is blanking on this.
Okay.
What do you got?
Up, down, left, right, B, A, start. No way.
Dude.
Samuel.
Dude, I don't...
This is like a
huge.
It's massive.
This is huge.
It's
huge so video. Big that I've forgotten where it came from.
Do you remember?
Because it's so overused. Yeah. I feel like I don't remember from Gradius, but I remember isn't this a thing you literally put in all these games for
start?
Like debug menus. Yeah. Like this is something that I think like was even in Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Sonic.
A bunch of things. I'm telling you, it was in so much stuff.
What is the code called? Debug menu? Like I'm like, what the? I have no idea what you're talking about.
No idea?
A name?
Up, down, left, right, B, A, star. All right, I'm telling you.
Tell me.
You're losing it. The Konami code.
The Konami
You knew that.
code.
The Konami code.
I don't know if I did.
Oh, what? You're a fraud.
I'm a fraud, dude.
You're
I'm a
fraud.
fucking faker. I'm a faker.
You're a faker? You're not even good enough to
I'm making those words.
So funny. You got most of them.
That's it?
Yeah. That's all we got.
Yeah, I'll
You only
take
missed
it.
2.
Yeah.
Or no,
I missed 3.
You missed Star Fox.
Yeah, Star Fox 2. Dude, that was great trivia.
It was good trivia,
I'm not
right?
kidding. Thank you so much,
no
bro.
No problem, man.
Damn, we need to have like random topics more often because those trivia is always busted
they're
out.
just so much
good.
fun.
Yeah, genuinely. Joshy, let's give our audience and yourself a little quote of the week, my friend.
Ooh.
I actually grabbed this one when I was over at Marshall's place.
Did you?
Yeah, we hung out briefly last week.
Yes.
Wait. Was it last week? No, dude, no. I couldn't even see him. I did see him last week. No. They're going through the Marvel series. This is a Marvel quote, okay? No, it was at Kendall's parents' place after like her dad's birthday. We're like all relaxing.
Is it from the Infinity Saga?
It is from the Infinity
I'll probably
Saga.
know what it's from then.
You probably definitely will because like one of my favorite lines I just forgot about. It just happened and I said, "Oh, I'm putting this in the cast this week, bro." The quote is the Shonen Sentiment of the week. Not even from a shonen, but it might as well be.
Might as well be.
He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy.
Such a good one. Yondu is one of the best characters in that series.
One of the best characters and one of the best movies in like the Marvel universe.
Dude, it's one of the best sci-fi adventure movies ever.
Completely.
The 3, have you seen the 3rd one?
Yes, man.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, people don't like. A lot of my friends don't like the 3rd one because of how it ends.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm like, dude,
they don't like. Who doesn't like it?
Perfect.
Who doesn't like it?
Well, I'm not.
Out them.
We'll say some BlackRock homies, you know what I mean? This was, these conversations were taking place when we all worked there and going through those Marvel movies. Oh, yeah.
Bullshit.
Oh, yeah. I think it was somewhere even, like, we hit Guardians, 2 in the timeline, and Guardians 3's release date was just announced.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice. Literally nuts. No, the Guardians series is incredible. One of my favorite ever.
It is seriously some of the best movies, I think.
Yes,
James
dude.
Gunn is a genius. If you still haven't seen that Suicide Squad movie, Suicide Squad. It's the secret 4th Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
Oh, yeah.
Promise. It's literally, without the space. It's like an R-rated, like balls to the wall James Gunn Guardians movie.
Dude.
That dude just knows how to make good movies.
I have to, bro.
Some interesting news too. James Gunn, if you like the stuff he does, because he writes and directs all his movies, he is leading the new DC universe. And I'm hoping that DC leads the world into new
I agree,
good superhero
because that would
movies.
be good for Marvel.
And oh my god, it would be perfect. Because by the way, the next movie that James Gunn is directing is called Superman Legacy. A James Gunn Superman movie.
Dude.
The guy who did Guardians of the Galaxy is doing
That's
Superman.
Actually insane.
He's doing a bunch of other. He's doing the rest of the. They're resetting the whole universe, run by James Gunn.
Dude.
The way Kevin Feige did the MCU, James Gunn is the one who's doing it. They were so impressed with Suicide Squad that instead of treating him like shit, like Marvel did, they literally said, "Run the rest of these movies. We'll do anything."
Dude, it's literally like Xenoblade with like Takahashi and leaving. Oh my gosh.
But that's what I'm saying is that big movies don't have to be garbage if they're ran and truly written with heart by an artist
not by money,
who has absolutely. And that's the whole thing is that these new Marvel movies are being pushed out by directors who don't give a fuck about what they're making because they're getting a paycheck.
Yes.
It's the same thing with the actors. It's the same thing with the visual effects. And so what I'm seeing is that DC is about to become, I'm calling it, the new Marvel. Nobody wants to see Marvel movies. Guardians of the Galaxy is one of the only Marvel movies that has done really well for Disney recently.
Yeah.
And guess what?
Like 2 years.
Because it had heart and because it felt good.
Yeah.
People were saying it was the best Marvel movie since Endgame.
Endgame. Yeah. Dude.
So
I'm on board.
Yeah.
I'm so on
James
board.
Gunn
I'm not kidding. I never talk about this,
legend.
but Man of Steel, despite like the flaws it has, I fucking love that movie.
Yeah, that movie.
I love seeing Spider-Man like really, or Spider-Man.
Dude, what?
Superman really like being Superman in the best ways, like with how they show off his power in that movie. Love it. So
that's really funny.
If it's along those lines, bro. Yeah. Well, what's funny?
Oh, I do not like that movie.
Do you not? No, I love Henry.
I feel like Henry Cavill. It's Henry Cavill for sure. I think he's a fantastic
him Superman.
I just think the directing is there's a lot of issues with.
I agree.
My opinion of Zack Snyder and the way he views superheroes, he views them much more above a regular human, and so he consistently does imagery that treats them like gods, and consistently writes them to have struggles, but the struggle of being a god in a world of mortals. And I think it comes from a lot of egotistical views on his own life and the way that he writes and creates movies. I don't think it's inherently terrible, but Superman is supposed to be a symbol of hope and justice. And I watched the movie in theaters, and I was like mortified by the fact that Superman is like barreling Zod through fucking buildings and like dropping like buildings are falling, and like he doesn't care because Zack Snyder doesn't write movies about the little people on the bottom. He writes them about like the heroes
above that.
Or above that. And I think one of the things that Superman needs is to be human again. Even though he's Kryptonian, he needs to be human, and he was born and raised with us. So
there's too many parallels for him not to be human.
Absolutely.
That's like with that show where he's like
Smallville?
Yes, dude, great show. Amazing show.
I watched like 7 seasons of that. Did I ever tell you that?
No.
I fucking love
We've never talked
Smallville.
about this. Yeah, dude, it's like I only watched it like bits and pieces, so I don't have the connected lore. But watching it, him as a human, I mean, that, because I'm a human, that's what I'm drawn to.
No, exactly.
The human side, like when all these heroes in anime, like you know, when Sephiroth is showing his humanity, that is interesting.
That's what I want to see.
Yes, and all the stuff we.
And that's truthfully, I mean, like, I'm not trying to shit on it after you said you loved it, but
no.
That was just what I took from it.
Your opinion is completely respectable.
I felt like Zack Snyder. He's he's not the guy who should be directing Superman, but there's definitely good shit he's made.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I think
sometimes that opinion, by the way, I think it's necessary.
Really?
Because, yes, bro.
Well, I don't want to sound like a bitch.
No. I'm sorry. I actually, I'll clarify. Like, his opinion of, like, superheroes are higher power. I think there's a duality to be had because it only really is with that kind of vision that certain kind of archetypes and heroes and villains we have are truly made.
Absolutely.
And like really then like you know what I mean?
I think if you want to go through that route, I think one of the best media to expand on that idea was Mob Psycho 100. If you've ever thought about watching it,
I have.
It genuinely it's not a mind-blowing show where while you're watching it, you're not like, oh, I'm a changed man. But the truth is, the whole ideology of Kageyama, the main character, not even just that he holds his own ideology, he's a kid. He's like living with the most powerful ability in the world, but there are things that are of value that he does not have, that he does value, where others would look at his abilities and his powers and his psychic abilities and say, wow, that's incredible. But he's like, I don't know how to talk to girls. I don't know how to socially be. I want to be stronger. I want to physically like lift weights. I want to go on runs. I want to do these things to better myself. And you consistently find it's almost like metaphorical for the idea of money and what it does to our universe, because the villains in the show believe themselves to be so powerful, and so they look at themselves as humans being below them and beneath them. And it's funny because Mob and Reagan Urataka, the best character in that whole show, just break them down and are like, who the fuck are you? Why do you think you're better than these guys? Yeah. And it's like, well, I am. I'm physically and it's like, okay, you have these skills. That's true. Yeah. You have the skills to make shit explode with your mind or levitate, but truthfully, are you a good person? does any of that matter if you are holding all your value to one aspect of you? No. If anything, that makes you worse than people who want to better themselves or to be the people that they want to be and yearn to strive to be better. That's the point of Mob Psycho. And that's the whole story of Kageyama and even Reigen, the whole idea of what they have going. And
I love
that show is so fucking good. If you ever want to watch it.
Isn't there only like 2 seasons?
3 now. They just made a third.
Oh, really?
And I am not kidding. That helped me get through this kind of funk I was in, was watching that 3rd season, because it was when we found out that the house was kind of going to go away. And it felt like all of us were kind of trying to find an explanation for the change, and we were trying to find some reason and, trying to find any explanation for why this would be a good thing or why this is happening in general. And the whole idea of season 3 was embracing change and never being what you were before, but finding the beauty in what you are now, and moving not even just forward with hesitation, but with the willingness to be that person that you are now without you can appreciate where you've come from, but without being afraid of those things changing. And the entire the part of the 3rd season, he's just like he's so nervous about his future and what's going to happen, and his he has the best characters in the show, the fitness club that he joined. He wants like a bunch of them are graduating, and he's nervous about this and all these really big changes, and it's about how you come to grasp with that. And I
love that.
So seriously, so good. And there were multiple moments that made me cry, multiple moments that just helped me mentally look at my own life and reflect and say, these things are okay, and no matter what, I will be better after everything that happens, and I will yearn for the best outcome for myself and my friends and everything that happened, and I will love what I've been from. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And appreciate that journey,
Dude, Mob Psycho is fucking good.
Yeah, we'll watch that. I'm down. With that being said, Joshy.
Yes, sir.
You want to wrap this up?
Let's wrap it, man.
Yeah,
Sorry I gave a last little tangent about Mob Psycho.
No apology necessary, my friend, because that was beautiful. I think that wraps up this entire episode perfectly, to be honest. Yeah. And, it really, with everything we said, it really, I feel like we just exude the values that we are talking against, right? And
I hope
let's hold each other accountable. Let's have our audience keep us accountable on that. And
please.
Never forget the reason why we started.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
And if I ever become a horrible, rich, tyrant, terrible person, play that clip back to me.
I'll let you know.
And play it in my face, and I'll give away all my money and become homeless, and I'll have to rebuild from the beginning.
Yeah, you know what?
What do you guys think about that?
Same for me.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
It's a deal.
We're in it together,
We'll do
baby.
it together.
It's on blood. You know what I'm saying? Joshy. This concludes episode 23 of the Flash Brothers Podcast.
Right.
My friends, thank you so much for tuning in, hanging with us, showing your love and support. Please don't forget check out our Patreon. Check it out for our website, write-ins, get everything in there. Spotify Q&A. Tune in next week's episode. This episode, by the way, dropping on the 26th, and so we'll be recording next Wednesday and dropping episode next Friday. So with that being said, Josh, you got anything else you want to say?
No, just everyone have an incredible weekend.
Yeah.
And enjoy your time and appreciate everything that you have going on in your life. And I know a lot of the people who listen to this are kind of in similar boats to where we are, where they do value things, to the degree that we do. So continue to do that. Continue to value the people, the love. Mikey, keep loving the Sandoval 7. You know
Absolutely.
What I mean?
Lead that pack.
Keep leading that beautiful pack and value what is truly valuable.
Yeah,
so enjoy that weekend, fellas.
Beautifully said, Josh. Thank you so much. And also, guys, check out our Discord.
Do it.
Yeah. Get plugged in.
Please do
it. I'm making a thread every week after we drop an episode, so you'll really easily be able to pull up your Discord and submit questions and your write-ins over through there.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That being said, we'll do a send-off. Love you guys.
Absolutely.
Be safe.
Have a beautiful one. We'll see you soon.